Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Awakened an Emotion Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku walks into the apartment still in shock at what happened. They say to never meet your heroes, and Izuku had never thought he would wish he had never met All Might. What will he do if he can't become a hero? His mom is here and once glance at his face and she knows that something's wrong with him. Izuku, honey, what's wrong? He opens his mouth and nothing comes out. He can't think of anything to say. His mind is stuck on the words All Might had said to him, and a part of him can't comprehend it. His whole life has revolved around becoming a hero. All Might had personally told him that he can't be a hero and his faith can't hold up against that. Now he has to face the fact that Bakugo might be right, and he's mad that out of everything that's what he truly can't handle. His faith that he could become a hero is what kept him going under the relentless bullying regimen Bakugo had put him through. With that faith crumbling, he knows he won't be able to deal with it anymore. He only held up for so long with the hope that he'd finally prove him wrong, and now that that isn't in the cards anymore, he realizes that he's angry at Bakugo. The surge of anger is brief, quickly drenched by his overwhelming grief that Bakugo is right. All Might himself said so. His thoughts have been playing out in this vicious cycle ever since All Might left him on that rooftop. He doesn't even really remember the walk home. He had gotten one hell of a reality check and the shock had lasted him all the way until he arrived home. Izuku! His mom's voice brings him out of his head and he shakes his head no, knowing that she won't understand but pleading for her to do so all the same. He can't do this. He can't answer that question. He can see her stop the flood of questions that she wants to ask, and her face is really contemplative as she looks him in the eye. "See, can I go to my room?" he asks, and a brief rush of gratitude overtakes him as she nods her head and says, "I'll bring you your dinner when it's done." He turns to go only to stop as she speaks again. "I love you, Izuku. You know you can come to me for anything, right?" He nods at her and quickly escapes before she can say anything else. He loves his mom and they're close, but he can't even think about telling her what's wrong. He drops his book bag onto the floor and lies down onto his bed only to be faced with all the All Might merch he has in his room. Posters, t-shirts, figurines. Hell, he even has an All Might lamp. The sight of his face makes him fill with anger, and Izuku buries his head under his pillow. This time the anger is completely unjustified, as deep down he knows All Might is right. The realization burns through him just as hot as it did the first 20 times he realized it. Tears spring to his eyes as he cries at the unfairness of it all. He has long accepted that he was quirkless and that there was nothing he could do about it, but at his lows he can't help but indulge and feed his anger. All men were not created equal, and Izuku is beaten in the face with that fact on a daily basis. It takes a while, but eventually the tears run out and he is numb. He knows he can't be a hero, but at the same time he can't think of anything else in life he could do and be happy or even remotely satisfied. He hears his mom come in and he pretends to be asleep to avoid another round of questions. The plate of food she leaves goes untouched as he tries to think of something he'd like to do with his life. Come morning, he is lying in the same spot without any answers to his predicament. The alarm on his phone goes off and he absent-mindedly goes through his routine for getting ready for school. It's only when he goes to open the door to his room that he realizes that Bakugo will be there. His hand drops to his side and he just stands there unable to decide what to do. His head feels like it's stuffed with cotton. It's obscuring his thoughts and making it hard to think, but through all of that he realizes one thing. He really doesn't want to go to school. He slowly walks backwards until he hits the edge of his bed and then sits. He thinks that he would very much like it if he could stay in his bed forever. Distantly, he knows that this isn't right. It isn't normal. There is something wrong with him, but ever since All Might said those words to him, he can't function. He's stuck in limbo and he can't muster enough energy to get out of it. Can't even convince himself to want to get out of it. Being in limbo means that he doesn't have to think about his future or Bakugo or anything at all, really. It would almost be nice if it wasn't for the fact that he's a hairbreadth away from spiraling away into a whirlpool of sadness and depression. Maybe he can just sleep in class all day. Nobody usually pays any attention to him anyway, so if he takes care to keep his head down, maybe he can get through the day. He stands up and step by step he makes his way towards school. He's nearly there when he sees a one Bakugo Katsuki clearly lying in wait for him. He's taken aback from the surge of fury in his veins. It burns through him, eating through his exhaustion and making his head clear. "Deku!" Bakugo yells as he steps into his field of vision. The sight of him only makes Izuku angrier, but he doesn't say anything, can't say anything really. He's not ready to face Bakugo, hasn't figured out what he wants to say once he's processed everything. He stares at Bakugo waiting for him to get to the point. He wants this over as quickly as possible so he can just go through his day and then go back home and sleep. Blissfully, he spaces through the entirety of Bakugo's angry rant. He surfaces when Bakugo gives him an expectant look and he realizes that that is his cue. Yeah, you're right. I'll be sure to do that," Izuku says, and from the way Bakugo explodes literally it's evidently the wrong reply. "Are you stupid? Did you not hear anything I said?" The words lose their meaning as Izuku effortlessly tunes him out. He figures that if he stands here long enough even Bakugo would run out of patience. He idly watches as Bakugo's mouth moves up and down, and with all of his attention focused on it, it moves in slow motion. He's pulled out of his trance when Bakugo mentions All Might. "Wait a minute," he interrupts. "You met All Might?" Bakugo, seeing that he finally had Izuku's attention, smirked and said, Yeah, I did, right after I beat off that slimy motherfucker." "You jealous, Deku? He told me I was going to be a great hero." He scoffed and scuffed his shoe against the ground. As if that wasn't effing obvious. And that's his breaking point. His anger crests up and over the container that's his patience, and he runs off, the tears in his eyes already spilling over onto his cheeks. The unfairness of it all punches a hole through Izuku's chest. How the hell did Bakugo deserve to be told from All Might that he was going to be a great hero? Izuku had been trying his best to block out that day, but it all comes rushing back. Bakugo destroying his latest hero analysis notebook. Getting All Might to sign said notebook after the sludge villain attacked him. Holding on to All Might's leg. He doesn't remember much as he had his eyes closed, but he must have knocked the bottle that contained the sludge villain loose and in his ensuing depression, had missed the news afterwards. He needs somewhere he could be alone and process, but he can't stop running, and by the time his feet stop he finds himself on a rooftop of a nearby building. It's only when he's sitting down that he remembers Bakugo telling him to go jump off a roof in hopes of gaining a quirk in his new life. The idea is ridiculous, but Izuku had never considered that suicide would be the answer to his problems. How had Bakugo phrased it? He was a worthless, quirkless freak who had unknowingly set free a dangerous villain. He didn't have to worry about what he was going to do with his life if he was dead. Didn't have to face Bakugo with the knowledge that he was right. Didn't have to go back to his room full of All Might merch and face his moth. The thought of his mom punches another hole through his chest and disrupts the fantasy he was tricking himself into believing. He doesn't want to make his mom sad, but all of a sudden he is so tired of trying and fighting against the grain. He doesn't want to die, not really, but the peace that death will give him is so tempting. He wants to be selfish just this one time and not care how his actions will hurt others because it's his life. He's the one who has to decide what to do with it, and if he decides to end it, well then that's his decision. But even with all of that, through the thick fog weighing down his body and thoughts, Izuku cares about his mother. Izuku gets up, slowly approaches the railing, and does his best to clear the fog surrounding his mind. If he is going to do this, he's going to think it all the way through so he has no regrets. The idea of death is alluring. Extremely so. He's so emotionally beaten down that he doesn't instinctively dismiss the thought and instead actually considers it. Obviously there were a lot of pros, not having to face Bakugo and choosing a career other than being a pro hero being the prominent ones. Cons? Other than making his mom distraught with grief once she hears the news, he can't really think of any. He doesn't have any friends who would miss him, no responsibilities to take care of. The only family he had was his mom. And that's what it all boiled down to really. Maybe if he had friends he never would have gotten to this point, but he thinks that even if he had friends right now he would still go through it. They would have gotten over his death eventually. His mother wouldn't. He wasn't dumb enough to believe that she wouldn't miss him every single day for the rest of her life. The question was whether the peace that death would give him was worth putting his mother through that pain for the rest of her life. Simply put like that, the answer was no. The realization burns through the last bit of fantasy and he staggers away from the railing. He realizes that he's breathing hard and crying, but the actions feel removed, like he's not in his own body. He wipes the tears off his face and starts running towards the stairwell. He has to get off the rooftop before he changes his mind, because even though he knows he made the right decision, he can't stand being there for one more moment. Rage washes through him as he races down the steps, skipping 2 or 3 with each jump. He doesn't bother fighting it off because this time he's angry at himself. The only appealing solution out of this mess he calls life, and he couldn't even muster up the courage to go through with it. He's a little too far from home to be walking, but he heads towards it anyway. He needs to be in the safety and privacy of his room or he's going to explode. The anger inside of him feels like lightning as it covers every inch of his body, and he uses it as fuel as he runs home. He makes it there, and to his slight relief his mother is gone, having already left for work. He bursts through the front door and slammed it behind him. He stomps to his room and finds that his rage hasn't abated in the slightest. It courses through him, demanding to be let out. The only thing he sees is All Might's face staring back at him, and he realizes he's more than happy to take his anger out on the person who started this whole thing. He tears down the taped All Might poster on his wall and tore it to shreds. He feels slightly better but nowhere near calm. Good thing he has a lot of posters. He takes down each and every poster he has of All Might and rips it up into hundreds of pieces. Once he's done with that, he swipes off all the All Might action figures he has on his desk and throws his lamp across the room. He throws open his closet and finds every piece of clothing that has All Might on it and throws it to the ground in a heap. By the time he's finished, there's hundreds of dollars worth of All Might merch on his floor, and his bed sheets and curtains have been torn off. He stands in the middle of the room, chest heaving and feeling burnt out. The anger is still there, but he has no more All Might merch to destroy or get rid of. He doesn't want to stop being angry, but without a suitable outlet, the fury inside of him abates and leaves only exhaustion. He staggers over to his bed and collapses on it, too physically and emotionally exhausted to do anything but sit there, motionless. Eventually he falls asleep, knowing that when he woke up his problems would still be there, unanswered. Izuku wakes up and the first thing he thinks is that he can't go to school. Gone is the numbness from the night before, and in its place are the last embers of his anger and a great deal of exhaustion and defeat. He can't face Bakugo right now, doesn't think he'll ever be able to face him again. He's done with everything. He's given up completely. He's been fighting against this quirk-oriented society the moment he was diagnosed as quirkless, and the world has finally won. For all intents and purposes, he's dead on the inside. The exhaustion he's feeling wipes out any traces of emotion he would be feeling, and he lets it. He revels in it, a little. What point is there in trying to fight? He just needs to stay alive until his mom dies, hopefully of old age, because she deserves nothing less, and the once she does, he can just quietly off himself. Forget going to school, he can't even get out of bed. He's so weighed down by his emotions that he feels like he's sinking into the mattress. 3 soft knocks come from his door. "Izuku," his mom says hesitantly and opens his door. "Are you feeling better?" He shakes his head and buries his face further into his pillow. She doesn't say anything in response, but he feels her sit down beside him on his bed. He feels the familiar sensation of her fingers running through his hair, and all he can think about is standing on that rooftop yesterday. She doesn't speak until most of the tension is gone from his body. "I don't know what happened, but I can hazard a guess." She sighs, and Izuku guesses that she's probably looking at the mess that's his room. "I wish I could snap my fingers and make it all go away, but I know it's more complicated than that." Her fingers softly dig into his scalp, and she slowly starts massaging his head. "Izuku, whatever happens, I'll always be proud of you. There's nothing you can do that'll make me love you less." Her fingers still, and when she speaks again her voice is a little hoarse. "No matter what happens, we'll get through it, together. If you fall apart, I'll pick up the pieces, so don't stress yourself, okay? Don't worry about putting on appearances, I'll smile for the both of us." She resumes her massage and Izuku falls back asleep, his pillowcase soaked with tears. Waking up was a slow process, but eventually his body has decided he's had enough rest and he gets up, feeling marginally better than before. He's still absolutely exhausted and his thoughts are sluggish. For a moment he thinks that he slept through the entire rest of the day and night, but it's still the same day. He gets up out of bed to use the bathroom and he notices that his room is spotless. There's no sign of the destruction from the night before. Without all the merch adorning the walls and the space on his desk, his room is now uncomfortably barren, but it's better than seeing All Might's face staring at him from every direction. He makes a note to thank his mom when she gets home, as he knows it couldn't have been easy to clean it all up by herself. After using the bathroom, he notices a note attached to the outside of his door. Izuku, I had to leave for work, but I left something for you to eat in the microwave when you wake up. Don't worry about going to school. I called you out for the rest of the week, so just focus on getting better, okay? I love you and everything's going to be alright. He clutches the note to his chest. He still wants to die with an intensity that's probably not normal, but deep down, the part of him that still wants to live and thrive knows he made the right choice. 5 minutes later, he's crawling back into bed with his stomach full and his heart warm. The next few days are much the same. He wakes up, eats, and then goes back to sleep, but during this Izuku's mental state only worsens. It was verging on the second week of this when Izuku wakes up and he realizes that he needs to make a decision. He can't keep going on like this. There's a black hole where his chest used to be and it sinks in any emotion that he feels and leaves only exhaustion. He's sick and tired of being sick and tired. Death isn't an option, but he can't see a future where he gets any better. He's stuck. His mother walks into his room to him, crying out of frustration. Mom, I can't do this. I don't know how to get better. He can feel his mother, who's been eternally patient with him throughout this whole thing, reassess the whole situation as she rushes over to comfort him. Izuku, honey, I haven't wanted to push you, but I think it's time you told me exactly what's wrong. He involuntarily tenses up, and at that she says, not right now, but I'm thinking once I get home if that's all right. After a little while he nods. He really doesn't want to, but he's truly stuck and unsure how to get himself out of this rut. Her voice is hesitant when she speaks again. I don't know if this will help, but I looked online and found a playlist of songs that people have said helped them when they were down. It may not help, but it's better than sitting in silence all day. She shuts his door softly. The first song starts playing, and with nothing else to do, he just listens. He doesn't particularly like it, but he doesn't dislike it either. Either way, his mom was right. It is a nice distraction from his thoughts. He's on the 4th or 5th song on the playlist when this one particular song comes on and manages to punch a hole right through the exhaustion that's blocking his emotions. The song is unlike anything he's heard on the radio, but listening to it actually makes Izuku feel alive and understood. Though the song as a whole was pretty good, it's the 3rd or 4th verse that captures his attention. Play ball. YouTube, play ball. Spotify, play ball. Apple Music. This compilation of sayings and tunes means everything to me now. Oh, I cut me open. But you did all the pouring out. And that's exactly how he feels about All Might, he realizes. He was a fool for thinking he could become a hero without a quirk, and he set himself up for disappointment, but All Might was the one to knock down his house of cards, gentle as he was. He's known that all along, but somehow hearing it like this makes it easier to accept. He'll likely be quirkless for the rest of his life. And for once the thought doesn't make him flinch. He's Midoriya Izuku and he's quirkless. Even with the majority of the population hardly ever using their quirks, it's still a quirk-oriented society and he'll never quite fit in. He starts to think that maybe it's something he could learn to take pride in. After that, it's like a dam has been broken. He loses himself in the music. He doesn't like every song that's played, but every so often there's a lyric or a type of beat that makes him feel alive and full of energy. It races through his body and he lets song after song play until he realizes that the exhaustion he's feeling is gone. Never before has Izuku felt so understood before. The music so easily just slips beneath the depression he's feeling and just ignites his soul with emotion and passion. He can feel the emotion rolling around inside of him, just begging to be released. Swimming YouTube, swimming, Spotify, swimming, Apple Music. The current song he's listening to is definitely sung by a woman, and he's quickly falling in love with her high drawn-out vocals. She sings with such passion and vigor that he's finding his emotions rising and keeping pace with the intensity of the song. It's crazy, but it's like this song was made for him, made for this moment. Your songs remind me of swimming, which I forgot when I started to sink. Drank further away from the shore, and deeper into the drink. Swimming was obviously a metaphor for having the will to live. Izuku had forgotten what it was like to swim until now, listening to these songs. As the song reaches its crescendo, he finds his emotions rising higher, and on the final note, he throws an arm out to burn some of the energy off. He jergabacks as a bolt of green lightning erupts from his hand and completely obliterates the mirror standing on his dresser. Izuku usually prides himself on being quick on the uptake, but it takes him almost 30 seconds to actually realize that came from him. He did that. Slowly, he gets up and stares at the broken shards of glass on the floor. The music is still playing, but he barely even hears it as he bends down and carefully picks up a shard big enough to see his reflection. He watches his mouth set into a frown as he looks and sees that his eyes are glowing a brilliant green, and that there are little flashes of lightning flickering in his eyes. He very carefully put the piece of glass down and takes a few steps back. He puts his head between his knees and carefully rides out all his initial reactions. Anger, shock, disbelief, and then back to anger. Why now of all times? He gives himself 30 to 45 seconds to cry and rage before getting back up. He's still too emotionally spent to deal with something of this magnitude, so he does the only thing that allows him to cope when he's feeling this burnt out. He goes back to sleep. Impossible Year, YouTube. Impossible Year, Spotify. Impossible Year, Apple Music. Izuku sits down on the couch opposite of his mother and brings the cup of tea to his lips. He notices his mother's confusion on his calm and collected demeanor, but she doesn't say anything. In truth, he's in the stage of what he likes to call an emotional hangover. He's comfortably numb. There's only so many times he can be pushed to the limit before he has to recuperate. You can't break a man that's already down. It's only the reason he's already internalized the fact that he has a quirk. Despite that, he's feeling the best he's felt since he met All Might. He had been on the verge of a breakthrough last night, and he's not going to let his sudden development of a quirk get in the way of that, especially since it was all because he lacked a quirk that he was in this situation to begin with. He sets down his cup and then laces his fingers as he thinks on how to best start explaining everything. There's not much to explain really, but what little there is to say is rife with heavy emotion. Perhaps the most shocking thing first? He lifts up his hand and says ruefully, "As of a couple of hours ago, my quirk finally came in." He concentrates hard and a small green spark of lightning dances on his fingertip. This is shocking news, and despite herself his mom gasps. Surprising, isn't it? It's everything I ever wanted, but by the time it came in, he trails off. It came in too late at the wrong time. A part of him wants to throw it away out of spite, impossible as that was. He continues on. "Now as for why I've been acting so," he said, and then gesticulated wildly with his arms, "I'll start from the beginning. It all started when I met All Might." He tells her everything. The words fall out of his mouth like a flood, and he's unable to hold it back. He tells her about Bakugo and the bullying. He tells her how terrible and lonely it is at school, ostracized by not just the students but also the teachers for being quirkless and having a dream. He tells her about the sludge villain and subsequently meeting All Might afterwards. He tells her about meeting Bakugo the morning after and how that was the final straw. He skips over what happened on the rooftop. He instead tries to explain how deep and depressing his exhaustion was, but words fail him. The exhaustion was so visceral that he'll never be able to quite put it into words. It took something out of him, and Izuku wasn't sure if he'll ever get it back. He then goes on to tell her about gaining his quirk. Talking about gaining his quirk is a slightly happier topic because even though he's still not sure how he feels about it, he's able to tell his mom that the music helped him a lot. He tries to emphasize on that and can't, but it seems like his mom understood what he meant. At the end of it all, his teacup is completely empty, and the two of them are sitting in a somewhat comfortable silence given how heavy that conversation was. "So, what now?" his mom asks. "Well, now, I don't know," he slowly says. He brings up his hand and looks at it. Even though a quirk is all I ever wanted, I want nothing to do with my own. It pisses me off because the timing of it was so stupidly ironic and I want to hate it out of spite, but I know that's just stupid. It's just a quirk. But at the same time I can't imagine having a quirk and not being a hero, you know? Like I don't want UA anymore, I don't think I want to be a hero anymore. But it feels wrong not to try. That's understandable, his mom says. I don't need a quirk to survive in this world. I don't want people to treat me differently just because I have a quirk now. I'm still the same person, nothing's changed. I'd rather they treat me the same as before. But I've got 13 hero analysis notebooks, and now that I've got a quirk I want to fulfill my old dream even if I don't want it anymore. His mom is a great listener as she knows that Izuku just needs a person to bounce his ideas and feelings off of in order to figure something out. She stays silent as he ruminates and comes to a conclusion. I think I'm going to become a hero. Just to say that I've done it. And maybe by then I'll figure out what I really want to do with my life and I'll retire. UA is still a prestigious school education-wise, so I'll have no problem getting into colleges if I want to do that. He quickly thinks it over and nods to himself. It's a hasty decision, but it feels right, and after everything feeling so wrong and confusing, it feels good to finally make a decision. Although, I'm still kind of sad about having a quirk, so I don't think I'm going to touch it just quite yet. I still have about a year until the UA tryouts. He sighs. Going back to school is going to SEK though. Oh, don't you worry about school, Izuku, his mom said, and the sharp, dangerous tone in her voice makes him look over at her. It's about time your teachers and I have a talk. At the end of it all, Izuku is allowed to test out of the remaining school year and two. His mom's dissatisfaction Bakugo is suspended for only 1 month. He's trying to put Bakugo behind him so he doesn't dwell over that last part and how that makes him feel, and instead feels grateful that his mom got him out of school. His grades have always been top-notch, so there's no doubt he will pass. His quirk, in the meantime, remains dormant most of the time unless he's listening to music. He's ignoring it, but his mind, already used to breaking down and analyzing quirks, has already established a few facts from the few times he's used it and from just living with it in general. His quirk was obviously electrical in nature, and it was for some reason very weak unless he was listening to music. Like weak enough that he'd be surprised if he could shock someone and have it hurt. The lightning blast that obliterated his mirror? Only capable when he was listening to music. He had a few theories on why, but he wasn't pursuing them yet. If you took listening to music out of the equation, his quirk was quite simple. Right now he could feel a very small stockpile of energy within his chest. His quirk's weak output made sense if he had a stockpile quirk, even if that stockpile was pathetically small. And oh, his eyes also flashed intermittently with small colorful bolts of lightning. In all honesty, it was a bit surreal having a quirk, and he was glad that he didn't have to go back to school because he knew that everyone would be hounding him about his quirk. Things were still not good for him though. Listening to music helps stave it off, but that dreadful exhaustion shadows him constantly and makes him want to just give up and die. And then there are some days when he can't get out of bed, the exhaustion having caught up to him. It enters his body and morphs into a black hole that draws in and destroys any bit of emotion that he feels. He wishes he was being dramatic about that, but it's on one of these days that he figures out how his quirk truly works. Emotion. It was obvious in hindsight, but he had been actively ignoring his quirk and only wondered why it was so much stronger when he was listening to music. He was too focused on the music itself and not looking at the effects it had on him. An understandable mistake considering that his quirk was unlike his mother's telekinesis or his father's fire breath. He sits up on his bed. He still feels like shit, but his mind is running now and it's spitting out facts as he puts the pieces of information together. He can't stop it now, and he wouldn't if he could. He still feels a little spiteful about his quirk, but right now he doesn't care. Anything's better than lying back down and feeling so exhausted that he feels like he could sink into his bed for all eternity. His quirk wasn't a muscle to be pulled, it was partly mental and depended on the state of his mind. Every bit of emotion he feels is felt, converted to energy, and then stockpiled to be used later. The only reason his quirk is so weak without listening to music is because he's just depressed and not feeling much of anything these days. When he's listening to music, his emotions rise and match the pace of whatever he's listening to, thus giving him more energy to work with. As for the metaphorical black hole in his chest, he very carefully prods and opens the small stockpile of energy he's had for the past couple of days. The energy immediately dissipates under the pressure of his exhaustion instead of flowing throughout his body. He scoffs, "I can't even use my quirk whenever I'm feeling down." He's still not sure whether his black hole is metaphorical or an actual feature of his quirk, but he doesn't think it even matters anymore. He can't ignore his quirk any longer. At any rate, he's had enough time to adjust. His quirk is new, and if he's going to be able to keep up with people who've had their quirks since childhood, he needs to start training immediately if he wants to get into UA. The gates of UA loomed over him. Even though he no longer had that pressing, burning desire to become a hero, the #1 hero at that, a part of him was still slightly giddy at the sight. This was still UA after all. I can't believe it's been almost a year since that rooftop. The progress he's made since then has been phenomenal, but considering he started at rock bottom, the sum of it was hardly significant. He still couldn't use his quirk about once a week or more because of his depression. But, he thought as he touched the headphones around his neck, at least he was feeling well enough to take the entrance exam today. Truthfully, he didn't think there was any chance he would be in a bad mood today. The opportunity to fully let loose with his quirk was too exciting. He knew how strong his quirk was objectively, but how much stronger would it be during the heat of the moment? His quirk was fueled by his emotions, and the added adrenaline from knowing this was as real as a battle he was going to get anytime soon was going to be the cherry on top of the usual rush he got just from his quirk being activated. He felt his quirk activate as it stockpiled the energy it got from his anticipation of the exam. It, of course, was deposited into his green basin of energy, or what he privately called his positive energy or positive lightning. He was so caught up in analyzing his quirk that he failed to notice the raised part of the sidewalk, and before he knew it he was tripping. He threw out his arms and braced for impact, only to open his eyes a couple of seconds later when it never came. "Hey, sorry about Duo, your eyes are glowing. What a pretty cool quirk." He looks up and sees a girl with brown hair in front of him. The sensation of floating is pretty disorienting, but she quickly straightens him out and carefully places her fingertips against each other to cancel the effect. "Thanks," he says. Getting compliments on his quirk is still pretty rare for him, and it's sad to say, but his social skills are rusty from months of not interacting with anybody besides his mom, so he spits out the first thing that comes to mind. "Yours too." Levitation is basically one step removed from flight if you can affect yourself with it. "I never thought of it that way before. I'm Uraraka Ochako, it's nice to meet you." "She's so friendly." "Midoriya Izuku," he says cheerfully and holds out his hand. "It's nice to meet you too," he says and wholeheartedly means it. They shake hands and he thinks that it's the start of a beautiful friendship. "I've got to pass the exam though, first." He hopes she passes as well. It'd be nice to go to the first day of classes and not have everyone be a total stranger. UA would be stupid to pass up a quirk like hers anyways. Sure, his quirk objectively has more firepower than hers, but her quirk is perfect for rescue work and can be used in a myriad of different situations. And besides, strength-enhancing and elemental quirks are some of the most common quirk types out there. His own quirk can't really compare, especially with its inconsistency. In fact, if she... "Good luck," she yells as they part ways, and he belatedly realizes that he had gone on another muttering rant. He shrugs his shoulders, at least she didn't say anything. He listens as Present Mike explains the rules of the exam, and embarrassingly enough, he gets called out for his muttering by a strict uptight boy with blue hair. The embarrassment stings at him, and he doesn't meet anyone's eyes for the rest of the explanation. He takes note that the exam is only 10 minutes long. A typical song is usually about 3 or 4 minutes long in length, which gives him 2 to 3 listens before time is up. That's not a lot at all, and he's thankful that he chose the song he did. Inferno by Mrs. Green Apple is a full 3 minutes and 22 seconds, but if he uses the short version that was made for the first opening of Fire Force, he can get about 6 listens out of it since it's only 1 minute and 30 seconds long. Honestly, that's probably for the best anyway. During a normal song, he has to dig into his stockpile of energy whenever the song lulls if he wants a consistent power output. The shorter version doesn't have the same lulls, and with more repeats he can get more power spikes that comes from listening to the ending of the song. Izuku looks up at building block B. Now that he's about to start, some of his excitement has turned to nervousness. He puts his headphones on and cranks the volume all the way up. The loud music blasts away his fears, and he takes a deep breath and closes his eyes. Inferno, YouTube. Inferno, Spotify. Inferno, Apple Music. The instrumental intro of this song was amazing, and it was a shame that almost all of it was cut out in the short version, but the familiar notes still soothed his nerves nevertheless. Calm down. He can use fear, doubt, nervousness to fuel his power. It manifests as sickly yellow bolts of lightning, but if he uses it for more than a couple of seconds, the fear builds up in intensity and strength until eventually he's petrified. He can't fight effectively if all he's feeling is fear and doubt. He digs into his stockpile of green energy and lets it circulate throughout his body to shake off the lingering traces of nervousness in his bones. Doing this wastes little to no energy and allows his body to take to the energy faster. The only thing in the world he can sense right now is the music blasting in his ears. As he concentrates, he can feel his blood start to stir in response. It rouses quickly, and he starts imbuing his body with his power, making sure to steep every part of his body with the bright neon green energy. He looks up, eyes still closed, and slowly releases the breath he was holding and gives into the emotion. The yellow in his emotional pool is eradicated as his mood changes, and he feels the energy within his body sync with his emotional pool so completely that he can't tell the difference with his power. Beneath his skin is a whirling thunderstorm of energy, exhilaration, and enthusiasm. He snaps his head forward, opens his eyes, and plastered on his face is a wide grin. "I'm ready." He pays no attention to the other examinees watching him. Small sparks of lightning race across his body as he keeps the energy inside of him instead of letting it spill out freely. He doesn't hear but rather sees the signal to begin as people suddenly start running, and he explodes as he jumps, clearing the mass of people ahead of him. It's moments like these that wipes out any lingering resentment he has over his quirk. Nothing can compare to this feeling of exultation. The sun was out, the breeze felt nice, and the clouds in the sky were nice and fluffy. He hates to admit it, but this moment right here wouldn't have happened without his quirk. He lets go of the energy he was holding back, and he can't help but let out a whoop of laughter as the energy overflows. There was too much of it to be contained by his body alone, and the excess lightning coils around him and sparks in and out. Using his quirk always feels great, but using it to this extent feels amazing, feels freeing in a way he couldn't have imagined just 10 short months earlier. Hell, 10 months ago he was quirkless and at rock bottom. It's hard to believe that in just under a year, he took the remains of his broken, older self and remade himself into the person he is now. I may not want this as badly as I did before, but it'd be a disservice to my past self to not try as hard as I can. Other than his mom, this is the first time anybody has seen his quirk, so even though showing off isn't in his nature, he can't help but indulge himself. With a flying kick, he smashes through the first robot he sees, and well, after that it all becomes a blur. He smashes through robot after robot, not bothering to count the points he's racking up because he's having too much fun. He's in that zone where he could listen to the same song over and over again for the rest of eternity without getting sick of it, and when possible he synchronizes his blows with the rhythm of the beat. He doesn't use the explosive bolts of lightning like when he shattered his mirror when his first quirk came in. Partly because he's afraid that even if he doesn't hit a fellow examinee directly, the resulting debris could harm someone. It's easier to just use the energy to enhance his physical abilities and smash right through the robot. He's nearing what feels like the end of the exam when he feels a tremendous tremor run through the ground. His curiosity gets the better of him, and he partially lifts the headphone over one of his ears. Immediately he can feel his available power decreasing as his attention focuses on what he can hear instead of the music. He hears nothing but absolute silence as he and the other examinees try to track where the enormous sound came from. Another tremor runs through the ground, and this time it's accompanied by a plume of dust and smoke from a building down the road. The fear and panic spreads from the kids closest to the commotion to the kids further away from it like a tidal wave or tsunami. Slow at first, but building in strength and speed as more and more people see the size of the zero-pointer and the destruction it so casually wields. Despite himself, Izuku can't help but feel a spark of fear and panic in his stomach as everybody around him starts running and screaming in fear. It washes through him, and in no time he's filled with yellow energy with no trace of the jovial green he had been using seconds earlier. In the back of his mind, he curses himself. Even though he can't help but react and respond in kind to the emotions of others around him, his whole power revolves around him, keeping his head on his shoulders and sticking to one mood. He absently pauses his music with a press of a button. The constant barrage of sound is jarring when confined to one ear, and there's no point in listening to it anymore. He keeps his headphones on though, just in case. He could try to turn back his mood, but at this late in the exam it'd take too long. He's better off running like the others. He should have gotten enough points to pass by now. He goes to turn and run, but at the last second he hears a cry for help. He spins around and sees the girl he had first met an hour ago trapped under some rubble. Uraraka, her name was. The situation shocks him and he's frozen for a couple of seconds, unable to act because of the fear inside of him but also from the unexpectedness of the situation. The rapid change in his emotions was making him lose his concentration, especially since the change from happiness to fear was so drastic. His stupor is broken when she cries out again, and all of a sudden his body is moving. The only reason I have this quirk is so I can protect people. Sure, it's fun and exhilarating to use, but he never wanted this power. If I have to live with it, the least I can do is wield it for others. Turns towards the 0-pointer, nimbly stepping out of the way of the students running away from it. Every step of his is filled with resolve and determination, and by the time he reaches the giant robot, he's bristling with the amount of energy inside of him, and with how he's feeling, it's absolutely trivial to hold it back and condense it. Present Mike had said the 0-pointer goes crazy in tight, restricted places. It's the only reason he heads straight for the robot instead of helping Uraraka. There's no guarantee he could free her and escape before it knocks over another part of a building. The safest way is to completely take it out of action. He jumps, higher than he's ever jumped before, and lands on the robot. In the back of his mind, he prays that this'll work before punching his fist into the robot and shoving as much electricity into the circuits as he can. He didn't have the raw power to knock the robot over, but he could fry the power system it was running on. Underneath him, he can feel the robot seize up and start to collapse, and he jumps off of it, thankful that it didn't completely explode. In mid-air, he turns around and levels a hand at the collapsing 0-pointer. If it weren't for the fact that he was so determined, he would have been freaking out by the fact that he was free falling. Once again, he forces the energy through his arms, and a ball of energy forms above his palm. He adds more and more energy to it until he can no longer condense it. I just want this to just knock it over in the other direction. Don't pierce right through it, Izuku. And then he lets it go. A stream of blue energy bursts forth, and he goes flying in the opposite direction, having completely forgotten about the concept of recoil. He's tumbling through the air like a rag doll, unable to see or hear anything as the wind rushes past his ears. Panic blooms in his chest as he falls. He hadn't thought about how he was going to get down, but he didn't want it to be like this. He grasps hold of the fear energy in his chest, and he uses it to enhance his durability, and almost chokes on the added fear. Ideas and solutions run through his mind. Should he try to use a lightning blast to even out his momentum? No, depending on the direction it goes, and he could end up falling towards the ground even faster than he already is. The only thing he can do is use his quirk to lessen the damage and wait until he collides into the ground. He shuts his eyes and braces for the impact. The only good thing about this is that the longer he falls, the more terrified he'll be. All of a sudden, he comes to a complete stop as he feels something roughly slap his shoulder. The sudden stop is jarring as hell, and he just floats there for a few seconds, unable to comprehend his sudden stop. "You're okay, aren't you?" a familiar voice asks, and he opens his eyes to see that he's floating above the ground for the second time that day. He looks up and sees Uraraka Ochako floating on a large piece of rubble. "Release," she says, and taps her fingertips together. The two of them fall the rest of the way to the ground, and he hears her start to throw up. "Oh my God," he groans and turns around so he's on his back staring up at the sky. That was FNG crazy. The fear was starting to recede, but his limbs still felt heavy and he couldn't stop trembling. Present Mick's voice announces the end of the exam, but it's largely ignored by the two of them. He sits up on his elbows and looks over at her. You okay? Thanks for catching me for the second time today. She wipes her mouth with the back of her hand and gives him a thumbs up. I'm fine, I just get nauseous when I overuse my quirk. He nods. Good, he says faintly and sits back down. He's absolutely exhausted, physically and emotionally now that the determination to save her has run out. His mind is absolutely whirring with what happened. He can't believe he took out that robot. If he wasn't so exhausted, he would take out his phone right now and take some notes on his quirk because he's learned so much about it today. Blue energy. Where did that come from? What emotion fueled it? All in all, he's satisfied with how the exam went down. He did his absolute best to get in, and if he doesn't, then there's no sweat. There's other hero schools like Shiketsu that he could apply to. Surely some of them would accept him. Although, he thinks as he looks over at Uraraka, at this point he'd prefer UA over the rest of them. The first thing Izuku does when he gets home is to head straight to his desk so he can jot down all the stuff he learned about his quirk into the notebook that's reserved for it. His quirk, as of about 3 weeks ago, is officially called Radiohead. Legally, he's officially not quirkless anymore since he had to update his status at the quirk registry when he applied to UA. It's a fitting name even if thematically it's not quite correct. He's not sure exactly why he lied on the specifics of his quirk. At first his quirk was really only effective when he was listening to music, and to a degree that was still true, but not to the point where he could say that his quirk was useless and ineffective if he wasn't listening to music. It wasn't that big of a lie, really only a lie by omission if anything, but somehow putting down the true nature of his quirk felt too personal. Radiohead was a nice placeholder in his mind until he could think of a good name for his real quirk. He opens the notebook and starts with the things he's pretty sure of and then works his way down. He adds the blue lightning to his known sources of energy, and besides that he lists all the possible emotions that could fuel it. Hope, resolve, determination. He then thinks back to the final blow he dealt to the zero-pointer to knock it over. While he didn't get to see the blast actually connect with the robot, he saw where it landed afterwards, and it had no holes in it that would indicate that his lightning blast pierced it, which meant that he could control the properties of his lightning somehow. He would also be willing to bet that this tied in with the unexpected backlash he got from the move. He would have to do some power testing later to confirm this though, and he added it to the list of things he needed to do before moving on. Right before the exam started, his emotional pool and body had synced, and his body had become an extension for his emotional pool. It had felt like he was in the eye of a vast hurricane, his whole body taken over by his emotional core. It wasn't the first time that had happened, but it was the first time it had happened to such an extent. He wasn't sure how to feel about it, or if it was even something that he had to worry about. He logged the experience anyway, content with the knowledge that if it became a problem later down the line, that at least he'll be slightly aware of it. And then finally, he thinks over the entire exam and how his mood fluctuated throughout the whole thing. He doesn't have any hard evidence of it, and there's a good possibility that he's overthinking it, but he just has this hunch that his quirk might be making it harder for him to calm down. It's frustrating since there really isn't a way to go about testing this, since every person experiences emotion in different ways, so trying to test this via comparison wouldn't work at all. He makes a note to keep an eye out if he has trouble controlling his emotions more than he usually does, and closes his notebook. Izuku sighs and spins in his chair. On the surface his quirk seemed so simple and intuitive, but he struggled with it so much. It was devastatingly powerful under the right circumstances, but on some days he couldn't even make so much as a spark. When he had first started developing his quirk, he didn't need to do much. Using it was very intuitive, and all that time spent analyzing quirks meant that he had figured most of what his quirk was capable of in as little as 2 to 3 months. Every time he used the energy he had stockpiled, the well that it rested in grew slightly bigger. It grew rapidly at first. Within 6 months it was half of what it was now, and while the rapid growth had petered out, he had managed to grow his stockpile of energy enough that he could use it to supplement himself during the slow parts of songs before the UA tryouts happened. There was also the factor that whenever his power processed his emotions into energy, the more intense the emotion, the more denser and potent the energy was. He hadn't noticed this aspect of his power until he saw the difference between casually listening to music to having his full attention on whatever was playing. He stood up and put his Quirk notebook back in its place and reached for his Quirk analysis notebooks. He was in the middle of putting all the information he's gathered on Quirks over the years onto a Word file so it could eventually be turned into an audio file to be listened to during battle. He had considered just making the audio file himself, but instead left it up to UA when he sent in his costume design along with his application. It would have been easier to do it himself, but he didn't like the sound of his own voice too much anyways. Of course, since most of the recorded Quirks in his notebooks came from heroes, he had to rearrange the information so it was organized by Quirk similarities. It was a lot of work, but analyzing Quirks was his hobby, and this had the potential to be incredibly useful later down the line. The more Quirks he put down, the more useful and accurate it would be concerning other Quirks, and if things went right, he was about to attend UA, who no doubt had a lot of amazing Quirks within its walls. Izuku felt almost giddy at the thought. He couldn't wait. Izuku and his mom solemnly stared at the holographic image of All Might as he announced his teaching position at UA. All of their previous excitement was gone as All Might explains the rescue points of the exam, and when the holographic shuts down, the two of them sit in silence as they both process what they saw. He doesn't know how to feel about this. A part of him will always hold a grudge towards All Might, no matter how small it was. And he was fine with that. He had rationalized that he would never see the man again anyways, and it was cathartic to hold a grudge. But seeing the man on a near-daily basis? He doesn't know if he could handle that. Oh, he could. He just didn't want to. He threw his head back and groaned, "Ugh, this is it. With any luck, hopefully he doesn't even remember me. I can't have been the only overbearing fan he's met." But he was probably the only fan to ever see his transformation into his normal, diminished self. His mother gave him a hug and kissed his forehead. "Either way, it's time to celebrate. I'll make katsudon tonight and uhu," she exclaims. "I might bake a cake." "What flavor do you want, Izuku?" "Lemon," he offers. His mom nods vigorously and makes her way towards the kitchen. Later that night, when Izuku bites into a lemon-flavored cake, his eyes flash a soft pink. Izuku woke up and sighed. It seemed like it was going to be one of those days. His emotions were constantly in flux, and today he was filled to the brim with overwhelming sadness. The light purple energy sloshed around inside of him, a vast endless ocean somehow trapped inside of him. The rhythmic lull of the waves pulling him deeper and deeper into the sadness. He felt fragile, as if he was only a step away from breaking down and crying senselessly, but he ignored it all as he hopped out of bed. He was thankful he had gotten up earlier than usual as a result of not wanting to be late today. It's CGD that he was feeling this way on his first day of school, but it couldn't be helped. Thankfully, it was only the first day, so he probably wouldn't even need to use his Quirk, because with the way he was feeling, it just wasn't feasible for him to output as much energy he did. In the entrance exam, if he was quick enough, he could get a decent run in before going to school. He always felt relaxed after a run, and even though he preferred running on a treadmill so he could focus on his music, the view was always nice whenever he ran in the mornings. He took a quick shower before he headed out. He took a few seconds to text his mom that he was going out on a run, put on his playlist that was unimaginatively called Purple, and then he was off. As he started running, his thoughts slowly turned inwards and he started ruminating on his feelings. He didn't often feel this way, or at least not exactly this way. Yahey, YouTube, yahey, Spotify, yahey, Apple Music. Sadness was common and usually came in the form of a very dark purple. This light purple energy he was feeling was slightly different in that it made him feel very high-strung and emotional, whereas the dark purple energy drained him and made him lethargic. It often morphed into the two black-gray vacuums in his chest that outright destroyed his emotional energy. His run took him by Dagoba Beach. He used to practice his Quirk there in the dead of night before people started calling the police due to the noise. He forced himself to run faster despite the fact that Purple was mostly made up of songs that had slow and calming tunes. He didn't have much time and he wanted to get the most out of this run. Listening to music while not using his Quirk wasn't hard, but a bit frustrating at times. Particularly whenever he discovered a new song that clicked with his soul. He'd listen to it over and over again, never getting tired of it and discovering new things he liked with each listen. At worst, sparks of excess lightning would flash over him, but nothing more. Of course, his eyes were blotted out by the glowing energy of whatever emotion that song evoked in him. Glowing eyes were hardly uncommon in society, but in his case his entire eye changed color and he had noticed that it made people around him a bit uncomfortable. The more distracted he was, the less intense it was, but since he was running he didn't have to worry about that. The buzz that running gave him was too strong to be dimmed. Runner's high, he believed it was called. He did occasionally use a pair of sunglasses to ward off the questions and looks, but in his haste today he had forgotten them. His second alarm for school began to go off and Izuku made his way back towards his home feeling much better already. His emotions were no longer bubbling at the surface. The exhaustion had pushed them down to where he could better manage them. Stepping inside the apartment, Izuku took another shower, only this time much longer. He wasn't that sweaty, but they said first impressions mattered the most, and he'd be dead if he went to his first day of school feeling gross because of the dried sweat on him. He typically had no appetite during the mornings, and today was no different. He grabbed a banana anyways and was about to head out before his mom came out of her bedroom. "Good morning, Izuku." "Oh, it's one of those days," she said when she saw his eyes. He made a SOSO gesture with his hand. "It isn't that bad. The run helped a lot, and so is the music." He tapped the big pair of headphones strapped to his book bag and the earphones currently hanging around his ears. His mom nodded and then smiled softly. "I'm so proud of you, Izuku. You've come a long way." He never did tell his mom what happened on that rooftop, but she did see how it affected him. For months his eyes were constantly a deep purple, or they were just his regular green, no emotion present in them at all because of the emptiness inside of his lungs. He didn't even like thinking about it. That's how horrible feeling nothing felt. He'd rather kill himself than experience that again, and he was well aware of the irony in that statement. "Thanks, Mom," he said softly. "I love you too." He opened the door and went through it. He turned around and gave her his biggest smile and forced himself to feel the excitement buried beneath the sadness. "I'm off," he said, and for a brief second his eyes were neon green before coalescing back into a lilac purple. The closer he got to UA, the more nervous he got. Instead of taking over the purple, the yellow energy mixed in with it, making his pool of energy this ugly brown color. He focused on his music and told himself not to worry. Despite the mood he was in, he could get through the day with ease. He's been through worse. Honestly, he's just lucky that today wasn't a black hole day. Those were becoming less and less common, but once it came it lingered. He went through the day listless, utterly sapped of any emotion and energy. With his headphones still on, he slowly opened the door and stepped into class. To his credit, he didn't even outwardly react at the sight of Bakugo with his legs up on his desk. He was being reprimanded by a fellow student, which Izuku personally thinks is very bold of him. Everyone was staring at the two of them so hard that nobody even noticed Izuku come in. He quickly took a seat on the opposite side of the classroom while everybody was distracted. It was a surprise, but it wasn't. Despite his atrocious personality, Bakugo's quirk was undeniably strong and he probably blazed right through the entrance exam. But just like when he saw All Might's face on the holographic, his stomach dropped and his emotions went haywire the moment he caught sight of him. He had pushed Bakugo out of his life, mentally and physically. Erased his presence from his entire life and hadn't looked back. But seeing him sent a flurry of emotions inside of him, and through the storm the only thing he found was the anger he had long boxed up and shoved deep inside of him. He resolved to ignore Bakugo as best as he could. He told himself that it would be easy since Bakugo didn't care about anybody else but himself, but he knew that was a lie. Bakugo was bound to flip out. Sooner or later. Sooner if Izuku pretended not to know him. He huffed out a laugh at the thought. Funny as that would be, he didn't have the patience nor the will to joke around with him like that. Now that he was calming down, his emotions were settling back into the color they had been before, albeit a darker shade of purple because of the upheaval it went through. He was almost completely calm when somebody tapped his shoulder. He looked up and smiled when he saw who it was, a bolt of vibrant green lightning flashing through him. "Uraraka," he said while taking off his headphones. "You got in." "You too," she said cheerfully. "It's so nice to see someone I know. I was so nervous this morning." He opened his mouth to reply but stopped when he realized that the rest of the class had quickly gone silent. He looked over and blinked in confusion. At first glance he thought it was a student with a weird caterpillar quirk, but the sleeping bag partially unzips and reveals a haggard-looking man with long black hair. What the F dash? It's the most bizarre thing he's ever seen, and he looks around at the other students to make sure he's not the only one wildly confused by what's going on. "It took you 10 seconds to be quiet," the man says flatly while unzipping the rest of his sleeping bag. Disappointing. Time is a precious commodity that's not to be wasted. To emphasize that point, he steps out of the sleeping and brandishes a uniform at them. "Put this on and follow me." He turns around and walks away, but not before saying, "Oh, the name's Aizawa Shoyuda. I'm your homeroom teacher." Homeroom teacher? He glances over at Uraraka and sees that she's just as speechless as he is. He shakes his head in disbelief and grabs his uniform. UA is nothing like he expected. He sneaks one more peek at Bakugo on his way out and almost flinches at the death glare the boy is giving him. Izuku had wondered how this moment would go. The last time they had met, Izuku had ran away in tears, and he had fantasized about finally standing up for himself and telling Bakugo off. Frankly, it was a minor miracle that they hadn't seen each other before now, but Izuku had pretty much spent the past year holed up in his room. It's childish, but he carefully pries open the box that contains all his anger, rage, hate, disdain for Bakugo and shoves it to the fore of his emotions. He flatly stares at Bakugo, letting his eyes convey just how much he despises him before letting his emotions turn to normal. He has the satisfaction of seeing Bakugo faltering in confusion before the wave of purple slams back into him, completely snuffing out the red energy. Due to his manipulation, the ocean of purple is in turmoil, the waves of emotion slamming into him, begging and pushing to be let out. He walks out of the classroom, his entire body stiff with the effort of not letting his emotions burst out. He slowly makes his way towards the bathroom, and it's only when he's locked in a stall that he relaxes and lets the strain of what he's feeling show. He intended to take a break and try to calm down the turmoil in his soul, but anger surges back into him as he replays what happened in his mind. He doesn't regret what he did, but it was a stupid decision. Because of that one stupid decision, he had completely undone the calming effects his run earlier had on him, and now his entire emotional pool was unstable and in flux. The purple had darkened even further and was 1 or 2 shades away from forming into that gray black hole he so despised. But he didn't regret it. He had to make a stand, had to show Bakugo that things weren't the same as before. Sighing, he changed into the uniform and exited the stall. He splashed some water on his face before schooling his expression into something more acceptable. This particular situation was undesirable, but he knew how to cope. He could box it all up until he could go home and cry it all out. He put his headphones in, restarted his purple playlist, and exited the bathroom. From the looks of it, it seems that he wasn't in the bathroom for too long. He's not the last person to get back from changing, but it was pretty close. He then regretfully takes off his headphones because Aizawa-sensei's mouth is covered by that ridiculously long scarf. In fact, what kind of hero is their sensei? From what he's seen so far, he doesn't seem to be the type to wear something for no apparent reason. Clearly it worked in conjunction with his quirk. Cloth manipulation first came to mind, but he doesn't remember any hero with a quirk like that. Which is odd because he still kept up with modern hero news even if he wasn't as avid about it as before. Maybe it was something more subtle. The long scarf didn't give him much to go on, and the teacher was a little eccentric as evidenced by the sleeping bag from earlier. Perhaps he simply liked wearing long scarves. If you hadn't guessed by now, we're doing a quirk evaluation. The Ministry of Education still uses averages from students who don't use their quirks. It's irrational, but that doesn't matter. You'll be doing the same exercises but with free use of your quirk. Midoriya, you came in first in the practical portion of the exam. You go first, he said and threw the ball at him. I did what? He says incredulously, and the ball lands in his cupped hands. He had been blown by the revelation that they were doing a quirk evaluation. It had been obvious, but he had been too distracted by his emotions. This, though, was a complete surprise. He pointed at himself. I made first? Are you sure? Dude, did you not see it in the holographic when you got your confirmation letter? You almost broke the record with 95 points. This came from a guy on his right with bright red spiky hair. He sheepishly smiles because he remembers why he didn't know. I was, kinda distracted by All Might that I didn't really pay attention to the whole thing. That was an understatement. In fact, he doesn't remember a single thing from the projection other than the existence of rescue points. After he watched it the first time, he put it in his room and promptly forgot about it. 95 points though. He didn't keep track of how many villain points he had gotten, so he can't do the math and figure out how many rescue points he had gotten. Just how many points had he gotten for taking down the zero-pointer and rescuing Uraraka? He opened his mouth to ask if anyone knew when Aizawa-sensei spoke up. I figured it was something like that. Either way, you're up. The anxiety wraps around him like a molded yellow carpet. He wasn't in the right mood to be able to use his quirk, especially not after that fiasco with Bakugo just a few minutes ago. My quirk isn't the best for a demonstration. It takes a little time to build up strength, and I can only do that with my headphones on. He taps the headphones and hopes that Aizawa-sensei will let him off. To be put on the spot so suddenly, it was the exact scenario he had been hoping to avoid. If he used his quirk now, he didn't know what would happen. The turbulent ocean of purple had only calmed down because of the anxiety now flooding his system, and he was keeping the two from mixing and producing that horrendous brown color. He knew it was only a moment away from rising back up and wresting his control out of his metaphorical grip. Alright, Bakugo, you took second place. What's your record for the ball toss in junior high? Oh my god, no wonder Bakugo was glaring at him so hard earlier. While it wasn't out of the norm for him, Izuku had been thinking that his glare was a bit more intense than usual, but he had written it off. It had been nearly a year after all, and Bakugo held grudges like none other. He threw the ball back to Aizawa-sensei and tuned Bakugo out as he started to reply. In fact, he put his headphones on and took out his phone to cue up some songs for the quirk evaluation. Today was going so badly. Too many surprises and emotional upheavals. His emotional pool was an unstable mess, and it was too dangerous to draw on the energies that it was currently made out of. He couldn't pull on the purple because it would crest over the barrier it was contained in and flood his emotions, making him a crying wreck. He could use his anxiety for a little bit before it became too unbearable, and he did have his entire stockpile of energy he could draw on. The little bit of potent blue energy he had gotten from the entrance exam and a decent amount of green energy. That was all the power he could use unless he wanted to draw on his more negative emotions. He didn't draw on them other than to refresh the energy within it so his stockpile could grow, and even then he didn't fully experience the depth of that emotion like he usually did. He hadn't used his anger in any meaningful way until earlier today, and the potency of it had scared him. Delve too deep into that and he wouldn't be able to control himself. He felt himself calm down as he realized the options available to him. He might have to slack on some of the exercises, but that wouldn't be a problem. As Bakugo walked to the circle, Aizawa-sensei said one last thing. He didn't hear it, but he had raised his head out of his scarf, allowing him to read his lips. By the way, whoever scores last will be expelled from the hero course. Shock rippled through the class, but Izuku just clenched his jaw at the information. It didn't change anything. He would do his best until the rapid mood switches exhausted him or he ran out of all the energy he was willing to use. A sliver of blue raced through him, and he wondered how he didn't discover the energy type earlier. It responded to his resolve, and with time, it might even become his strongest energy pool with how easy it was to accumulate. The only emotion that came as easily was happiness, and that was mainly because of the music. Bakugo threw the ball an impressive 705 meters, thoroughly impressing him and the rest of the class. Izuku was intimately familiar with Bakugo's quirk, but the amount of power behind his throw was kind of insane. It made him curious if he would be able to match that score on a good day. It felt so arrogant to think so, but he thought he could do as well, if not better, if all the circumstances were right. All he needed was a relatively decent day and a brand new song that made him feel alive. If he had all of that and concentrated the entirety of his power on one throw, he couldn't even lie to himself and believe that he couldn't do better. His quirk was just that good. But for now, all he could do was land a few decent scores to stay ahead of the students that didn't have quirks that would benefit them in physical exercises. He felt bad for thinking it, but at the very least he could do better than the invisible girl. First up was the 50-meter dash, for which Izuku was grateful. He loved running and he knew he could do this. He would gladly dip into his green stockpile of energy for this task. Best part was that he could just burn through the energy in one swift action, ensuring that the energy didn't even touch his emotional pool. The uptight preppy guy that had been lecturing Bakugo was going at the same as him, as well as the guy with the tail mutation quirk. They both had pretty interesting mutation quirks. The engine guy's quirk in particular stood out to him, but he couldn't place exactly what it was about it that made it stand out. The three of them stood at the starting line, and Izuku kept his eyes on Aizawa, waiting for him to signal that they could go. He already circulated some of the green lightning throughout his body, so he was all ready to go. He heard the whistle blow, and he shoved his entire deposit of green energy straight into his body and took off. Immediately after taking off, he knew he couldn't catch up to the guy with the engine quirk. His quirk was literally built for speed, and Izuku couldn't match that. What did surprise him was the guy with the tail mutation was right on his heels. He was slamming his thick tail against the ground and propelling himself forward at a speed that threatened to surpass him if he slacked off. Engine guy tore through the finish lines, and Izuku made it through seconds later with the tail guy right on his heels. Aizawa-sensei shows them their scores, and Izuku feels proud when he sees his 5.25 seconds in between engine guy's 3.04 seconds and tail guy's 5.49 seconds. This score by itself should keep him above dead last. He only needs to muster the energy for one or two more tasks, one of them absolutely having to be the ball toss. The shock of making first place was slowly turning into a mild irritation. Making first place brought way too much attention upon him, and he didn't want to deal with the expectations everyone would have of him because of that. It made him a bit nervous. He was in the middle of slowly loosening the grip he had on his purple ocean when the engine guy waved a hand in front of him to capture his attention. Izuku put his headphones around his neck to hear what the guy had to say and was surprised when the guy bowed deeply and started apologizing. "I don't know if you remember, but I apologize for calling you out before the practical exam. I had assumed that your muttering meant you weren't taking it seriously, but I stand corrected by your near undisputed first place." The boy vigorously chopped his hand through the air. "I won't underestimate you again. Not only did you figure out the existence of the rescue points, but you also kept up with me in a test of speed despite my quirk being designed for just that. Truly, you belong here and you, just wow." First place definitely brought too much attention his way. He was highly embarrassed because the guy was making a scene, but he was so earnest that Izuku couldn't help but like him. Although he was remembering that this was indeed the guy that called him out for his muttering before the exam. "Thank you," he said and waved his hand dismissively. "It's water under the bridge, don't worry about it." And since they still didn't know each other's names, he stuck out his hand and introduced himself. "Midoriya Izuku, it's nice to meet you." This seemed to shock him a little bit before he shook his hand and introduced himself. "Forgive my manners, I should have introduced myself earlier. Ida Tenya. I'm Uraraka," Uraraka said, popping into the conversation. "Hey Midoriya, do you have any idea why that guy is glaring at you so much?" She then pointed over his shoulder at who he was sure was Bakugo. He groaned. The first day of school was so not the time to go digging up his and Bakugo's history. "Honestly, I have no idea," he said, which was technically the truth. He had no idea exactly why Bakugo did the things he did. He had no doubt that his accidental first place was seen as a personal offense by the other boy, but there was always something deeper coloring their interactions together. Truly, Izuku hardly understood it himself. "It's unbefitting of an UA student to act in such a way," Ida firmly commented as he looked over at Bakugo. It wasn't particularly funny, but the statement punched forth a small laugh out of him. UA was turning out to be so different than Aldra Junior High. Izuku had expected this, but even the students were turning out to be wildly different than he had been expecting. The rest of the activities were thankfully easy. In fact, it was so easy that with each activity they did, the more he calmed down. He didn't need his quirk to do sit-ups and the toe touch. The long-distance run? Practically made for him and his quirk. With the right songs, he felt like he could run forever sometimes. It even had the added addition of allowing him to focus on calming the ocean inside of him. Unsurprisingly, he got the best score outside of Ida on that activity. Finally, it was Izuku's turn on the ball throw, and despite himself he couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. He couldn't tell, but he felt like he just built up the expectations with his excuse earlier. There was no way he was even matching Bakugo's 705 meters, not on a bad day like this. His emotional pool of energy was still a deep purple, and a sudden power spike would just make it unstable, and he had just calmed it down. It was still only homeroom, and he didn't want to go through the rest of the day with 2 black holes inside of his chest. Using energy of a different color other than the one his emotional pool was currently made out of required concentration, and he theorized that it made his attacks about 50% less powerful since he couldn't boost it with his emotional core. He couldn't even let the 2 types of energy touch, or the dominant color would convert the other to its type. "I hope you're not planning on slacking off like you did with the grip strength," Izuku said as he walked past him. "I don't know what your quirk is, but I saw you at the practical exam. Give it your all, or I won't hesitate to expel you." Izuku gulped in spite of himself. The expulsion threat never had that much hold over him because he didn't desire to be a hero with the same type of intensity as before, but Izuku-sensei was super intimidating. And it would be super embarrassing to be expelled on the first day. First, he coated himself in a thick layer of blue energy. He didn't have much, but what little he did was very potent and condensed so much that he managed to cover his entire body. Fear and doubt are easier to deal with than sadness and depression, so yellow energy it is. His yellow basin was chock full of potent feelings. It was all of his fears and doubts from the last month stored up. The panic and terror he had felt after blasting the zero-pointer was a bright and intense sunlight yellow, and it intertwined with the mustard yellow dread that he had felt at going back to school. They mixed and flowed together but still retained their distinct shades. The rest of it was only low-grade anxiety and dread that he knew he could handle. He just had to use the worst of it during the throw. He started steadily pouring the energy inside of him, flinching when it first hit. Muted as it was, he could still feel it like a lead weight in his stomach. The way it oozed while it poured was such a contrast from the way it raced through his body when it finally hit. By the time he was full of all the fear energy, he could take his entire frame was slightly trembling. But that was it. He could feel tinges of the heart-stopping fear coming through, but it was muted by his powerful blue resolve. In fact, the blue had even slightly dulled the high awareness and sensitivity that came from his emotional pool. The implications that this had for his quirk was huge. The fact that this was possible without having an emotional breakdown meant that he could possibly use this with his other negative emotions. He had to hurry though. The fear ate and deteriorated the blue energy like a potent stomach acid. It seared everything it touched, a tart yellow against the cool blue of his determination. It was the old battle of willpower not giving up in the face of fear. He directed the majority of his energy to his right hand and then clenched his hand around the ball, gripping it hard enough so that his whole arm stopped trembling. At the same time, he condensed most of the power as he could. The lightning around him suddenly stopped, and he heard the sounds of confusion from his classmates. In a fairly dramatic move, he immediately whipped his arm up and threw the ball. As soon as he threw the ball, he knew that it didn't go as far as it could have. The initial throw had expended a lot of the energy, but there was only so much energy he could pack into his arm and hand. Even after the throw, he stayed in that pose for a second or two and continued to let all of the energy drain harmlessly out of him. Of course, after releasing that much emotional energy, he immediately had to sit down and let the catharsis just run through him. There has to be a more efficient way to release that much power, he thought. He never would have thought that he would have trouble releasing all of that power just because he was enhancing his physical abilities, but thinking back on it, it made sense. He could only augment his body so much before it couldn't hold the energy. Once his body was full, it would leak out of his body and affect his surroundings. Getting bigger and buffer would make a small difference, enough that he could unfortunately justify the time lifting weights and instead of doing cardio exercises, but in the long run he would never be able to release that much power unless he found a more efficient way. He was completely out of energy, and he was only slightly surprised to see a well of green flowing into his emotional pool. Relief and exhaustion felt good, and his ocean of purple was gone, having been amalgamated into the bitter yellow and then flushed out of his system. The ball landed, and Izuku-sensei held up his score for everyone to see. 500 meters. Whoa, somebody said. He smiled with satisfaction before tentatively getting up and joining his classmates. It was weird being the center of attention and not being at the end of a joke or insult. He stammered out a thanks to those who congratulated him and tried to shrink in on himself. After that emotional upheaval, he felt kind of raw despite the fact that he had been shielded from the worst of it. He pulled up the results and Izuku immediately started searching for his name. Despite knowing that there was no chance he was in last, he feels an even greater sense of relief when he sees his name in 5th place. And then he guiltily checks last place to see the poor BSTRD who got last place. Mineta Minoru? He didn't have to wonder for long who that was as the boy immediately made himself known. This isn't fair. He was immediately cut off by Aizawa-sensei who pinned Mineta with a scathing look. Fair? I expelled the entire class last year because they either lacked potential or didn't take this seriously. UA has high standards and as a teacher I'm allowed to choose who I teach. It's a privilege to be here, and not only did you come in last place but I also heard some of your comments on the females in this classroom. Be grateful I'm not expelling you outright and sending you to general studies instead. Holy shit. He couldn't breathe. Being brought to life in front of him was his worst fear for today. Being kicked out in such a mortifying and humiliating way in front of everybody. Despite what Aizawa-sensei said, Izuku kind of felt bad for him and he averted his eyes because he couldn't take it. And with that we're done here. There's a handbook detailing the rules and expectations UA has of you in the classroom and I suggest you all look over them when you have the chance. Mineta, come with me. Nobody moved or said a word until the two of them were gone. The rest of the day went by quickly after that. Even the novelty of being taught by famous pro heroes wore out within 10 minutes of each class and Izuku found himself wanting to go home more and more with each consecutive second. He still felt a bit overwhelmed from this morning and he barely had gotten any time to recollect himself. He was slightly out of his comfort zone and even though all he was doing was taking notes and reading through all the syllabi he had gotten, he couldn't relax. Before long though, school was finally let out and Izuku was finally free to go home. He didn't bolt out the door but his pace was definitely faster than usual. Already he could feel his stress uncoiling and he was about to put his headphones on when he heard Uraraka call his name. Midoriya. He looked back and saw her and Ida walking towards him. You listen to a lot of music, she said when they caught up. What type of music do you listen to? He hated that question so much, mostly because for him, listening to music was a very private experience. He wasn't an elitist, but sharing a piece of music with someone made his anxiety flare up. It was almost too NTMT of an experience. Like they were looking a piece of his soul itself. He shrugged his shoulders. A little bit of everything, really. What did you guys think of your first day? He asked in what he hoped wasn't a blatant attempt to change the topic of the conversation. Oh my god, Aizawa-sensei is so intense. I looked it up and he didn't lie. He actually expelled his whole class last year. There's no class 2A, said Uraraka. I admit the decision to send Mineta to general studies initially surprised me but thinking back on it I can't say I'm too surprised. This is UA after all, undoubtedly the top hero school in Japan. It makes sense that the teachers are given more power than a standard teacher would have. And if what Aizawa-sensei said is true then Mineta is truly lucky. UA's General Studies Department is almost as famous as its Hero Department. Ida nodded his head a little and then sharply brought his hand down through the air. You two did really well during the Quirk assessment. You both had the highest score in at least one category, he said in return. You did just as good, Midoriya. Even though you didn't land first place in any of the activities you still managed to get 5th place overall. Your infinite score on the ball toss was just as impressive, Uraraka. The fact you sent a ball to space with just your quirk is simply unfathomable, Ida said. The conversation flowed between the three of them until they made it to the train station where they bid each other goodbye. It wasn't until he was alone on the train that he realized his whole body was awash in a soothing mint green energy. So this is what having friends is like, he softly said. He hummed, letting the contentedness soak into him. It's quite nice. The next day Izuku woke up feeling considerably better than he had yesterday. He had a great night's sleep and for the first time in a long time he was excited to go to school. Gone was any nervousness he might have had. Yesterday he had been aboard a literal emotional roller coaster and he had managed it pretty damn well. Today, though, there was nothing stopping him from making this a good day. Except, of course, Bakugo Katsuki waiting for him on his route to school. Izuku stops and they stand there, just staring at each other. He squashes the anger that burns through him under a wave of green energy. It's too potent to be converted, so it just sits there, buried and muted. Frustratingly enough, his tongue is again locked as they stare at each other. There's so much to say, so many things he wants to express that he can't even get started. His frustration spreads through his body and his fingers twitch in annoyance as the energy coalesces in his hands. A small streak of red lightning accompanies it and Bakugo's eyes immediately zero in on it. You must have thought you were some type of a hotshot hiding a fancy elemental quirk all these years, Bakugo said snidely. Don't get a big FING head just because you got first place in that stupid, shitty but exam. Bullshit but rescue points. I got the most villain points. Explosion is way stronger than that weak but electric quirk. He punctuated his rant with a few explosions and defiantly stared at Izuku. The lock on his tongue is instantly incinerated from a flare of anger as he processes that first sentence. The rest of it was usual Bakugo speak, but that first part, "You think I hid my quirk from you?" he asks slowly and deliberately. His entire body tenses up and mentally he braces himself for the blaze of rage that will overtake him because he knows that no matter what Bakugo says it will set him off. Of course you did. Nobody has ever gotten a quirk past the age of 10, let alone at 14 or 15, Bakugo snaps back. There it is. The anger simply flies out of his control and his mouth is moving before he knows it. Not everything is about you. Do you think I enjoyed getting bullied for not having a quirk? Do you? Are you that stupid to believe that if I had gotten a quirk when I was younger that I wouldn't have told everyone who would listen to me? You can't see past your ego for 1 second and realize that the world doesn't revolve around you. In what effing world do I care about you enough to hide my own quirk from everybody I know? The fury races through him eagerly, spurring him on now that it has finally found an acceptable target. He allows it but doesn't let so much of a spark come from his body. Even at this point he still wants this to somehow de-escalate. They aren't at the point where he'd be in a bad mood afterwards. Shut up. Bakugo yells, and there's a certain type of rawness and desperation to it that makes Izuku pause until he hears the next sentence. You'll always be a shitty useless Deku. For 5 terrifying seconds he loses all control over his power as he is swept away in a flash flood of rage. He's literally seeing red as his body is engulfed in crimson lightning and he scrambles to get his emotions in any semblance of order. It was all of his past trauma wrapped up in one name. Hearing it again felt like a fire iron was being dipped straight into his soul, his emotional pool. Thankfully the initial reaction passes and he quickly wrangles the energy back inside of him. He looks over at Bakugo who is staring at him with wide eyes. Don't call me that, he spits out and leaves. The nickname rings through his head and taunts him. He is still angry but now at himself for reacting too strongly. He was past Bakugo. Even though it had only been a year since they'd last seen each other or even spoke, Izuku had firmly left him in his past. He had avoided thinking about him for so long that he had dropped out of his mind entirely and Izuku had found himself better off for it. But he had lost control of his emotions and even scarier, his quirk. He didn't want to be like Bakugo, whose entire personality was based off of explosion. The fact that he could never quite fully hide his quirk bothered him, but he ignored it because there was nothing he could do about it. Fully controlling all the errant sparks and flashes of lightning in his eyes would mean to be in total control of his emotions, which was flat out impossible. He wanted to be more than his quirk, but he couldn't because his quirk was literally intertwined with a core part of his being. Still, if this incident taught him anything, it was that his control over his quirk was simultaneously good but worse than he had thought. For all that he was starting to associate his emotions and his quirk as the same thing, his control over his quirk had always been iron tight. There was no controlling his actual emotions, no choosing which color he wanted his emotional pool to be other than influencing it with external factors like a different color of energy or doing something like taking a shower or listening to a new song. His feelings ran freely and wildly and he was basically at their whim. His anger had been so fierce when he heard his old nickname that it had overloaded not only his reservoir, but his emotional pool and body. And with nowhere left to go, it went out of his body. Once at the train station, he deliberately missed his usual train and instead waited for the next one. He needed some time to calm down, or rather, some time to want to calm down. He was just so irritated. Every time he thought about it, a bolt of irritation ran through him and jostled his emotional pool. He clenched his teeth and physically forced his leg to stop bouncing. It was an unconscious habit. Even before he had his quirk, all the energy he had to go somewhere, and the habit was particularly nasty now that he did have a quirk. Without his direction, the energy in his body gravitated towards his leg and was slowly but surely making his leg bounce faster and faster until it was moving faster than any regular person could manage. He tipped his head back against the bench he was sitting on and closed his eyes. He took a deep, long breath and slowly let it out, imagining all the red energy exiting his body. He lets his hands unclench and he relaxes his shoulders. And then he just let it all go. Just stopped caring about it until the next time he had to deal with it. The irritation was still there, but it was muted, and as long as he didn't think about it, it would stay that way. He opened his eyes and sighed, grateful that Bakugo for some reason had waited until today to confront him instead of yesterday. Give him an hour or two and he'll be fine, but the same couldn't be said for yesterday. He was half an hour late by the time he arrived at UA, but it couldn't be helped. He was turning the corner to the hallway his classroom was on when he bumped into someone. His words died in his mouth as he saw who it was. Jesus Christ, he couldn't catch a FING break. Standing in front of him was the symbol of peace, and despite himself, Izuku couldn't help but notice that he was wearing his costume from the Golden Age. Any hope that All Might didn't recognize him disappeared as the hero looked at him and said, "Hey, don't I know you?" Izuku winced slightly. "I'm sorry, I think you have the wrong person. We've never met before." The bold-faced lie was out of his mouth before he could stop it. He saw All Might's eyebrows draw together in confusion before he shook his head. "No, I'm certain. You were the kid that saw my—" "Wait a minute." His eyes are drawn to the uniform Izuku is wearing. "I thought you were quirkless?" Izuku sighed, careful to hide how frustrated he really was at this. "I was at the time. I didn't lie about that. And I didn't tell anybody about what I saw on the rooftop either, if that's what you were worried about." He didn't benefit from telling anybody about All Might's weakness, and he wasn't so petty as to leak it out of spite. "I'm sorry that I caused you to misplace the bottle the sludge villain was contained in. Thank you for making sure my mistake didn't cause anybody else harm." Well, any permanent harm. If the experience had affected Bakugo any, Izuku sure as hell couldn't tell. He spun on his heel and left. He had said all that needed to be said, and he had absolutely no desire to prolong the conversation any longer. "Wait a minute," he heard from behind him, but he sped up his steps and quickly stepped into classroom 1A. The entire classroom was staring at him, including Aizawa-sensei, but compared to being out there having a conversation with All Might, it was preferable. "Midoriya, you're late." He nodded his head and tried to look suitably guilty at the fact. I accidentally missed my train." "Don't make it a habit. Close the door and sit down." He made his way to his seat and almost did a double take when he thought he saw Mineta sitting down behind his desk. Whereas Mineta was short and had dark purple hair, this new guy was tall, taller than Izuku by a couple of inches, and his hair was wild and more of an indigo color to Mineta's great purple. Not too long after he had sat down, All Might came barreling through the door. "I am coming through the door like a normal person." Despite the fact that he had just seen the man himself a couple of seconds ago, he had to deliberately still his face into something neutral as the rest of the class around him started screaming in excitement. In fact, aside from him, the only other person that didn't react was a guy a couple of seats away from him on his left. He was in front of him, so he couldn't see the boy's face, but his hair was distinctive enough. Like another guy in class, he had red hair but only on the left side of his head, and it was a dark maroon red. The right half was completely white like snow. The guy must have sensed that someone was looking at him, because he turned around and the two of them made eye contact. The first thing he noticed was the massive burn scar surrounding his left eye. That brought his attention to the boy's mismatched color eyes. the left one a brilliant turquoise and the right one a more normal, softer brown. The guy has so many defining features that Izuku feels a brief moment of jealousy. More than once he's been described as plain or simple, and while he's come to terms with that, this guy is so striking that it's bringing up one of his old complexes. Izuku gestures to the cacophony around them and softly rolls his eyes. He's very aware of the fact that just a year ago he would be acting exactly like his classmates right now. But now all he feels is a mild annoyance that he tries to stifle. Briefly he wonders whether he too had a weird grudge against All Might or if that was just his natural demeanor. Judging from the boy's reaction, it might be the latter, as he resolutely faces forward again without even acknowledging Izuku. The sense of disappointment that comes from that is unusually strong, but he shakes it off. He's immediately distracted as Aizawa-sensei regains control of the class with a brief flash of what must be his quirk. There's no visible effect other than his hair raising and his eyes flashing red, but once Izuku catches a glimpse of the goggles resting around his neck, all the facts slide into place. Eraserhead! He stands up and shouts triumphantly, pointing as his sensei. He instantly regrets it as everybody in the classroom stares at him again, and he has to visibly stop himself from looking at Bakugo and All Might. "You're, the pro-hero Eraserhead, right?" he asks. Aizawa nods. "Correct. Now, as I was saying before I was interrupted, the costume designs you guys sent in with your application were studied and made by the support department. If you have any problems or complaints, take it to them, not me. I suggest you be polite because over the course of your 3 years at UA, the heroics department relies heavily on the equipment provided by the support department." He clicks a button and square-shaped pods start exiting from the wall. A streak of excitement laced through him. He had nearly forgotten about his costume. The design he had sent in had been more about the equipment than the aesthetic, which was fairly simple and nondescript. "Shinso, as a new arrival to the hero course, your costume is still in the process of being made. For today, use your gym uniform." And with that, their homeroom teacher zipped himself back up in his sleeping bag. Izuku made his way to his costume and retrieved it from the pod. Almost reverently, he opened it and gazed at what lay within. There were instructions at the top resting on the costume, but he pushed it out of the way for now and lifted the costume slightly up in the air. The color scheme was dark green and black, with green for the filling and black for the seams. The dark green was dull until it caught and reflected the light, making it shine slightly. It was absolutely perfect. He set it down, satisfied with what he saw, and picked up the instructions. He read through them briefly and felt his excitement grow when he saw that everything he requested was there. He quickly followed the other boys to the locker room so he could put his costume on. The first thing that entered his mind when he put it on was that it fit like a glove. His movements were seamless and the fabric was heavy and durable enough for him to not feel exposed, but light enough that he had no problem moving. Equipment-wise, he had asked for a pair of matching headphones and earbuds and a slot for him to securely place his phone on top of the audio file with his quirk analysis notes. He was really excited to see that connected to the suit there was a piece of equipment that looked like a mouthguard, but it should be a soundproof box that would allow him to sing without feeling too self-conscious. Whoever had designed his costume had built a speaker into the suit itself that could be controlled by a voice command or through the use of a very small screen that was built onto its arm. And the coolest part of it all? It was all powered by his quirk. Once he had everything on, he looked at himself in the mirror and found himself struck by a strong sense of surrealism. The whole situation was bizarre and almost unbelievable. He was attending UA and he had a quirk that was strong enough to net himself first place in the entrance exam. All of his old dreams and wishes had come true. He blinked back the tears that were forming and took a photo so that he could send it to his mom. Once he was finished with that, he exited the locker room and made his way to the fake city that their heroics training would take place in. He made sure to take a place in the back when he arrived and resolutely stared at All Might's chest the entire time it took for him to explain what they were doing today. The idea of doing open battle combat against each other would have normally surprised him. It was only the second day of school. But it matched what he knew and expected from UA and All Might himself. In fact, when the teams were being picked, he was extremely happy to see that he was paired with Uraraka, which meant that he had avoided having to acquaint himself to a new classmate. He was feeling pretty good about the whole thing when the other shoe dropped. All Might reveals the letters of the two teams who are slated to go first, and he looks around to find out who exactly Team H is when he sees Bakugo grinning at him in anticipation. A large jolt of irritation runs through him, and he can feel the old anger from earlier returning to him. He couldn't catch a FNG break, could he? It was like the universe was conspiring against him. First Bakugo in the morning, then All Might when he got to school, and for the hat trick he had to fight Bakugo because of All Might. The anger in his chest feels like spikes as it digs and burrows its way into him further when Bakugo walks past him and says, "You better show me that power from this morning, Deku." He doesn't experience that jarring feeling of his power slipping out of his control, but it's close, only tempered by the fact that he knew what to expect. He let out the breath he was holding and walked up to Uraraka. "So we're the heroes, huh?" he asked. She nodded nervously but pumped her fist. "Let's do our best." "Right," he said enthusiastically, trying to match her attitude. "Do you have a plan? Because I have a couple of ideas." "Yeah, I have a few as well, but I got a question first. What exactly is your quirk? Looking at your costume, it obviously music related in some type of way, but I'm confused on the specifics," she asked. The question threw him for a loop, but only because he wasn't expecting it. "My quirk's called Radiohead, and whenever I listen to music I get energy that I can either use now or stockpile for later. I can make myself stronger and throw electricity around." He paused to make sure he included everything relevant, but that was basically the gist of it. She handed him the map and a small earpiece. He grimaced at it slightly. To use it he would have to dedicate one ear to it, which would severely limit the amount of power he had available to him. He didn't think it was going to be a problem now, but it was something that would have to be remedied later. He pocketed it for now. He'd put it in only if they were separated from each other. They had been given 10 minutes to prepare and devise a plan. But Izuku knew that Bakugo would leave Ida to guard the bomb to come hunt him down. He was predictable like that. And in a straight-up fight Uraraka wouldn't fare well against Bakugo, not with her quirk requiring physical contact. She'd have to be the one to scout the base. The building plans that All Might had given them showed that every room had at least one window, and she could use her quirk to float and peek through the windows. She agreed to his plan readily enough, and he felt a slight wave of relief go through him. He really didn't want to involve her in the feud between him and Bakugo. He took the rest of the time to prepare himself mentally for what was coming up. In the end he knew that it was always gonna end up like this. Him versus Bakugo. Ever since his quirk had come in, the clock had been ticking down silently, but now the time had come. He put his headphones on but didn't put on any music. Listening to music made him happy, but the upcoming battle wasn't something he was going to take pleasure in. He didn't want to fight Bakugo at all, but he was going to because he had to. The only thing this was going to be was a chore that he had to hunker down and do as efficiently as possible so he could be rid of it already. A dark royal blue surged out of him, and he let himself sink into the emotion but was careful to not fully submerge in it. His blue energy was the easiest to control. It didn't do anything he didn't want it to do. No errant flashes of sparks or lightning. The only sign of him using his quirk was his eyes. "You ready?" He turned to face her and ignored the slight JRK she gave at the sight of his eyes. Glowing eyes were hardly the most unusual sign of a quirk, but he knew it was different when the entire eye changed color. Something about it just unsettled people. She hummed in affirmation. All Might gave the symbol, and two of them used her quirk to float their way to the middle floors. The plan was for the two of them to look for the bomb until they either ran into Bakugo or Bakugo found them. Once separated, Uraraka would find the bomb and pass along the information. There was no concrete plan after that. It all depended on how their separate battles went. They had a couple advantages in that it was always easier to attack than defend, and Izuku had gotten a pretty good look at all of their quirks the day before, so he knew what everyone was capable of. For him, ideally what would happen is that while he was holding off Bakugo, Uraraka would get past Ida and past the whole thing. But he couldn't count on that happening. Ida's own quirk was very strong, and the only thing keeping him from blitzing Uraraka was that it only took one touch from her to take him out of this match. And from what little he knew of the boy, he figured that Ida would err on the side of caution and avoid Uraraka to the best of his ability. It didn't take long for Bakugo to find them, despite their attempts at being stealthy. "Go!" he shouted at Uraraka. Bakugo grinned and started rushing them. She ran off and he stuck the earpiece in and finally let himself sink into the deep rich blue energy that was filling him. Remember, Izuku. Get this over as quickly as possible. There was a part of him that was reluctant to use his power against Bakugo, and for once it had nothing to do with Bakugo himself. He had so much power at his fingertips, and the thought of using it against a person kind of scared him. But he knew that Bakugo wouldn't hesitate, so he crushed that part of himself and let his resolve guide his actions as he took advantage of his former friend's telegraphed right hook. As he slammed Bakugo into the ground, he felt a wild mix of emotions. A tiny bit of elation. An inkling of fear. Those were the smaller emotions he felt, but most of all he felt satisfaction. Because this was irony at its best. Years of bullying had made Izuku intimately familiar with Bakugo's quirk, but more importantly, his fighting style. And all that knowledge allowed him to start this battle with one hell of a head start. While Bakugo was still stunned from the blow, he put his hand over his face and let loose as much electricity as he dared. Optimistically, this would have been enough to put him out of the fight entirely, but Bakugo managed to retain at least enough sense to send a punch his way, aided by an explosion big enough to knock Izuku back a couple of feet. Quickly got back to his feet, expecting a harsh counterattack to already be coming his way, but Bakugo was still getting back on his feet, twitching all the while. If looks could kill, Izuku would be dead 3 times over. The expression on his face was that severe, and Izuku ignored the small bit of fear that instinctively rose at the sight. He knew that his quirk raised his durability, but he had never gotten the chance to really test how much. Uraraka had saved him from falling after he took down the zero-pointer, and while he would like to believe he would have gotten out of that unscathed, he had no idea. But one of Bakugo's explosions? He knew that the explosion he was just hit with was nowhere near Bakugo's full strength, but it had been one fueled by at least a little panic and desperation at his situation. And Izuku hadn't felt it at all. He was more hurt by the fall that the explosion caused than the actual explosion itself. As Bakugo rose to his feet, the only thing going through Izuku's mind was, "I don't have to be afraid of you anymore. You can't ever hurt me again." Bakugo lunged at him with a snarl, and Izuku immediately shrouded himself with lightning, which made the boy pull to an abrupt stop. While he had the time, he pulled out the capture tape and wrapped some of it around his hands. He was aware that Bakugo was saying something, but even without music playing, his headphones canceled out sound pretty well, and he kept his eyes off of Bakugo's face so he didn't accidentally read his lips. And because Izuku was already sick of this, he approached this time, pouring a decent amount of energy into a speed boost. He approached from below to avoid getting knocked out of the sky, but it didn't matter in the end. Right before he would have made contact, Bakugo let loose an absurdly large explosion that sent him flying back. Even though he didn't feel the physical effects of the explosion, the sound and light from it disoriented him, and by the time he rolled to a stop, Bakugo was already jetting towards him. He couldn't get back on his feet in time, but he did manage to get on his knees. Not that it mattered much. In one swift move, Bakugo simultaneously ripped off his headphones and set off an explosion right next to his ear. Ag! The pain was excruciating, but Izuku rode through the pain and reflexively let off a blast of his own. Bakugo went flying as he was hit by a miniature version of the blast he hit the zero-pointer with. At this small of a scale, the recoil was negligent and he barely felt it. Immediately afterwards, he clamped his hands over his ears in an attempt to stop the ringing. Thankfully, Bakugo had let go of his headphones and he made his way towards them once he staggered back to his feet. The dust filling the hallway obscured his sight, but he knew that Bakugo was still down there, hopefully as injured as Izuku was. He jumped in surprise when he heard Uraraka's voice in his ear. He had to switch the earbud to his other ear because it was still ringing painfully. "Midoriya, I found the bomb. It's in the middle of the 9th floor." He brought his hand up to his ear. "All right, I'm still fighting Bakugo, but I'll make my way there if I have the time." "Oi, Deku." Bakugo's voice pierced through the smoke. "Don't think you're FANG special just because you tanked one of my explosions. You'll always be beneath me, and don't you ever think otherwise, you useless nerd." He spat out the words with such ferocity that Izuku would have been cowed if he hadn't heard much of the same for his entire life. Instead, he strained his eyes to catch a glimpse of Bakugo through the dissipating smoke. He found him standing upright with one of his arms stretched out, pointing straight at Izuku. Let's see if you can take this if you think you're so much better than me. Bakugo pulled the pin on his costume, and the only thing on Izuku's mind as he dodged was that he should have known that the grenade casings on his wrists weren't just for show. The explosion tore through the hall, stunning him with how loud and forceful it was. He felt like he was in the middle of an earthquake with how badly the building shook. He had managed to duck into a side room to avoid being directly hit, but he could feel the air heating up and the room he was in growing considerably less stable with each passing second. Finally, the blast petered out and he sat there shocked at the ferocity of the explosion. Maybe he would have survived an explosion of that caliber, but Bakugo had no way of knowing that. Even if he had survived, he definitely would have been severely injured. Okay, that is enough. The shock quickly turned into a black crystalline anger that had him standing up and marching out of the door to give Bakugo a piece of his mind. In fact, he was nearly out the door when his body froze. Do I really want to do this? Is this what I want? The abrupt moment of rationality set him off, but now that he was thinking about it, he couldn't let the process go unfinished. It reminded him of that rooftop, how he weighed the pros and cons of ending his life. The process was detached from a part of him, like it wasn't even him doing the thinking. If he was going to do this, he had to be committed to it 100%. Because what he was feeling right now wasn't anger, didn't even compare to what he thought he knew of rage. No, what he was feeling was pure wrath, and if he went out there and fought, he didn't know if he could stop. The thought simultaneously chilled and infuriated him. He wanted to be selfish and give in to his emotions, but he couldn't. Not when his power was fueled by his emotions. He had to be better if he was ever going to be a hero. He stepped back, entirely unsatisfied. The wrath hadn't abated in the slightest, and it felt like ice was sliding through his veins as it flowed through him. Every bit of it demanded that he go out there and show exactly what he was capable of, but that was what Bakugo wanted. His thoughts went back to yesterday. How even a simple interaction with Bakugo had ruined his mood. If he went out there, it'd be 100x worse. It would prove that he hadn't actually left Bakugo behind like he thought he did. That thought choked off the impulse to go out, but the wrath lingered, suffusing his body. Well, if I can't win the battle, I'm gonna win the war. It was never about beating him anyways. And this'll bring me almost as much satisfaction as beating his face in wood. He cleared his throat and brought his hand up to his ear. Uraraka, you said the bomb was in the middle of the 9th floor? Her voice came through and he could hear the worry in her voice. Yeah. I'm there now, but Ida cleared the room so I couldn't use my quirk. What was that big explosion? Are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine, he said. He took the earbud out and put on his headphones. He quickly put the song he was looking for, knowing that his time was running out before Bakugo noticed something was up. Be above it, YouTube, be above it, Spotify, be above it, Apple Music. Gotta be above it. 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 He approached the wall that was facing the outside and brought forth the black energy in his hand. He punched it and the wall gave away easily. He put on the pseudo-mouth guard so he wouldn't breathe in the dust and jumped out. This part of his plan was frustratingly reminiscent of Bakugo and the way he used his quirk to propel himself through the air, but he ignored it. He put his hands out below him and let the energy inside of him loose. The wrath inside of him seemed to balk at the way it was being used. It didn't flow as fiercely as it did just a few moments ago, but it conformed to his will and rocketed him through the air. Ordinarily this would have excited him, but he just poured on the speed, hardly paying attention to the fact that he was basically flying. The wrath energy was consumed rapidly, and by the time he burst through the wall on the 9th floor, he only had about a quarter of it left, which was absolutely insane. The black energy was incredibly dense and potent, and he had a lot of it. And nearly all of that energy was gone for a few seconds of flight. Not skipping a beat, he burned through some more of the wrath energy to speed himself up, not caring about being efficient with it. In seconds he had reached the room Uraraka and Ida were in. They were below him, meaning that he had miscounted floors during his brief flight, but thankfully the room the bomb was in connected to the 10th floor. Ida stared at him in shock and started to make his way towards the bomb, but he was tagged by Uraraka and he immediately started to spin rapidly in the air, his thrusters working against him. Izuku jumped off the platform to land on the bomb, securing their win. The wrath inside of him crackled and snapped its satisfaction. It understood just as he did that above all else. Bakugo hated losing. Izuku had lost the battle, but he had won the war, and decisively at that. Hero team wins. All Might's booming voice came through the speakers and was punctuated by a faint explosion that had to be Bakugo. Izuku slowly let go of the energy he was using and sat down on the bomb with his eyes closed. The music was still playing in his ear and he focused his attention on it as he filtered the black energy out of his body and back into his stockpile until he knew his eyes were their normal color. The depress didn't take long. The exhaustion he was feeling made it easier, and now that he could focus on the music, it was starting to affect his emotions. He was still set off at Bakugo, but like earlier this morning, he forced himself to let it go for now. He wasn't going to let Bakugo ruin his mood and color his interactions with his friends. He slid off the bomb and walked towards Ida and Uraraka. Ida was hunched over and Uraraka was patting his back sympathetically. There didn't seem to be any vomit on the floor, but his face was definitely tinted a pale green. As he approached them, he noticed that the room was noticeably bare of any items that Uraraka could use her quirk on. He mentally praised Ida for his foresight. With his speed, he would have been able to literally run circles around her. "You okay, Ida-kun?" "Yeah," he said faintly. "I think I'm gonna be fine." He stood up and fitted his costume back over his mouth. "We should get going, but first, congratulations to you two. As much as I don't like losing, you two did very well. You did really good as well. Cleaning the floor so there weren't any items for Uraraka to use was really good thinking." Uraraka nodded. "I couldn't even do anything. We wouldn't have won if Midoriya didn't beat Bakugo." He snorted. "Oh no, I didn't beat him. I snuck off and made a beeline to the bomb after he let loose that big explosion. They probably would have won if not for that." "Ah, I was wondering what that explosion was. You guys were duking it out." Uraraka brought her fists and jabbed at the air in front of her a couple of times. Izuku laughed, and he felt the lingering traces of his wrath reside as his happiness took over. After the battle, the whole class reviewed it together, and All Might labeled Ida as the MVP of the match. One of the students provided such a detailed and thorough breakdown of the match that had Izuku internally cringing inside. Only Ida escaped any criticism. Izuku's last stunt was criticized as slightly reckless, as he had left a villain unattended despite the fact that it had won them the game, and Uraraka had apparently let her guard down sometime during the match. He didn't let it bother him though. He knew he was slightly bending the spirit of the match, and that had been the entire point. Sure, in real life a real villain would have followed him, and with Bakugo's quirk it was only a matter of when, but he wanted a decisive end to the match. And the less said about Bakugo's actions the better. The whole time Izuku had been expecting Bakugo to explode with rage, but he hadn't heard a peep from him and he didn't chance a look. Before long the second match was starting and Izuku took out his phone to take some notes. The boy who had raced alongside him and Ida yesterday was on the villain's team along with the invisible girl. On the hero team was the red and white-haired boy from earlier this morning, and he was paired with a guy who had multiple arms. Izuku's jaw dropped open as the dual-colored boy froze the entire building. His left side of his body was frozen for some reason he couldn't discern, but he proceeded to calmly walk through the building and capture the bomb. Another wave of shock washed over him as the boy produced a massive wave of heat that washed over the building, quickly melting the ice and freeing the villains that were trapped. Izuku frantically took notes, his fingers flying across his screen. What a ridiculously strong quirk. The power output that the boy had was crazy, especially from someone their own age. The ice had been impressive, but it had made sense. He had seen it travel across the building, which meant that his quirk had spread through the building itself. The unbelievable part was that wave of heat that had melted the ice in just a couple of seconds. And he hadn't even been touching the building directly. He had been touching the bomb when he melted them. What did he have? An ice and heat quirk? No, he was betting that it was ice and fire based on the boy's hair color. While it was possible the hair color was genetic, like how green ran in his family, he didn't. His train of thought was broken when he felt someone touch his shoulders. "Midoriya, you're muttering," Uraraka whispered. He looked up and found his classmates staring at him. Embarrassment flashed through him and he put his phone back in his pocket. "Sorry guys," he apologized. One of the students waved him off. He had bright yellow hair that had a black lightning-shaped streak on the left side. Don't worry about it. I mean, it's kind of creepy at first because I didn't know what it was, but it's no big deal. The guy next to him nodded in agreement. Yeah man, don't worry about it. That fight earlier was super manly. Yeah, I see why you made first in the entrance exam. Your Quirk's super strong. Everyone here is so friendly. It's such a stark difference from middle school that it's almost overwhelming. The three boys introduced themselves and Izuku committed their names to memory as best as he could. Kaminari Denki, Kirishima Aijuru, and Sirohanta. Thankfully the attention on him lessened as the students returned and the next battle started. He pulled his phone back out and took a couple of notes, occasionally stopping to make sure he wasn't muttering too much. Sooner than he expected the battles were over and All Might dismissed the class, speeding off in a hurry. He hadn't been thinking about it, but he realized that his time limit must have been up. He's leaving the locker room when he sees All Might again, this time in his unempowered form. It takes him a moment to recognize him, but when he does he can't help but pull a face and clack his teeth together in mild irritation. Too much to hope for, wasn't it? To expect that he would be satisfied with our conversation earlier. He stops himself as he looks at the people around him. It's Toshinori when I'm like this, All Might says politely. Can we talk please? At any other time he would have lost his cool at learning All Might's name. Even now it still elicits a strong flash of green energy from him that he largely ignores. I don't think there's anything we need to talk about, he says pointedly. I said everything I needed to say earlier. I need to. Izuku cuts him off with a sharp gesture because his tolerance for this conversation is quickly running out, and once again it's not even All Might's fault. He goes to continue, but belatedly he looks around, suddenly aware of who was around them. This wasn't a conversation that could be avoided and best done in private. He sighs and pinches his nose. He was being silly and spiteful and stubborn for no reason. Come on. He waved to All Might. They walked together in silence until they were outside and away from people. I don't hate you, he starts and stares ahead, not looking at All Might. You did the right thing. The words come out slowly as if he's reading from a script. He's trying to capture that feeling he had when he listened to Play Ball. All those months ago, but those feelings had been largely put to rest by now. I was setting myself up for failure, he says, and the words burn, but he ignores it. It's not your fault that you had to be the one to let me down, and nothing you could have said would have made it better. You don't need to apologize for that. All Might speaks up. I wanted to apologize anyway. I'm sure there was a way I could have let you down easier, and I shouldn't have left you on that rooftop alone. Izuku flinches, but All Might continues. I should have escorted you home at the very least, but I had to deal with the sludge villain, which, by the way, was completely my fault. I never should have been so careless with it, and my actions led to another child being harmed. Even now I should have stopped Bakugo before he shot at you. He's surprised to hear that All Might sounds genuinely remorseful. At first his mind delivers a scathing commentary about how he should be the sad one, but only because he's so used to thinking negatively about All Might. It's hard to wade through the instinctive wave of hurt, anger, grief that comes up whenever he thinks of All Might. All Might. Bakugo. Do it. Those three things are representations of the worst day of his life that he mostly tried to forget about. He sighs. You're being too hard on yourself. I won't lie and say that it didn't hurt because it did. But it happened, and I like to believe that I'm past that now. He deliberately ignores the last part of what All Might said. All Might should have stopped him, but it was FANG Bakugo. Izuku knows better than anyone else how he was. There's silence for a couple of seconds, and Izuku bites his lips in deliberation, before saying the rest of what he wanted to say. I don't think I can forgive All Might yet, he says slowly. Even with his quirk, he can't get rid of the lingering resentment that rises whenever he hears the name. But I think we can be friends, Toshinori-san. It's nice to meet you, he says, and turns around and faces him for the first time during this conversation. He holds out his hand and gives him a small smile. To his credit, he immediately gets what Izuku is saying. I'll know. Toshinori smiles brightly and clasps their hands together. I'm Toshinori Yagi, and it's nice to meet you too. They stay like that for a few seconds before Izuku disengages. I should probably get back to class. I was late to one class today already. And if this keeps up, Ito was going to lecture him. Let me write you a tardy slip, then. Walking down the halls, Izuku sees that he had signed his real name instead of All Might. When he gives it to Ectoplasm, he doesn't give Izuku anything more than a cursory glance before giving it back. Izuku carefully puts the note in one of his folders and smiles when he thinks about how excited past Izuku would be if he knew that he had All Might's signature. And not just any signature, a signature of his real name. It was almost definitely one of a kind. He doesn't notice it himself until the next PRD, so used to ignoring him he is, but Bakugo skipped the rest of the day sometime after hero training. He hears Kaminari and Kirishima talk about it, but he puts it out of his mind a couple of moments later. He's left leaving Bakugo behind, and it's not his business on what Bakugo does or doesn't do. That's how he wants to act, but even now he knows what Bakugo's going through. It's so obvious to him, and he can't stop his mind from putting the clues together. His view of the world had been upturned, and Izuku had played a large part in that. Not only had he lost, but he had lost to Deku of all people. Useless, formerly quirkless Deku. Sure, Izuku placed first in the entrance exam, but Bakugo had gotten the most villain points, and to him that's all that mattered. Rescue points were just janky bullshit to him, and though he didn't place first in the Quirk assessment test, he had done better than Deku at third place. But when it truly mattered, when it came down to combat, he had lost on every level. Their fight wasn't exactly one-sided, but Izuku had countered his moves and tanked his blows. And when Bakugo used a move that couldn't be tanked, Izuku had dodged and used that blow as a cover to win the match a few seconds later. His physical abilities and keen intellect had lost, and Bakugo couldn't look within far enough to understand why. How had he lost to Deku? Maybe he wasn't exactly right, but he was sure it was something along those lines. It disgusted him that he had such a deep insight of Bakugo's psyche, but in the 10 months that had passed, Bakugo hadn't changed one bit, while Izuku sometimes felt like he was living a dream from how surreal his life had become. Despite how emotionally heavy today had been, Izuku left school feeling pretty upbeat. It was a surprise, but also proof of the fact that he was getting better. He had faced his past today and came out better for it. He walked home with a slight spring in his step, and his eyes tinted a lime green. Tension, interlude. YouTube, tension, interlude. Spotify, tension, interlude. Apple Music. Good work on yesterday's combat training, Aizawa-sensei said. I saw the video and results. Bakugo, you're talented, so don't act like a kid. Izuku tenses a little, old habits die hard, but all Bakugo says is, I know, and Aizawa moves on. Now I'm afraid that we have an important matter to settle before we can move on. At that, Izuku tenses up even more, because from the way his luck has been running the past few days, it's inevitably something designed to test both his quirk and emotions. Sorry about the late notice, but today you guys will decide on a class representative. Relief blooms in Izuku's stomach at those words. Hero school or not, being a class rep is the last thing he wants to do. He's perfectly happy to sit back and watch as his classmates all scramble to be the one chosen. Eventually, Ida proposes they all vote on the person they want to be class rep, with voting for yourself being allowed. Izuku confidently writes down Ida's name with the expectation that when the results are posted he'll see a 0 beside his name. Which is why he's absolutely gobsmacked when the results are counted and he ends up with 3 votes. I got 3 votes? He asks faintly. Who would vote for me? I didn't even vote for myself. Ida seems distraught over not getting the position, but he pushes up his glasses and smiles encouragingly at him. Which is probably why people voted for you. Your judgment and capabilities when under heavy pressure stands out given how little we know about each other. Another student nodded in agreement and said, your quirk is powerful, but you're friendly and down to earth. During your battle with Bakugo you were angry but kept your emotions in check long enough to win the battle. He looked over and saw that it was the girl with the frog mutation. Not to mention that you placed first in the entrance exam, she continues. One of his ears twitched in irritation. Placing first in the entrance exam continued to haunt him. Yeah, you took out that 0-pointer and saved me. Uraraka cheerfully adds. Before he can say anything about Uraraka saving him in return, Kirishima comes over and slaps him on the back. You're super manly. I don't have a problem with this. The praise knocked him over and he had to tamp down on his quirk to prevent any leakage. All of this was so new, having friends, being complimented. It all threatened to overwhelm him, and he had to wipe a tear from his eye before anybody noticed. There it is, your class rep is Midoriya with Yaoyorozu being the deputy class rep. Aizawa drones from his sleeping bag and then moves on to the next topic. Instantly a dark mustard yellow spoils the effervescent green light inside of him as his reasons for not wanting the position in the first place rose above the high he had gotten from the praise. Like Kirishima, the rest of the class seems to have no problem accepting him as their class rep, and he desperately looks at Bakugo for a sense of normalcy. He looks as angry as Izuku is confused, and even though it's Bakugo, he's glad that someone else realizes how out of the norm this is for him. After that, he has trouble paying attention in class because his mind will forget about it for 5 minutes, and then once he remembers, his anxiety literally floods his body. By lunch he's an anxious mess and he wonders if every school day is going to be like this. It's not going to be that bad, Ida consoles him. It's good to experience things out of your comfort zone. You'll be a good class rep, Midoriya. That's why I voted for you, Uraraka says. This takes Izuku by surprise, but only marginally. Really? You didn't want the position? I voted for Ida, personally. I'm surprised more people didn't vote for him, he says, and genuinely means it. Ida was earnest and honest to a fault, even when it would be easier for him to fit in if he weren't. Izuku respected that immensely because he went to great lengths to fit in, to be no different than any other. Ida's presumably heartfelt response was cut off by a loud alarm. Level 3 security breach. All students please evacuate outdoors promptly. There's 2 seconds of complete silence before all hell breaks loose. Izuku is instantly on his feet even though he's busy wrestling down the instinctive terror that comes from everyone around him panicking. It's the practical exam all over again, and Izuku fights the urge to make a beeline towards the nearest exit. The dark yellow of his emotions instantly turns several shades lighter as he watches Uraraka and Ida immediately get out of their seats and head for the exit, unable to at least attempt to convince them to wait a little. His anxiety is gone, replaced by panic and fear, but he maintains his rationality and stays put where he is. Personally, it wouldn't be a good idea for him to join the crowd of students pushing and jostling each other in their attempt to be the fastest one out. Bakugo had shown him that his quirk is not as completely under his control as he had thought, and if another student got too pushy or if he accidentally got hurt somehow, he didn't know if he would be able to stop himself from electrocuting everyone around him. It was better to wait until the initial rush had faded and then evacuate. Logically he knows all of this, but emotionally it felt like the dumbest thing to do, just standing there, while everyone around him ran away. He starts letting the fear spread to his body in preparation for any sudden enemy attacks. Briefly, he wonders who was dumb enough to attack UA of all places. Everyone and their mom knew that All Might was teaching here if the fact that they weren't the top hero school in the nation wasn't enough to dissuade such an attempt. Everybody, it's just the press. There is nothing to panic about. Everything is fine. This is UA, let us act in a way that's befitting of our prestige. Ida's voice rang loud and clear, and he could see the students in the hallway stopping and looking up. By the time he reaches the hallway, students are slowly returning back to the cafeteria, and Ida nor Uraraka are to be found. It isn't until later that he learns what happened, and as he hears the story of emergency exit Ida, he finds the courage to resign from the class rep position. And I know that only 3 people voted for me, but if my opinion counts for anything, I had originally voted for Ida in the first place. After what happened earlier, I think it's clear that he, along with Yaoyorozu, possess the qualities needed to be class rep. He feels guilty about being so relieved when nobody objects and Ida graciously accepts the position, but he knows that personal motives aside, he truly wasn't a good fit for the position. It's on the bus ride to their field trip that Izuku finally learns the rest of his classmates' names. They're doing rescue training today, which he's really excited about. Hey, I'm Azuitsuyu. Call me Tsu, please. It's nice to meet you. I'm Midoriya Izuku. Thank you for your kind words earlier, he says. It may be a little stupid, but the fact that she has green hair like him has already endeared her to him. If she didn't have a frog mutation, the two of them could have passed for siblings, and even with it the idea was certainly plausible. It was rare for animal-based mutations to not pass on to a second child, but not unheard of. She shrugs her shoulders and brings a finger up to her lip. It's no problem. Everything I said was true. There's clearly a history between you and Bakugo, but you put it aside to focus on the larger picture. It's respectable. Ida had said much of the same earlier, and Izuku feels stronger as the part of him that usually brushes off any compliments he gets actually take what Tsu said at face value and let it affect him. To them, he's someone who can be counted on to keep their cool. And while that's not completely true, it's true enough. Izuku has no intention of ever letting his emotions consume his mind because the amount of people he could hurt in that situation is unfathomable. Heroes have to have their emotions under control, you know? We're always at a disadvantage, and you can't win if you're too angry to follow the plan. The part of him that's always alert for anything that will tick off Bakugo is well aware that under the right lens this could easily be seen as a slight against the other boy, but other than an angry huff, Bakugo doesn't say anything. Not if we're talking about flashy quirks, then Bakugo, Todoroki, and Midoriya are the top contenders. No offense bro, but Midoriya has you beat with the different color lightning. He jarks at the mention of his name and looks away from Tsu to find Kirishima talking to Kaminari. Demon you Midoriya. What even is your quirk? Kaminari cries. I've been curious as to the specifics of it as well. Does the different color lightning mean anything? Tsu asks. Well, my quirk's called Radiohead, and whenever I listen to music I receive energy that I can use. It has a somewhat weak stockpile aspect to it, and for the most part the color of my lightning is random, though some colors do appear more often than others. The lies roll off his tongue and he feels guilty for a brief second before shaking it off. Even with the lie, he feels that all it would take is a few days' worth of study before anyone could figure out that the color of his lightning is definitely related to his emotions. He doesn't like to lie. In fact, he would prefer if he could be open about it, but the thought of letting someone into his emotional cues, even Uraraka and Ida, turns his stomach and provokes him to keep the lie going as far as he can take it. Izuku had already worn his emotions on his sleeve, but now he's an open book to any stranger that hangs around him long enough. He knows that the class probably saw when his black energy had manifested, and even though nobody knows what that meant, he still feels a bit exposed. Man, I wish I had a flashy quirk, Kirishima sighs. He holds his arm and demonstrates his hardening ability. Hardening's great and all, but it doesn't stand out too much. Izuku shakes his head. A tank is always valuable and in the forefront of fighting. Along with others, they usually have some of the highest villain capture rates due to their ability to outlast others. Don't sell yourself so short. Your popularity rise might not be as meteoric as the people with elemental quirks, but once you start reeling in villains consistently, people will notice. He discreetly pulls out his quirk analysis notebook because he can tell where the conversation is going, and he has a list of questions and suggestions for some of his classmates. Kirishima laughs and scratches the back of his head in embarrassment. Thanks man. I never thought of it that way. With your quirk I'm sure you'll make it into the top 10 easily. Despite knowing that his quirk was both flashy and powerful, the notion of him being in the top 10 surprises him. You think so? I don't really care about being a ranked hero, if I'm being honest. The thought of being in the top 10 kind of scares me. Bullshit. You never shut up about wanting to be the #1 hero. It was FNG annoying, Bakugo says. A beat and then a flash of yellow appears before fading just as fast. That's when we were kids, he says, and unspoken was the implication that a lot of things had changed since they had been kids. And besides, I don't think I'm strong enough to be the #1 hero. You're totally strong enough. Your quirk is an elemental quirk and a strength enhancement quirk all in one, said Sato. He purses his lips at that but still shakes his head. My quirk is fickle. No music means no energy besides what I have left in me, and it leaves me at a disadvantage in that I can't hear anything. Easily remedied by working in a team, but to be #1 you either have to have unstoppable and overwhelming force like All Might or have a quirk that has a special gimmick that can't be beaten. In addition to my quirk being unreliable, elemental quirks all have a hard counter to their abilities, with mine being water and earth. So if not you, Todoroki, or Bakugo, then who do you think in the class could become the #1 hero? Uraraka asks. I'm glad you asked, he says, his excitement overflowing. He's in his element right now, and for some reason people are actually listening to what he has to say instead of blowing it off. He's a little nervous that they're just prodding him on to see how long he'll go on and make fun of him, but he ignores it and takes this chance to be heard. Now, I don't know all the details of all of our quirks, but off the top of my head I can think of 3 people that could be number 1 hero. Admittedly, it's based on few speculations of how their quirks might develop, but it's nothing too implausible. It's Shinso, Yaoyorozu, and Uraraka. He looks up and sees that he now has the attention of the entire bus on him. He opens his mouth and then closes it. His entire class looking at him was eerily starting to become familiar, and he didn't know how he kept landing himself in these situations. Go on. I'm curious, you can't just leave us hanging after that. Ashido said, and everyone nodded at that. Of course, this made him even more nervous, and he struggled to not stutter when he began. Okay, well, if Yaoyorozu can make quirk suppressants, then I could see her becoming number 1 eventually. It wouldn't be effective on mutant-type quirks, but by her nature she's always armed, so once she polishes her combat skills, she'd be nearly unstoppable. He almost says that she'd be like Aizawa but better because of her versatility, but he's not that dumb, so he moves on and points at Shinso. Your quirk can be preempted by not talking back, but since a response is needed, if you can train your quirk to react to body language, there's nothing stopping you from walking into a room and taking control of them after they react at the sight of you. Depending on how strong your quirk gets, you can potentially stop people as soon as they see you, or even hear you. And Uraraka, I've seen your quirk work, and obviously you know it better than I do, but I think that it's possible for you to spread your quirk through the ground and affect others without touching them. Most people don't have the ability to navigate in zero gravity, and they're effectively out for the count then. There's a few seconds of silence as everyone digests that, and he sees Uraraka, Yaoyorozu, and Shinso all nod thoughtfully at his words. I could see them becoming top 10 with their quirks, but number 1 like All Might? I can't see it, Kaminari points out. He purses his lips and frowns. All Might's an outlier. Compare him to the number 2 hero Endeavor, and he outpowers him to such a degree that it's kind of insane. Hellflame's powerful, but even it pales in comparison to the strength that All Might casually wields. All Might's quirk is kind of crazy, but that's a whole different topic in and of itself. After All Might retires, I could easily see the 3 of them being the number 1 hero if they put the work in and their quirks develop right. Man, All Might's quirk is kind of ridiculous. I wonder if he'd tell us what it is if we asked him. What do you think it is, Midoriya? Shiro asks. The topic of All Might's quirk has been ongoing for a while, and I may be slightly biased now that I've got one, but I believe that it's a stockpile quirk with a ridiculous requirement for how it generates energy. Something like getting a certain amount of power for blinking or breathing, and since he does those near constantly, he never has to worry about running out of power. There was the topic of why it made him buffer and stronger now that he was weakened, but he couldn't exactly bring that up, and his hypothesis was mostly made without that fact in mind. To Izuku's delight, they talked about quirks and heroes for the rest of the bus ride, and he learned a great deal more of his classmates' quirks. He talked and laughed so much that he got lightheaded and had to stop talking to take in more air. Holy shit, that's the USJ. The unforeseen simulation joint. I can't believe we're going there. Kaminari yells. He sticks his head outside the window, and everyone on the right side of the bus does the same, marveling at the gigantic building. He walks off the bus flush with green energy and excited for their upcoming rescue training. Unlike with villain fights, Izuku doesn't need to listen to music to pull forth the strength needed to rescue people. For once, his quirk and emotions will be more than enough. Class 1A enters the building happy and carefree, unaware of the battles that lay ahead. Izuku stared at the villains pouring out of the portal with barely contained terror. Lightning sparked off of him only to curl back into itself, and he could feel his hands shaking in fear. They just didn't stop. More villains appeared with every passing second, and the fear coursing through him scaled appropriately, each deluge of yellow energy hitting him harder than the last. He could hear his classmates discuss how the villains had gotten past the sensors, but he couldn't tear his eyes away from the villains. Why were they here? What did they want? His mind was brought back to what happened yesterday. Were they responsible for the break-in? His mind raced through each possibility and was only silenced when Aizawa-sensei put on his goggles. 13. Start the evacuation, he says. The scarf around his neck loosens and begins to float slightly. Wait! A voice stopped him, and only after Aizawa-sensei looked at him that Izuku realized that he was the one who said it. Shame boiled in his gut as he found himself suddenly speechless before his teacher. He knew time was of the essence, and he also knew that whatever he said, he couldn't stop his teacher from fighting the villains. He didn't even know if stopping him would be the right thing to do. He forced out the words because for some reason his teacher was actually waiting for a response. Your quirk's not suited for multiple opponents. Why you can't win, he finishes lamely. Eraserhead pats the top of his head. Don't worry, a hero's got to have more than one trick up his sleeve. He pushes Izuku back towards the entrance. I have no intention of dying here. He jumps onto the handrail and begins sliding his way to the central plaza where the horde of villains waited. He's treated to the sight of their sensei knocking out 3 villains at the same time before he gets called back. Midoriya! Let's go! Ida calls out. Izuku reluctantly tears his eyes away and follows the rest of the class out of the building. They're almost at the doors when a dark purple mist begins forming in front of them. The same one that the villains exited out of. Up close he sees that it looks eerily like how his emotional pool does right before his purple energy collapses into itself and forms the 2 vacuums in his chest. It was so purple that it was nearly black. The only indication that it was purple at all was where the mist ended and started to unravel. There the mist wasn't compacted as tightly and the purple hue was clear to see. Izuku tried not to let the color of his negative emotions affect his perceptions and interactions with people or objects that had those colors, but when the purple mist sprouted a pair of yellow eyes that matched the anxiety inside of him, he couldn't help but dislike the man. The eyes looked like a devil's tails, or alternatively a pair of leaves with a long trailing stem, and they swept over his class with an emotion that Izuku couldn't even begin to piece together. The longer he looked, the more he disliked the man. From the colors alone, he personified Izuku's depression and fears. And not to mention the distinctly evil vibe he got from him. It's nice to meet you. We are the League of Villains. It may be a bit impudent of us, but we've come to UA, the home of heroes, in order for All Might, the symbol of peace, to take his last breath. Is there any reason why he isn't present? We had cause to believe that he would be here. The man hummed and Izuku felt his stomach clench at his words. The fact that they were trying to kill All Might wasn't that surprising, but the fact that they felt confident enough to stroll right into the USJ meant that they felt reasonably certain of their success. So certain that the fact that he wasn't here was actually a detriment to their plan instead of a blessing. And a warp quirk? How incredibly rare. They weren't messing around, clearly. No matter then. My job remains the same otherwise. I am to scatter and lead you all to your horrible demise. The mist starts to extend rapidly and Bakugo and Kirishima attack at the same time as 13 uncaps the seal around her finger. As if we'd let you do that. Bakugo's explosion kicks dust up in the air and Izuku spares a half-second to curse at him in his mind. The last thing they needed when fighting against someone with a warp quirk was limited visibility. Especially since the villain was made out of the stuff he used to teleport things. Teleportation quirks were rare, especially to the extent that the villain had just shown earlier. He couldn't be sure, but he bet that his mutation played a part in that. The general plan when fighting against a teleporting enemy was to target the user before he could teleport, but it seemed like getting close to him would just result in them being teleported away. The dust cleared and the villain was still in front of them, unharmed as far as he could tell. His eyes were narrowed though, and when he spoke his carefree tone had changed into something more serious. Izuku forced his mind to think faster, to think of a solution. Any long-range attack would just be redirected away or worse, back at them. Frustratingly enough, wind was the only elemental quirk they were messing in their class. I see. Children you may be now, but this is the next generation of heroes. What stands before me is the cream of the crop, the golden eggs. In acknowledgement of your strength, I will act accordingly. Get out of the way. 13 yelled at Kirishima and Bakugo. And then finally, a solution came to Izuku. He looked over to his left and found the boy he was looking for. Todoroki, he yelled, but his words were drowned out from the screams of his classmates as the purple mist descended on them. He crouched, ready to jump as high as he could out of the mist dome, but right when he was about to jump, the ground beneath his feet disappeared and he found himself falling into an ocean of purple, not at all comforted by how familiar the situation seemed to be. When the portal opened, Izuku fell out of face first, despite the fact that he had been standing when he had gone into it. He was deposited high enough that he had time to take a quick breath before being plunged into the shockingly cold water of the shipwreck zone he had glimpsed earlier. Immediately he started swimming towards the surface, only to be dragged down by a weight on his ankle. He looked down and saw a villain was steadily pulling him deeper and deeper into the water. He drew up his foot and was about to let loose a bolt of electricity when a figure suddenly swam up and kicked the villain in the head, causing him to let go of Izuku's ankle. He briefly saw that it was Tsu before he was dragged up and out of the water and onto the boat. Midoriya. Tsu nodded at him and released another student who was wrapped in her tongue. They fell to the boat and started coughing up the water they must have swallowed. It was Shinso, as evidenced by his light purple hair, and he looked even more haggard than he usually did. He nodded back at her, her calm demeanor helping him calm down slightly. He stood up and saw they were surrounded on all sides by villains. They made no move to approach the boat, but Izuku could see a few of them slowly inching their ways towards them. He clenched his fists in frustration. His performance so far had been worse than suboptimal. The invasion had blindsided him and his mind and emotions were struggling to catch up to the situation. Shinso emptied the rest of the water out of his lungs and the three of them fell silent as they looked over at the villains in the water. What are they waiting for? Shinso wondered out loud, his voice holding just a touch of the trepidation they were no doubt all feeling. They don't know our quirks, Izuku realized. Or else they never would have sent me or Tsuyu to the water region. But the reverse is also true. We don't know their quirks, and even with your lightning quirk we're still highly outnumbered and outpowered, Karo. He looked out over at the villains again. They were being cautious, but that wouldn't last for long. Izuku had the elemental advantage, but even that may not be enough depending on what the villains' quirks were. His eyes lit up as he thought of a plan. He turned towards his fellow classmates. I have a plan, but it'll take some time. Somewhere around 2 minutes and 20 seconds, specifically. If it works, I could take out all of them at once, but I don't know if that's the best course of action. Midoriya, you know your quirk better than anybody else, and frankly, there's no way we're getting out of this without you and your quirk. Whatever your plan is, we'll back you 100%, said Shinso. Tsu nodded her agreement and he felt a whirlwind of emotions being deposited into him as they placed their trust within him. He opened his mouth to speak, closed it again, and then firmly said, Okay, be ready to defend yourselves if they don't all come after me. There was no time to waste. He sat down on the boat with his legs crossed, put his headphones on, and tipped his head back. What he was about to do wasn't pleasant, but he didn't have the time to deal with the yellow fear energy that currently made up his energy well. It was best to start from scratch. In his mind he envisioned the 2 black holes that commonly resided in his lungs. It didn't take that long at all. Once prompted, the black-gray-white vacuums exploded into being near instantly and started destroying all of the energy that filled his body. For once the yellow energy was the one being seared and disintegrated, and when the time came he dispassionately watched as the black holes ate and consumed his yellow emotional core. The second it was gone, he shook himself out of the abyss, and for a brief couple of seconds the only thing he could feel was a dark sense of humor. He never resorted to this when it came to managing his emotions. Even though it probably would have made his life 10x easier, feeling something was better than not feeling anything at all. Even if the only emotions he was experiencing was sadness, fear, and anger. Every scrap of energy was a part of Izuku. To erase it into nothingness was to erase himself into nothingness. He had decided in the beginning that no, he would take it all on. The good, the bad, and the ugly, just like he used to before he had his quirk. But ironically, the only thing he could feel when the black holes caught up to him was apathy and humor. The two came hand in hand and he had to struggle to not let a grin sneak onto his face. His ability to care and feel was gone, and something about this situation was just unbearably hilarious. He laughed, because the villains had absolutely no idea what was coming their way, pressed play on his phone and let the sound of Florence and the Machine swimming play in his head. Swimming YouTube, swimming, Spotify, swimming, Apple Music. Dun, 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 dun. Dark green energy exploded inside of him as the first few notes of the song started playing, and he let it fill him up, careful to not let it escape out into the air, lest he ruin the surprise. Your songs remind me of swimming, which I forgot when I started to sink. It felt like he was coming back alive as the energy spread deep inside of him, filling his veins and blood with a different type of power that had just occupied it. When listening to music, the color of energy that he received depended on his state of mind. It was almost always green because listening to music made him happy, even when he was a little sad. Obviously, the color green was an important factor in his life starting from his birth. With green hair and green eyes, the theme had been set. But the most important representation of the color green in his life was the fact that it was the color his quirk took on when he was feeling happy. Swimming was an odd song in that the feelings it invoked him were ambivalent in nature. It was the song that had brought him out of the depths of his own emotions, but because of that he couldn't ever fully forget that day and how exhausted he had felt. He had seen swimming be a bright glittery green and had seen it be a dark purple sludge that he struggled to get away from. Dragged further away from the shore, and deeper into the drink. The energy inside of him swayed back and forth to the beat, retreating back a step and then taking two as it made its way through his body. He stayed like that for half the song, slowly swaying to the beat and watching the energy grow within him when the boat was suddenly rocked by a powerful force. The temptation to open his eyes and see what was wrong was strong, but he was close, so close to the climax of the song. Take a deep breath, SEK the water in my chest. Take a deep breath, SEK the water in my chest. He rapidly stood up and started running to the edge of the boat. And right before he jumped in, he turned around and showed his intertwined fingers to Shinso and Tsu. And cross my fingers. And then hope for the best. Then all of a sudden I heard a note. It started in my chest and ended in my throat. He landed in the water and immediately started pumping more energy into his arms and legs as he swam straight down. Then I realized. In the corner of his eyes he saw that most of the villains had thankfully followed after him. He grinned and finally let the energy inside of him free. I was swimming, yes I was swimming, and now I'm swimming, yes I am swimming. He touched the floor, looked up and almost let go of the breath he was holding. The entire lake was green. Your songs remind me of swimming, which I forgot when I started to sink. He hadn't realized it, but by this point his emotional core had already expanded past his body and it had partially taken shape outside of him. The water had been imbued with his energy and was now a receptacle for it to flow through. He could literally see the lightning in the water correspond to his emotions. Every flash and streak was intimately understood. Your songs remind me of swimming, which I forgot when I started to sink. He felt his emotions start to well up as the song built up to the final note. He lied down on his back and just stared at the beautiful sight his quirk had created. He was distantly aware that he was crying, but it would be an offense not to cry at this point. Your songs remind me of swimming, which I forgot when I started to sink. It sometimes felt like this song was made for him because everything about this scene was perfect. The lyrics, the location, and his own emotions and past history all led up to this moment in time. Your songs remind me of swimming, which I forgot when I started. Your songs remind me of swimming, which I forgot when I started to sink. The beat dropped, and he could hear and feel the thunder that came from the corresponding last 4 beats of the song. It was blinding, but he kept his eyes open as the thunderbolts seared itself into his retinas. The lake brightened from a sea green to a lime green before fading rapidly as the song ended. He wanted to stay down here and just bask in the afterglow of what just happened, but he forced himself towards the surface. His other classmates were still in danger. He couldn't relax any more than he already had when they were fighting for their lives. On his way up he could see the 2 halves of the boat sinking and the villains floating at the top, unmoving and hopefully unconscious instead of dead. No Shinso or Tsu as far as he could tell, thank God. He broke the surface and saw that his 2 classmates were waiting for him on land and clearly relieved to see him. Holy shit. I'm glad I got dumped in there with you. Shinso said matter-of-factly. And you too, he adds belatedly as he looks over Tsu. I get what you mean, she said as she helped Izuku out of the water. That was amazing, Midoriya. I'll admit I was worried when you jumped off the boat saying that you were hoping for the best, but that was impressive to say the least. He felt a bit emotionally overloaded, but the trickle of yellow energy that came from his embarrassment was welcome. It sliced through the haze that came from using his quirk to such a degree and helped him focus. Yeah, sorry about that. It was a lyric from the song I was listening to, and I didn't expect it to be that strong either, if I'm being honest. Definitely not a repeatable thing or something I could even do outside of water, he said. His original plan had been to lure all the villains down to the bottom where he would take them all out with one strong lightning pulse, but that hadn't worked out. They heard a distant impact coming from the central plaza and they all looked over to where Aizawa-sensei was fighting. I'm worried about him, Izuku admitted. I know getting help should be our first priority, but we should. He fell silent, unable to voice it out loud. Are you stupid? Shinso asked. At best we maybe take down a few villains before getting our sensei killed because he was trying to protect us. I'm not saying that we should just jump right into it. Izuku protested. I'm thinking that on our way to the exit we should check on him and see how he's doing. We don't intervene unless we're absolutely sure we can help him without putting ourselves in danger. As long as we're all in agreement, I don't see any problem with that plan. I'm worried about him too, said Tsu. Either way we need to get going. We've won our battle here, but there's no telling when they'll wake up. The three of them hugged the outer bank of the lake as they started moving. The sounds of fighting became clearer and clearer as they got closer to the central plaza. See? He's doing just fine, said Shinso once they were close enough to make out what was happening. Bodies littered the floor, the villains either outright unconscious or in too much pain to even stand up. Their sensei was still going strong, completely unharmed and still taking down the remaining villains with each move he made. Izuku felt his worry die down slightly, although he was still apprehensive. Aizawa-sensei had taken out nearly all of the villains left in the central plaza, but their plan was to kill All Might. But the question was how? They wouldn't be first to try, and by this point in his career everyone knew that All Might was literally undefeatable. He wasn't called the symbol of peace for nothing. Their plan had made sense at the beginning. As fast as All Might was, even he couldn't defeat a whole score of villains, specifically tailored to kill him. But they had scattered most of the villains to the other zones, and even though the Central Plaza group, which he had been assuming was the true elite team made to kill All Might, had been mostly taken out, there still didn't seem to be any signs of panic or retreat. All of that meant that they either had a small team of 2 to 3 people capable of going toe-to-toe with the symbol of peace, or they had found the perfect quirk capable of completely no-selling All Might. Either that or some type of exotic poison. Midoriya, stop mumbling, Shinso whispered to him. Izuku snapped out of his thoughts to see that Aizawa-sensei was almost done with the last group of villains. There were about 3 or 4 left, excluding the 2 that were standing on the side, not engaging. We should go, Tsu said. He's got this handled. Yeah, the 2 of them said and went to get up. Suddenly one of the villains on the side peeled off and started blitzing their sensei. Wait, Izuku said, and Tsu and Shinso stopped and looked back over. Aizawa threw his scarf, which Izuku could see was definitely not a normal scarf, and the villain batted it away and continued his rush, quickly getting into close combat range. At first it appeared that their sensei was going to knock him out in a couple of hits, much like how he did the others, but while his first blow to the villain's stomach landed, the villain bore through it and didn't budge. He caught the following elbow strike that would have sent him rolling in his hand, and the 2 of them were stuck in a standstill for a long couple of seconds. The villain was suddenly sent flying anyway as Aizawa-sensei landed a clean punch to his face. The 3 of them gasped as they saw their sensei's limp arm dangling in the wind. The remaining villains renewed their assault, sensing weakness. Izuku reached out to the other 2 for comfort as they watched Aizawa continue to fight with his injury. Even with one arm he was handling himself pretty well, but the grace and fluidity in his movements were gone and replaced by short, jerky bursts of speed and power. He knocked out 1, 2 more villains before he retreated slightly, and Izuku saw that his elbow was bleeding. What the hell had happened? He looks over to where the villain who caused the wound and saw that he was standing back up. Izuku strained his ears, but he couldn't hear what the villain was saying to their sensei. He looked back over to their sensei who was finishing off the last villain. He was clearly exhausted now, and Izuku was starting to think it was time to intervene. He was saying as much to Tsuyu and Shinso only to choke on a scream as the other villain that had been lying in wait was suddenly behind their sensei. It all happened so quickly. The black villain with the exposed brain was suddenly behind their sensei with absolutely no warning. He watched as the villain's arm came down and crushed Aizawa-sensei into the ground, the pavement cracking from the force of the blow. Blood flew in the air, and all Izuku could do was stare in shock. In the back of his mind, he hysterically noted that shock was the only emotion that didn't give him any energy. In fact, his emotional pool was shrouded in white, like his emotions had been pasted over with white-out correction fluid. The villain grabbed their sensei's head and drove it back into the ground, and Izuku felt his fear, panic, anger pierce right through his shock. An inarticulate scream erupted from his throat as he jumped over the bank and ran straight at the villain. He made it there in record time, and he pet his fist and punched the villain with as much force and electricity he could muster. There was a sort of vicious satisfaction as he felt his blow land cleanly without any trouble. The entire decision had been impulsive, and Izuku couldn't even regret it despite putting Tsu and Shinso in danger. The emotion within him couldn't be denied, and right now he was said. The dust cleared, and Izuku stared in horror as the villain took his blow without budging in the slightest. No sign of an injury or anything. His saving grace was that electricity still affected him, and he had let go of Aizawa-sensei's head while seizing up. Wasting no time, Izuku scooped up their sensei and immediately retreated. He stopped a distance away and set him back onto the ground and felt for a pulse. For a few heart-pounding moments there was nothing until he finally found one. It was weak, but it was there. The alarm within him ceased slightly, and he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He wiped back the tears in his eyes and stepped in front of their sensei and faced the last two remaining villains. His intention was clear: they weren't getting to him without going through him. The only reason he hadn't retreated entirely was that he had seen how fast the brainhead bird villain had moved, and there was no way Izuku was escaping from that type of speed. No, it was better to stand guard and hope that Tsu and Shinso understood what he was going for. They hadn't followed after him, and he didn't want to blow their cover any more than he already had, just in case they hadn't suspected that he wasn't the only student. He'd cover for them while they got Aizawa-sensei the hell out of there, and then Izuku would hit the bird brain villain with the biggest lightning bolt he could make and run like hell. Said villain was already on its feet and recovering. Izuku took a quick moment to scan the status of his whirlpool and found that for the first time since he had gotten his quirk, he had more than one emotion color making up his whirlpool. As expected, the majority of it was a bright yellow, but there was also a steady amount of blue energy as well, and a strand of black and red anger that particularly stood out because it hadn't been subsumed into his other emotions. There was all of that, but what really stood out was that there were what looked like two metal prongs protruding upwards from it. One prong for the blue energy and the other for the yellow. Despite never seeing this aspect of his quirk before, he instinctively understood what they were and how they functioned based on their color alone. He gripped the blue and yellow prongs with his metaphorical hands, and a new wave of energy bore through him. Blue ensconced yellow within itself as it traveled through him, and unlike at the quirk apprehension test on their first day, the yellow didn't eat and erode the blue energy and instead settled comfortably within him like it was still in his emotional pool. He could still feel the fear, but he was using his resolve to HRS and direct the more powerful yellow energy. He was slowly learning the property differences between his different energy types, and his blue energy was the easiest to control, partly due to the emotion that invoked it. It was also the energy best used for defense. When still in his body, he was able to compress it more easily than his other energy types. Which was good, because he knew that he wasn't getting out of this without taking at least one blow from the monstrous villain. The villain with the many hands over his face barked out an order. "Nomu, take out the brat. Maybe if we kill one of the kids, All Might will show his face." Izuku felt the yellow energy spike in its cerulean container as it no Nomu they were called turned his gaze over to him and roared. Izuku extended his shroud of lightning and jumped forward at the same as he did. The two of them collided together, and then Izuku knew no more. God damn it, Midoriya! Hitoshi cursed as he watched the Nomu grab his classmate's arm and begin slamming him into the ground. He jumped the bank himself and Tsuyu was right behind him. I'll go grab Aizawa-sensei, you distract the hand villain with your quirk and see if you can order him to let Midoriya go. I don't think that thing's human, Tsuyu said. Hitoshi nodded, he was thinking much of the same. It didn't speak, only roared and grunted and it responded to orders like a trained pet. He ran over to the villain with the many hands over his face and yelled at him. Hey! Some more? He said faintly. What do you W? He began angrily and Hitoshi activated his quirk. A yellow ethereal line appeared between the two of them visible to him and him only. Is that villain bioengineered? He asked. Yes, its name is Nomu and he was made in a lab by our doctor. Hitoshi cut him off. Order him to release my friend and to go drown itself in the lake. Using his quirk like this made him uneasy, made him feel like he was validating all the people who have ever called him a villain, but he couldn't think of anything else that would effectively remove the Nomo from the equation. His first thought had been to send it to UA, but his quirk was easily broken out of. There was no guarantee it would make it that far, and even if it did, all it would take was one particularly hard jostle before there was a villain. Designed to fight all might in the middle of a school. The white-haired villain turned around slowly and faced the Nomu, who was still pummeling Midoriya into the pavement. Oi Nomu, leave the stupid brat alone. Despite his words, his tone was flat and listless. Upon hearing the orders, it stopped, pounded Midoriya into the pavement one last time and then threw him over his shoulders. The whole time his classmate had been wreathed in electricity, but upon hitting the ground it went out completely and Hitoshi felt his heart stop. Go drown yourself in the lake, the villain said, and it started shuffling towards the lake. Tell it to go faster, as fast as it can, he ordered. He did so and the Nomu crouched and jumped, making a perfect trajectory towards the lake. For a moment Shinso believed that they had done it, that they had stopped the villain's plan dead in its tracks, but in the middle of his jump a purple portal appeared mid-air and the Nomu jumped right through it. Shigaraki, what's going on? Shinso cursed as he saw the villain that had scattered his class. Beside him was the Nomu and the villain kept on blocking its path with portals as it kept on attempting to go to the lake. This was bad, but it wasn't unsalvageable. He could only control one person at once, but if he could control the guy with the warp quirk, then he could potentially shut this whole thing down. Hey! He called out and the warp quirk villain looked over at him. Yay! What exactly do you think you're doing? He demanded. Yellow eyes narrowed at him and Shinso felt a thrill run through him as he saw that he struck a nerve. Don't answer him, a voice called out. His head whipped towards one of the villains Aizawa-sensei had defeated. He can control people by his voice somehow. He's already got Shigaraki under his control. Hitoshi's jaw locked shut. He was so effing close. Shigaraki was summarily ported away from him, and he felt his quirk's hold on him dissolve as soon as he went through the portal. What the? Kurogiri, what the hell's going on? Shigaraki demanded angrily. Hitoshi started shuffling away slowly. He had tried his best and now it was time to get the hell out of Dodge. He what? I'm gonna kill the little brat. Kurogiri. A portal appeared right in front of Hitoshi's face and a hand started protruding from it, reaching for his face. Hitoshi swatted at it in panic and it seized his wrist. Almost immediately he started feeling a burning sensation. He tried to snatch back his wrist, but the grip Shigaraki had was too strong and he had all the leverage. The pain intensified and he saw blood dripping down to the ground. God damn it, let go, he screamed and jerked his arm away. As soon as he was free, he jumped back a couple of steps and cradled his bleeding arm. Another portal appeared and this time he wasted no time in throwing himself out of the way. He kept on running after that, dodging portals left and right as they appeared. I'm gonna die if this keeps. It's only a matter of time until I run straight into one of them and then it's game over. The gigantic doors to the USJ burst open and a booming voice echoed over the entire training area. It's okay. Because I am here. Relief blossomed through Hitoshi to such a degree that he actually had to stop himself from crying from the force of it. In a blink of an eye, All Might was in front of him with Midoriya cradled in his arms. Shinso-kun, please take care of Midoriya-kun for me. Hitoshi sees All Might look at his bleeding wrist and his lips purse before he hands Midoriya over to him. He turns his back to Hitoshi and for a moment all he can see is Midoriya standing guard in front of Aizawa-sensei, defiance and anger woven in each part of his body. He jerks in surprise when said boy jerks suddenly over Hitoshi's shoulder. All Might, he raspies out and swings his arm so it nudges the hero. B-brain villain. More than one quirk. SH shock absorption or nullification. Super strength 2 and maybe healing. All Might glances back slightly and rests his hand on top of Midoriya's head. Thank you, my boy. It's okay now, you don't have to worry anymore. Aizawa-sensei is safe. Hitoshi can feel the boy sigh in relief. It's hard from the angle he's at, but he can see Midoriya raise his hand and point a finger. This time the words come out strong, without any of the shakiness from before. Don't you effing die, All Might. I won't be able to forgive you if you die. This surprises Hitoshi because Midoriya's tone was uncharacteristically angry and full of something else that he couldn't quite pin down. In fact, he's convinced that he's missing some type of context because despite the unfair words, All Might's face softens and he smiles softly to himself before facing forward again. My boy, I am not going to die today. He motions for Hitoshi to get going. Kurogyri is the guy with the warp quirk. Shigaraki has a touch-based disintegration quirk. He adds to Midoriya's analysis and then hauls butt to the exit. Shinso, don't go too far. He hears Midoriya mutter from behind him. I'm worried about him. God damn it. He thinks, and again he's struck with the memory of Midoriya saying the exact same thing about Aizawa-sensei earlier. I'm sorry buddy, but I don't think either of us are in any condition to help. And besides, if you thought we were dead weight for Aizawa-sensei earlier, then it's doubly true for All Might. Midoriya doesn't argue, only says, please, and falls silent. Hitoshi curses, but he was already scoping out an area far enough from the danger but close enough to watch the moment Midoriya had said something. This whole invasion had been done with the goal of killing All Might. Even though they really weren't in any shape to intervene in the event that, God forbid, All Might needed help, Hitoshi had to admit that perhaps leaving without seeing how it ended might not be the prudent thing to do. He sets down Midoriya in a position so they could both watch, and Hitoshi gets a good look at the boy since his fight with the Nomu. He looked like hell, concrete dust all over his face and in his hair, but his limbs were still attached to his body with all his bones intact, which was pretty impressive. Dude had one hell of a quirk. His feats today dwarfed all his other accomplishments in class, but Hitoshi had to remind himself that this meek boy was the one who had placed first in the entrance exam. He was starting to see that was no fluke. The boy was fully deserving of his first-place win. He had the type of quirk that Hitoshi would have resented had he not gotten into UA's heroics course. But despite having such a strong quirk, Midoriya was nice, timid even. His personality made it easy to forget his powerful but quirk. Are you okay? Hitoshi asked and immediately felt dumb. Of course he wasn't okay. Midoriya shook his head and aborted the motion halfway through, wincing and bringing a hand up to his head. Yeah, a little. I got one hell of a migraine and I feel like I've been flashbanged, pepper sprayed, and run over by a truck, but I'm still alive, so I'm counting my blessings. Yeah, no doubt you've got a nasty concussion. Don't black out again if you can help it. I'm sure the ambulance is on their way along with the police. He looks at his own wrist and sees that it's still bleeding softly. He haphazardly tears off a piece of his gym uniform to cover it. The pain was getting worse now that the adrenaline was leaving his system, but it didn't hurt as bad as the time when he broke his wrist, so it was easily ignored. All Might begins to battle the Nomu, but to everyone's surprise it casually shrugs off the punch like it wasn't All Might himself who had punched it. The two of them exchange a couple more blows and it quickly becomes apparent that the Nomu is just as strong as All Might, if not stronger. It's nearly as fast too. All Might is dodging every blow, but from what he can tell it's a close thing. Everything goes wrong when All Might attempts to suplex the creature, and instead of driving it into the ground it falls straight into a portal made by Kurogyri. The exit to the portal forms and out comes the Nomu's arms. They plunge straight into All Might's sides and Hitoshi isn't sure, but he thinks he can hear the man's grunt of pain all the way from where he's at. Beside him Midoriya attempts to get up, but he stumbles and falls back to the ground. That doesn't stop him from trying a second and third time, and Hitoshi stops him from attempting a fourth. "Stop. Just stop," he says tiredly. Fatigue was starting to catch up to him, and the pain from his wrist was making him irritated. "There's nothing we can do. We've done all that we can, and you're stupid if you think All Might's going down that easily." Despite his words, he feels a sense of unease coil around his spine as he watches the Nomu dig its fingers further into All Might. Hitoshi wasn't the hugest All Might fan, but even he could tell that this was probably the worst predicament that the symbol of peace has ever been in. Hell, this is maybe the first time anyone has ever seen him bleed before. He can tell that's not what Midoriya wants to hear, but he stays down, fists clenched angrily. Salvation does come though, and it comes in the form of Todoroki and Bakugo, the two strongest members of their class barring Midoriya. The two of them burst onto the scene, Bakugo actually managing to get the jump on Kurogiri and what appears to be his actual body, and Todoroki rescues All Might by freezing the Nomu, allowing him to escape its grip. Kirishima flies out of nowhere, aiming at Shigaraki, but the villain neatly jumps out of the way, more agile than Hitoshi had thought he would be capable of. Midoriya breathes a sigh of relief, and even Hitoshi is glad to see them. In terms of raw firepower, he couldn't ask for much better than the three of them. Although it seems like even them three can't help turn the tide as they all watch the Nomu grow an entire new arm in about 10 seconds flat after tearing it off from trying to escape the ice. He doesn't want to admit, but he feels despair as he realizes that All Might might not win this battle. Shock absorption, regeneration, and super strength? These villains had done their homework and had found the perfect combination of quirks needed to combat All Might. His hopelessness is further reinforced as he watches All Might protect Bakugo from a blow that would have turned the boy into paste. All Might is visibly shaking, and he suddenly understands how Midoriya feels. Hitoshi wants nothing more than to go down there and help in some type of way. Kurogiri is free once more, and as long as he's interfering, All Might can't win. Shigaraki may be calling the shots here, but Kurogiri was the power behind the throne no matter how much he seemed to defer to Shigaraki. Despite his trembling, All Might stands proudly once more. Hitoshi couldn't hear from where they were at, but he could see his three classmates arguing with All Might. He could hazard a guess on what they were talking about, but his train of thought is shattered when he feels this tremendous weight in the air. His breath catches in his throat, and he can feel the adrenaline re-enter his system. Beside him, Midoriya jars in surprise and starts looking around wildly for a threat he can't see but feel. Below them, All Might and the Nomu start fighting once more, and immediately Hitoshi is aware that something is vastly different from their short fight earlier. The pressure wave coming from their fight threatens to knock Hitoshi off his feet, and out of the corner of his eye, he can see Midoriya groan and start to throw up. Hitoshi feels bad, but he doesn't help because he's absolutely mesmerized by the sight in front of him. He doesn't know what's more incredible, the sheer strength and speed that All Might outputs with every blow, or the fact that the Nomu wasn't reduced to a bloody pulp after the first 5 hits. Hitoshi can hardly keep track of the two as they clash, and the longer he watches, the more humbled he is. This fight that he's witnessing is so far beyond his level that he can barely comprehend it. Aizawa-sensei, Midoriya, they never stood a chance at all. He's realizing that the fact they're even still alive is a goddamn miracle. The Noma didn't stand a chance. All Might was absolutely relentless, each swing of his fist being faster and stronger than the last. They sunk into the Noma's body, the shock absorption working against him by keeping him on his feet and ready for the next blow. He was overcoming the monster's shock absorption ability with complete, absolute force. Each blow knocked the Nomu back further and further until he was flying through the air across the plaza, All Might following after him like a vengeful god. The Nomu was punched into the ground with a mighty tremble, and through all the wind and debris Hitoshi could see that All Might had overwhelmed the monster's shock absorption to such a degree that it bounced when it hit the ground. Despite his resilience and regeneration, the Nomu was dazed, having lost any ability to defend himself 10 seconds into their fight. It made no attempt to block the final blow, and even if it had, it would have made no difference. Plus ultra. The Nomu was blasted through the roof and into the sky with one gigantic shockwave and explosion that rocked the entire training facility for a long couple of seconds. Silence reigned over the USJ as everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at the hole in the ceiling. Hitoshi's entire body was buzzing from the spectacle he had just witnessed, and he looked over at Midoriya to see if he felt the same. Guilt ran through him as he saw him unconscious and covered in his own vomit and sweat. He muttered and went to pick him back up. He glanced back at All Might and the others before climbing up the stairs. The worst of it was over and Midoriya badly needed medical attention. Uraraka and Tsuyu met him halfway up the stairs. Shinso, they both said, and they fell silent as they both looked at Midoriya slung over his shoulders. Help me, he asked, and they immediately came over and relieved him. Uraraka used her quirk and Tsuyu wrapped him in her tongue so that he floated silently behind them. What happened to him? Uraraka asked. He was about to answer when he saw 13 lying on the ground beside Izahensei, the back of her suit torn open. Holy shit, what happened to 13? Neither of them got their answers as finally, the other UA heroes arrived. Ida was among them and he froze at the sight of Midoriya. Anguish and guilt covered his face before he masked it and ushered them, none too gently, to the ambulances. It wasn't until he was sitting in an ambulance being treated for his wrist that he realized that it was over. He was safe. They were all safe. The day YouTube, the day Spotify, the day Apple Music. Izuku, Bakugo, Todoroki, and Kirishima stare at the Nomu. With incredible luck and timing, Kirishima and Bakugo had managed to capture and knock out Shigaraki and Kurogiri, but the Nomu seems to be going berserk without someone to give it orders. All of a sudden music starts playing from his costume. He freezes out of embarrassment, but also because the first few notes of the song are intimately familiar despite him being sure that he's never heard the song before. As the song keeps playing, so does his sense of nostalgia and regret. He knows this song, knows it deep in his bones. It was made for him, but not like how swimming was made for him. Something about reminds Izuku of how he used to be when he wanted to be the #1 hero. What the hell, Deku? Bakugo demands. Don't call me that, he snaps back. He tries to switch the song to his headphones, but nothing happens. He glances at the screen on his arm and sees the song is called The Day. No artist or album listed. So this is the type of music you listen to? Kirishima asked. It's not bad battle music, I like it. Something about it sounds really familiar though. I was thinking much of the same, Todoroki said. I've never heard it before. I don't even know how this song got on here, Izuku muttered in response. He tried pausing the song and was unsurprised when it didn't work. Who FNG cares? Turn that sheet off, it's looking at us. Bakugo hisses. What do you think I'm trying to do? He whispers back. Nothing was working, not even when he drew his energy in to stop powering the suit. Could this be a part of his quirk? An absolutely massive wave of ice intercepted the Nomu as it launched towards them. He hesitated to call it overkill after seeing what it did to Aizawa-sensei, but DMN. He looked at Todoroki, who looked as surprised as the rest of them. My quirk's stronger, he breathed out, the white cloud that followed it just a testament to how cold it suddenly became. The sound of ice cracking was distant at first but quickly sped up in intensity. Holy shit, just how strong is that thing? Kirishima asked. The song picked up and Izuku could feel his emotions and energy respond in kind. Gone was the sense of regret, and with it came a feeling of bravery. The feeling spread through his body and Izuku could hear the music getting louder as if it was responding to him. He settled into a battle stance as the cracking got closer. You guys ready? He yelled over the music. He got 3 grunts in affirmation as the rest of them prepared. He couldn't tell for sure, but he thinks that the rest of them could feel what he was feeling. They weren't telling him to turn it down because this song, it wasn't just made for Izuku, it was made for all of them, for all of Class 1A. He didn't know whether it was his quirk at work or something else entirely, but despite having never heard the song before, they all found it familiar, Bakugo included, even though he never said anything. Aim for the head, he yelled as it finally broke through the ice. Even though they had ample warning, Izuku was helpless as it broke through the ice and immediately sped towards him with the intent to kill. For a brief second he could see its face was contorted with pain and rage before Kirishima stepped in front of him, completely blocking the blow with his body. Kirishima countered. throwing a punch that slid the Nomu backwards towards the glacier and threatened to knock it off its feet. "My quirk's stronger too," Kirishima shouted in excitement. Bakugo cackled and flew towards the Nomu and let off an explosion that was definitely stronger than what he was usually capable of. It blocked, but the pressure that came from the explosion only finished what Kirishima had started and the Nomu fell to the ground. Well then, Izuku could see the trend going on here. Before it could get up on its feet, Izuku jumped and let loose a concentrated stream of lightning at the Nomu. After he was done, Todoroki froze the ground and buried it within ice again. They all stare at the ice silently for a couple of seconds. "That should have done it, right?" Kirishima asked hesitantly. "I mean, for all its super strength and speed, there's no way it could have taken that and still get up." Izuku was inclined to agree, but when it broke out of the ice even faster than it had a second time, he wasn't exactly surprised. This creature was supposed to take on All Might himself. Even with the boost to their quirks, it wasn't gonna be a pushover. The Nomu burst out of the ice, its burn wounds already well onto their way of healing and looking even angrier than Izuku had thought was possible. And was his mind playing tricks on him, or was it even bigger than before? "It heals," Todoroki uttered evenly, a touch of surprise coloring his tone. This time there were no words to be had, only a sense of grim determination of what they had to do. They started fighting again, and this time they held nothing back. It was hard work, but Kirishima and Todoroki turned out to be excellent fighters, the two of them easily moving in concert with Bakugo and Izuku. With Kirishima and Izuku tanking the majority of the blows, the four of them were just barely able to hold their own. But no matter how much damage they inflicted, its regeneration never flagged, skin and muscle growing rapidly before their eyes. But neither did they. He could see it in their eyes that the song was just as invigorating to them as it was to Izuku. And when the song started to slow down and approach the climax, everything just slid into place. They were so in sync with each other and the music that when Kirishima held out his arm, Izuku wasted no time in grabbing it and the hem of his costume before launching him towards the Nomu when it was blasted too far out of range. Kirishima flew over the Nomu, and when it reached up to try and swat him out of the air, he hugged its arm, activated his quirk, and used his sudden descent to throw it high up into the air. At the apex of his impromptu flight, he was immediately caught and impaled by a jagged pillar of ice that drove it even further up. Izuku and Bakugo were already rocketing through the air to intercept it, Izuku using the same move to fly that he used during the mock battle trials. It was odd using it in concert with Bakugo when the first time it had been despite the other boy, but he supposed fate was funny like that. The day has come. The two of them blasted out of the park with everything they have, and Izuku watches as it hits the dome and blows right past it without a hint of resistance. This sets off a chain reaction, and the rest of the dome lights start blowing up in rapid succession. Well, if anything, that should get Yue's attention, he thinks as he slowly falls to the ground. Later, when all is said and done, Izuku tries to find the song that played, but he can't find it, no matter what. After hours of searching online, Izuku gives up and instead tries to commit the already fading notes to memory. Radiohead unnamed emotion quirk, UNEQ. Analysis notes, XXX. I need to find a name for my actual true quirk, but it's slow going and I am reluctant to do so for some reason. Now I'm aware that my quirk is odd for a lot of reasons. First being the timing it came in, a long 15 years after I was born and on the worst day of my life to date, but also because of the fact that it's intertwined with a core part of my being, my emotions. UNEQ at its core looks like a simple electrical quirk with a stockpile aspect to it, but there is so much more going on beneath its surface that even I, the possessor of this quirk, doubts that it'll ever be fully understood. In the early days when it first came in, new aspects and twists were discovered daily, but a few things were established early on. The emotional pool, the stockpile, the black holes, and how those three things interacted with each other and my body. But first let's go over the lie that I've been telling everybody. Radiohead is a cover for my true quirk, but it's more of a lie by omission than a straight flat-out lie. It's true that listening to music gives me energy, and in the beginning it was the only way I could power my quirk to any effective degree. But Radiohead is more a feature to my quirk than it is the main thing. Due to how UNEQ works, I was able to pass off my quirk as a music-based stockpile quirk. Songs elicit emotions within me that allow me to use my quirk reliably without anybody the wiser on the exact specifics of my quirk. Not all songs are good for battling and powering my quirk. There are a lot of aspects to a song that have to be taken into account. The tempo, rhythm, genre, chorus, and the artist, just to name a few. But above all else, it's the emotion that the song evokes within me that matters the most. Radiohead comes with a lot of disadvantages though. Its output is cut in half if I'm only listening to music in one ear and losing a sense. As important as hearing can be suboptimal when working together with another person. The required preparation is perhaps the biggest hurdle. I don't mind curating a playlist for each situation I think I'm going to be in, but you can't prepare for everything. I have to though. On some songs it's a slow battle to get to the climax, and I can't expect my enemies to wait for me to make a move like how the villains in the Shipwreck Zone did at the USJ. The way I use Radiohead now, it'll always be weaker than it should be because listening to music is always better when I'm not fighting. My emotions are at their best when I'm not in a combative state of mind, and almost every song I pick when I use my quirk is chosen for that exact purpose. If I could somehow just not care and focus on the music and my emotions, I would be a force to be reckoned with. Of course, with that attitude, I'd probably be dead sooner rather than later, but I'm getting anticipation energy just thinking about it. I've been thinking for a while now that Radiohead was just a crutch, but it's just another aspect of my quirk, albeit a big one. There's a block in my mind concerning my own quirk, and now that I'm clearing it out, I can see that Radiohead is more important than any other aspect of my quirk, excluding the emotional pool, of course. The emotional pool. I call it the emotional pool, but the emotional vortex or whirlpool works just as well and may be a better descriptor for how it actually is. For starters, my emotional pool contains the entire breadth of emotions that I'm experiencing at any time. If I were to concentrate and peer into it, I would see every emotion I was experiencing. Its actual location is a bit hazy and unclear, but it's typically around the middle of my chest or on either side of it where my lungs reside. The core itself, the entire pool usually takes up my entire chest with no real boundary on where the core ends. The concept of the emotional pool is weird with a lot of rules that only make sense intuitively. The best I can condense it down to is that every emotion is felt, processed into energy, and then stockpiled for later, which is mostly true. I said my emotional pool contains all the emotions that I'm currently feeling, which is still true, but new emotions, like a sudden surge of anxiety of anger, are introduced through a weird metaphysical space behind the emotional pool that I can see in my mind's eye. This is getting a bit convoluted even to myself, so I guess it's easier to say that my quirk allows me to see what emotion is currently getting introduced to the pool, even though that same emotion is already in the pool because the pool contains all of my emotions. So new emotions occupy a space both in the emotional pool and the weird space behind it. That's still confusing, but whatever. There's enough information here that someone can envision the concept themselves if they're still confused. Each emotion has its own color with green meaning joy, happiness, excitement; blue meaning hope, resolve, determination; yellow meaning fear, panic, doubt, anxiety; purple meaning sadness, depression, sensitivity; red meaning anger, irritation; pink meaning love, romantic love; black meaning hate, wrath. By sensitivity I mean high-strung or fragile. Now obviously I don't feel only one emotion at a time. The emotional pool is usually dominated by one color, but at a closer look other colors lurk beneath the surface. Different colors don't typically, read as, almost never, mix to form new colors, so they coexist beside each other. The same is for new emotions. When deposited into the pool, the strand or bolt of energy is usually seen as one color in my mind, but when I take the strand apart and peer into it, a myriad of colors can be seen. Dual-colored emotional pools and strands have happened, but only just recently. Tricolored strands have yet to be seen but are likely possible. Using the energy within my emotional pool requires me to move it from the pool and imbue it to my limbs and body. The energy takes the form of electricity, lightning, although it can be used to enhance my physical capabilities. I'm starting to learn that the different colors of emotion all have slightly different properties that are suited for one task or the other. Green is my go-to energy type for obvious reasons. Listening to music makes me happy, and the synergy between listening to music and this type of energy is amazing, which is how Radiohead came into being. See Florence and the Machine swimming at the USJ invasion as a prime example. Blue is good for defense due to how easy it is to shape and compress it. First seen at the entrance exam against the zero-pointer, it introduced the concept of recoil to my quirk. Allows me to harden my lightning blasts so it pushes instead of pierces. Yellow is good for a quick boost of energy. Its stockpile is always full, and its acrid and acidic nature makes it a good tool for offense as well. Purple isn't as well known as the other energy types, as I don't use it that often in combat. I feel sad enough on my own, so I don't like using and thus inducing this emotion in me. It's a force multiplier in a pinch. Its density rate is comparable to my blue energy, except nearly every strand is thick and heavy. When I'm sad, I don't do things halfway apparently. Red is good for offense as well. Along with green and yellow, it was one of the first energy types available to me. I usually stick to using low-grade irritation built up over time instead of the more powerful feelings, as it's hard to control. If the action I'm trying to do doesn't sate my anger, it moves sluggishly, always taking half a beat to respond. Pink is a comfort tool. Elicited by interactions with my mother, I use it to calm myself down sometimes if I'm feeling down. Combat applications unknown, and I find no desire to find any. Black is an upgraded form of my red energy. It's pure wrath and rage with no reason. First seen in the battle trials. When Uraraka and I fought Bakugo and Ida, it's incredibly powerful, allowing me to mimic flight for a couple of seconds due to sheer output it's capable of. Incredibly hard to control. I'm aware of the irony of me, a quirk enthusiast, allowing several aspects of my quirks to go undeveloped now that I've got a quirk, but testing can be hard when I feel the exact emotion I was feeling when the energy was stockpiled. In certain cases, I was able to discern what song I was listening to when the energy was stockpiled just from how the energy writhed and flowed. Green energy feels like, well, it feels exactly like pure energy and lightning. It zips and races through me eagerly, always happy to be used. Almost always glittering and sparkling in some fashion, it's visually gorgeous. Blue energy is calm, like an undisturbed lake. It's still and serene. Directing this energy is effortless. It flows through my body steadily and strongly. Usually shaded a calm, but steady ocean blue. Yellow energy feels acidic, or rather is acidic in nature. It reminds me of fruit, especially pineapple, in the way it stings me whenever I spread the energy into my body. It's like a skittish wild animal. It will suddenly race through my body before stopping and retreating suddenly, as if the energy itself was running away. Purple energy is heavy, the densest of all my energy types. Really feels like a metaphorical weight on my chest, which I guess is apt considering the emotion it comes from. Almost always a dark purple. It flows slowly, but there's no resisting it when it gets going. Red energy reminds me of a fierce wind. It tumbles and blows its way through my body with absolutely no warning. I don't need to coax or direct this energy out of my emotional pool or even out of my body when it's at its fiercest. Pink energy is light and soft, like air. I don't really spread this energy into my body. It just sits in my emotional pool or stockpile. I imagine any usage of this energy would be reminiscent of something fluffy, like cotton candy or a cloud. Black energy felt like ice sliding through my veins, but I'm pretty sure that was only because I was actively trying to hold it back. If it let it flow free, I imagine it'd feel something like an out-of-control bonfire. Testing can be tedious, and only just recently have I been in a position, mood-wise and location-wise, to be able to truly test my quirk. The emotional pool is formless and therefore subject to change, and after having the quirk for this long, I've seen it do a lot of weird things. Without infringing on the other topics that I haven't mentioned yet, there isn't a lot I can say, but for starters, the emotional pool size is not restricted to my chest. It can expand past it, and depending how I'm feeling, it can even expand past my body and take shape in the real world. Emotions within the emotional pool can solidify, although this ability is new and untested. At this time, I'm not even sure what they were capable of. During the USJ attack, 2 rods of blue and yellow rose out of the depths, and they seemed to help me concentrate and control my power better. The emotional pool is the basis for my power. Every aspect of my quirk is connected to and/or derived from it in some type of way. It acts as a booster for the color emotion that it's made out of, with other emotions being inherently weaker without it. The emotional pool can also be wiped out entirely, which leads me to the next part. The black holes. The black holes appear whenever I'm devoid of emotion. Usually brought upon whenever my purple sadness gets too dark of a shade and collapses into itself, but in the beginning this state was my default mood, and it was not uncommon to wake up in this state. In this state there's no color. My insides are painted with shades of black, white, and gray. It reminds me of space with all of its darkness and stars, but I love the night sky, so I avoid making this comparison when able. I feel nothing but apathy and a sense of dark humor. Any emotion released from my stockpile is disintegrated underneath the vacuums of nothingness in my chest and lungs. Feeling something is better than feeling nothing, even if all I'm feeling is sadness, anxiety, or anger. The frequency of which I'm in this state decreases every week and month, but I can never fully get rid of it. It shadows me, one step behind everything I do, waiting for the chance to take over if I get careless or even think about it for too long. I don't like feeling this way, and I take as many steps as needed to avoid their formation, but it can have its uses. During the USJ attack, I used this ability to wipe out my whirlpool of fear so I could better evoke the emotions that come from Florence and the machine swimming. A necessary cost at the time, and it was used to great effect. It's not something I will or should do casually, but something I should be aware of if I need it. To this day, I'm still not sure if this was meant to be an actual feature of my quirk or if it manifested because of the state I was in when my quirk came in. It's possible that the black holes never would have formed if I lived a life that was free of extreme depression, but that's unrealistic and not even worth thinking about it. The stockpile. Weirdly enough, for the aspect of my quirk that allows me to fight even when my mood isn't right, I don't really know much about the stockpile. The capacity was low at first, extremely so. I was only able to stock the same amount of each energy type, but that quickly changed. Every time I drew from it, that energy well grew larger with bigger growths coming from stronger emotions. It grew alarmingly fast at first, but its growth seems to be petering out now, as if it was catching up for the last 11 years when my quirk should have come in. Physical location is weird. I know that emotions can trigger reactions in the body, and at a certain point the emotions and the body's physical response to those emotions are indistinguishable. But the stockpile hovers constantly out of reach, out of sight. It's immediately there when I dig for energy beyond what I have in my emotional pool, but as soon as my attention lapses, it fades out of sight immediately. Aside from the emotional pool, this is probably the most crucial part of my quirk that allows me to be an effective hero. Without a stockpile, Radiohead might as well have been my actual quirk. Combat applications. With the emotional pool working in conjunction with the stockpile, I'm able to use my quirk in two ways: strength enhancement and electricity attacks. The most common usage of my quirk is probably the lightning shroud I keep over me. It's both an offense and defense in that nobody can get near me without being shocked, which I can take advantage of. The shroud is a byproduct of all the energy within me that has no place to go. With the body full of energy, it has no place to go but out. The energy will take to the body easier if I steep and imbue my muscles with energy from my stockpile prior, and it wastes virtually no energy to do so. By imbuing my body with energy, I can use a different energy type without feeling the full force of the emotions contained in the energy. Using blue as the base, I can use fear, or even sadness in the middle of the battle without letting those emotions' color affect my focus and emotional pool. I used this ability on the quirk measurement test of my first day and also at the USJ attack. The shroud and strength enhancement combination makes me a close combat powerhouse, although it does make me wonder how my quirk would have developed if I had gotten it at the age of 4 like most people. All Might's influence is clear in the way I fight. I don't think it's a coincidence that using my energy to enhance my muscles was instinctive to me right from the start. I can't even begin to imagine what my quirk would look like without him being in the forefront of my mind for years and years. There'd be something loose about it, the way I would use my quirk and perhaps even feel my emotions. Right now my emotional pool is tightly regulated for all that I allow it to let loose within the bounds of my body. And I like it that way. My quirk and emotions need that control. I can say for sure that being introspective is the best thing for me mental health-wise. But I know that I haven't even scratched the surface of what my quirk is capable of. I've only been living with it for about a year and there's so many things I haven't felt yet, so many songs I haven't heard, so many colors that I haven't seen from my emotional pool to even think that I've discovered more than maybe 5% of my quirk. There's still a state of exaltation that I haven't experienced. I'm starting to realize that happiness isn't good enough for me. I demand a taste of euphoria if I'm gonna have to live with this quirk for the rest of my life. Izuku, you're awake. Izuku wakes up to his mother crying over him, to his great confusion. Absently opens his arms and envelopes his mother into a hug while he tries to figure out what the hell is going on. He feels utterly exhausted and his mind struggles to take the facts and put it into something coherent. His mom is crying because he's in a hospital. Why is he in a hospital for? Images of the villain he fought flash before his eyes and he tightens his hold over his mother unconsciously. Fear licks over him as he finally remembers everything that happened at the USJ. Oh my God, is everyone okay? He checks the window and sees that it's dark outside. How long have I been out? She pulls back until she's the one wrapping him in a hug. Only for a couple of hours. And everyone's fine. All your other classmates have already been picked up by their parents. Aizawa-sensei? His mind races. To All Might. The last thing he can remember is All Might colliding with the weird bird brain villain after being rescued by Todoroki and Bakugo. After that he must have passed out because he didn't remember anything after that. Everyone's safe, his mother affirmed. Besides your teacher, everyone made it out with little to no injuries. Recovery girl healed your concussion but it sapped your energy, which is why you woke up so late. Izuku feels the tension leave him. The sight and sound of the bird brain villain grounding Aizawa-sensei's face into the ground will forever haunt him, but he was alive. Izuku knew firsthand just how strong the villain had been, and the fact that the both of them didn't die immediately was a testament to just how much it had been holding back. Things could have gone so much worse. He didn't know what his classmates had gone through, but the fact that no died or had any serious injuries was an incredible slide of good fortune. Oh, he's awake. A nurse stepped into the room and Izuku was put through a number of tests that resulted in him being discharged from the hospital. He was glad for it, although he did feel a bit restless. What was going to happen next? He wanted to talk to his classmates, but he didn't have any of their numbers, not even Uraraka's or Ida's, which was definitely going to change tomorrow. Unless school was cancelled tomorrow? He frowned at that. It was possible, but he was hoping it wasn't. UA's security was amazing, but that warp guy's quirk, Kurogiri, he thinks, could be trouble. His mom and him are on their way out of the hospital when he spies a familiar face. Uraraka. Midoriya. You're awake. Uraraka, he cries happily and draws her into a brief hug. What are you doing here? It's so late. I was worried about you. By the time everyone was leaving, we didn't have a way to contact you, so I volunteered to stay until you woke since I live alone. You live alone? His mom asked, and despite her perfectly neutral tone, Izuku could tell she was horrified at the thought. A faint blush rose to her cheeks. I live too far away from UA to commute here, so my parents rented an apartment nearby so I could attend school here. His mom nodded in understanding. I see. Well, there's no way around it. You're staying with us tonight. There's no way you can be alone tonight after what just happened. Oh, I don't know if that's necessary. I don't want to be any trouble. Uraraka started, but his mom steamrolled over her. Nonsense, now let's get going. Dinner will be a bit late, but it should be done by the time you need to go to bed for school tomorrow. She gently starts pushing the two of them towards the car, and Uraraka shoots him a bewildered look. He simply shrugs and grins. There was no stopping his mom. And besides, he agreed with her. She shouldn't be alone after a day like this. Okay, I just need a couple of things from my apartment if that's fine with you, she says hesitantly. Of course, his mom beams. Where do you live at? The Shinjuku district, she replies. Hey Midoriya, what's your number? I'm gonna add you into the class group chat that Ida made. He rattled off his number after they entered the car. He sent them one message and then put his phone back into his pocket. Hey guys, this is Midoriya. I hope everyone's okay. The drive to Uraraka's apartment and to their apartment was silent, which Izuku was kind of grateful for. He had a lot of his mind, and despite his exhaustion, he could tell he wasn't going to sleep easily tonight. He hated to admit it, but his quirk had gotten to his head. He hadn't realized it, but he had felt pretty much invincible after he had gotten his quirk. Had thought that as long as he was feeling the right way, there was no way he could lose. Perhaps someone capable of going toe-to-toe with All Might wasn't the best comparison, but the fact that the bird villain had completely shut him down had left him feeling a bit vulnerable. A bit unsure of his place in the world. It was completely stupid, considering that he hadn't had his quirk for more than a year at this point, but maybe that was why all the power he possessed had gone to his head. Izuku didn't train his quirk like other people did. He didn't want to. He liked how simple it was currently, and he wasn't unaware that his quirk liked to sprout new abilities during combat. For a while he had thought it was simply parts of his quirk that he hadn't discovered yet, and maybe that was true for his emotional colors, but everything else he was starting to doubt. He just didn't want to make his quirk, and therefore his emotions, too complicated. It was already a hassle dealing with them, and he was afraid that if it kept on developing, then he was going to get tired of it. And he couldn't run from his emotions no matter how he tried. The only solution would be one that Izuku had managed to talk himself out of on that rooftop, and he didn't think he would have the strength to do so again. He didn't need to fully develop his quirk if he was going to be a hero. What he had now was more than enough. Izuku didn't want to be the #1 hero anymore. He didn't even really want to be a hero anymore. He didn't understand why he wanted to in the first place. He remembers the drive and conviction being burning and all-encompassing, but the source and reason of that drive was lost to him. Saving people just for the sake of saving people? Obviously, if he had the ability to do so, he would gladly help and risk his own life, but now he couldn't understand it. Maybe it was a need to prove himself, or a need to be like All Might, the person who he admired the most back then. But now, he just didn't care. But Izuku was trying to become a hero, for better or for worse, and that meant he had a responsibility and duty to all the people who relied on the safety that heroes brought them. He would be absolutely devastated if there was someone who he couldn't save just because he never developed his quirk. He wouldn't like it, but he needed all the power his quirk could give him, even if he didn't need it 90% of the time. Otherwise, he might as well just quit becoming a hero right now and spare him and future victims from any harm that he could have prevented if he had just trained his quirk. The car pulling to a stop brought him out of his musings. Once in, he let Uraraka have the shower first and sat down on his bed, finally able to fully relax and unwind. He idly scrolls through his phone until he finds a song he wouldn't mind listening to. He taps the screen and the music starts playing softly. Drawing Days YouTube, Drawing Days Spotify, Drawing Days Apple Music. He didn't like this song when he first heard it. Or rather, it had taken multiple repeats for him to understand what emotion the author was trying to convey in the song. It was the first opening from the anime Katekyo Hitman Reborn. Unlike with the other openings from the anime, the song stood on its own, not reminding him too much of the anime because he didn't start listening to the full version of the song until long after he finished the anime. The soft but powerful drawn-out notes soothe him, and he can feel his emotions respond, his whirlpool taking on a nice, soothing shade of green. He gets lost in the rhythmic motion of his emotional whirlpool, and soon enough, without realizing it, he falls asleep. Izuku stares at his sensei, who's completely covered in bandages. It's a relief to see his sensei, but, Aizawa-sensei, surely you should still be in the hospital recovering? Ida asks. Izuku nods his head in staunch agreement. Even with Recovery Girl, Izuku had seen firsthand just how he had gotten those injuries. My well-being doesn't matter, he says, his voice the same as ever. Izuku can't help but stare incredulously at him at those words, but he continues on without a moment's pause. There's something even more important happening, he says dramatically and then pauses. The sports festival is coming up. Mild surprise washes over him. He can't believe he had forgotten about the sports festival. He had watched them religiously growing up, but he didn't put together that him attending UA meant that he was going to participate in the sports festival. It was understandable really, this entire first week of school had been way too stressful. And from what he remembers, the sports festival didn't occur until nearly a month after the first day of school. Anticipation races through him as he listens to Aizawa-sensei detail exactly what the sports festival meant for them in the heroics course and why they were still having one after the USJ fiasco. Izuku may have found his drive to train, but he still didn't care all too much about becoming a hero. This was the perfect opportunity to finally relax. He could actually enjoy the sports festival for what it was instead of stressing about getting an internship. Using his quirk in a relatively stress-free situation sounded amazing, and it was the perfect opportunity since he was going to start training his quirk anyways. Midoriya, if I can have a word? Aizawa asked when homeroom was over. Confused, he lingers until everyone is out of the classroom. He has an inkling of what this is about, but he's not sure. From your face, I don't think I have to say it, but I'm going to anyway. Jumping into my fight was incredibly dangerous, and under no circumstances are you to ever do that again in the unlikely event that something similar happens. Izuku opens his mouth to protest, but his teacher cuts him off. No. I know that you were worried, but it is my job to protect you and your classmates. What you should have done was immediately escape the moment you were able, and I expect you to do just that going forward. You attend this school to become a pro hero, and you can't do that if you die jumping into a fight you're not ready for. Do you understand me? Unable to speak, Izuku nods. He wants to say that intervening was never their intention, but something tells him that his sensei wouldn't have it and he'd only just reinforce his point. Still, it's hard not to say something when his sensei looks like a walking mummy. But that being said, I'd like to apologize. UA has failed you and your classmates terribly, and it's amazing that the worst injuries among you all were a concussion and a bloody wrist. Izuku waves him off. What happened was tragic, but I feel like in the end, everything worked out in our favor, and that's what matters ultimately. That's very rational and mature of you, I agree. Now on to other matters. Tacking on to what I was saying earlier, at the sports festival it's customary to have the top scorer of the entrance exam make a small little speech before it begins. You have around 2 weeks to prepare for that. Izuku feels the blood drain from his face. No, Aizawa-sensei, I literally cannot do that. I'll freeze up and make a fool out of myself. You have to get someone else to do it. Unless you can convince Bakugo, the runner-up, to take your place, I'm afraid the responsibility falls to you. No, he drags his hands over his face. Stupid entrance. Exam, I swear if I had known how much trouble and attention landing first place would give me, I would have held back. His teacher huffs out a laugh and Izuku glares at him. I'm serious. Please, Aizawa-sensei, can't you do something? I would do literally anything else than public speaking. He brings his hands up and shrugs his shoulders. There's nothing I can do about it. And besides, I don't think it'll be as bad as you think it will. Say something vaguely inspirational for maybe 10 or 15 seconds, finish it off with a plus ultra and you'll be fine. Izuku groans. Oh my god, that sounds horrible. The entire nation watches the sports festival. Then I'd suggest working on your speech as soon as possible. If you're really stuck, then ask Present Mike for some pointers. Nobody knows the art of public speaking better than he does. Now get going, you're about to be late for your next class. There goes his stress-free next 2 weeks. He knew it was too good to be true. At this rate he's going to spend the rest of the school year stressed out of his mind. So I don't think I've asked any of you yet, but why did you guys decide to become heroes? Ida asks. It's now lunchtime and Izuku picks at his food anxiously, unable to concentrate or think of anything else but his sports festival speech. Spite, Shinso says around a mouthful of food. Money, Uraraka says unabashedly. Sunk cost fallacy, Izuku mutters. Ida blinks slowly at that and Izuku stifles a laugh, anxiety momentarily forgotten. The three of them share a mirthful glance with each other before turning back to Ida. All right, it wasn't what I was expecting but understandable nonetheless. What about you? I assume it's because you come from a hero family, right? Izuku asks, turning the question back onto Ida. He's not really up to detailing what his answer meant. Correct, specifically because of my older brother Tensei. He's the finest hero I know, though I may be a bit biased. Izuku shakes his head. Ingenium is insanely popular in a way a lot of other heroes aren't. I don't think I've ever seen anybody criticize him or his agency. His reputation is stellar in real life and online. I've only ever heard good things about him. Oh, I've heard about Ingenium. I'm not a hero fanatic like Midoriya is, but even I know of him. It's so cool that you're his brother Ida. Uraraka says. It's why I'm so determined to do well at the sports festival. I want to show him that I'm following in his footsteps. I want him to be proud of me. If he's anything like you, then he already is. Shinso remarks dryly. You think so? Ida beams a smile at him and Izuku has to stifle a laugh at Shinso's obvious discomfort. He's not sure what exactly prompted the other boy to join them for lunch, but Izuku finds that he doesn't mind. USJ had affected all of them, but it had strengthened their bonds with each other at the same time. Izuku knows that he can trust Shinso with his life if need be. From what he's heard, he nearly got the drop on Shigaraki and Kurogyari and would have shut down the entire invasion if he had been given enough time and support. Izuku was jealous of that, in a sort of distant way. He had gotten them out of the shipwreck zone, but he found his performance outside of that lacking. He needed to get stronger and more versatile. He needed to master his quirk and his emotions as much as they would allow him. Blue light sparked inside of him, and he grabbed a hold of it and rode the wave of determination. He brought out an unused notebook and labeled it Personal Quirk Analysis Number 2. It was time to turn his thinking inward and analyze his own quirk like he did with so many others. Izuku reviewed his newest quirk notebook and deemed it satisfactory. It, of course, would probably be outdated within a month or two, even with all the extra space he had left between the categories. It was half a journal and half a quirk notebook, but that was only right considering the topic. He had gotten the basics of his quirk down, but as he wrote down in it, he realized that he had a blind spot when it came to his own quirk. He couldn't shake the feeling that he had forgotten some small crucial detail that could be important. It was silly, of course. No one read his notebooks other than him, but it did feel right to lay out the specifics of his true quirk. His mom knew, of course, but other than her nobody knew what really went on beneath his skin. He closed the notebook and sat down on his floor with his legs crossed. Now for the training part. The first thing Izuku has to realize is that his quirk is not like a muscle. It's not going to get stronger the more it's used, which means any power-up he's going to get is going to have to come from good old-fashioned introspection. Whatever power he's going to gain is already there, just waiting for the right thought process or realization to unlock it. He ruminates for a while, trying to decide which aspect of his quirk to focus on. He eventually settles on the newest ability, the prongs of emotion that solidified in his emotional pool. At the time he had been rightly distracted by the two different colors of energy flowing into his body, but what was even more important was the fact that his energy could harden and function like a solid. He can remember the sensation of when they formed, but just by thinking about it, he can tell that he can't replicate that exact feat. It was a feat born out of necessity, and his emotional pool is relentless. Any attempt to solidify the emotion will just be swept away. But perhaps on the outside? It wouldn't be the same. He wouldn't be able to grip the energy and ensconce it within another, but he thinks he should be able to pack the energy and have it affect objects as a solid instead of just pure lightning. They'd be like whips or veins of lightning, usable for both close and long range. He just needed the right sensation before he could prod them into being. He needed an energy type that was long and heavy and dense enough not to shatter on its first use. Instantly the right emotion came to mind, and Izuku smiled bitterly but stretched out his arms until his hands were parallel to the ground. And then he drew on the energy in his stockpile until he was submerged in an ocean of purple once more. Phantom feelings touched him, and this time he focused on them instead of driving them away. He let the heavy sadness sink into his body, let the pressure build and build as he directed it into his hands. He thought of rain and how it only fell from the sky when the cloud couldn't contain any more water vapor. He thought of how when his quirk first manifested he had so much energy inside of him that he had to bleed it off somewhere to lessen the pressure. It was the same concept but different execution. He just had to release the energy while letting it maintain its shape. Something about it was difficult. His skin was resisting the energy and acting as a barrier, but finally, Izuku pushed hard enough in the right direction and it broke free. The energy exiting his body was disorienting, but his joy at his success overshadowed it. Dangling from his palms were two thick purple tentacles? Yup, he couldn't even look at them and see anything else. He scowled to himself and adjusted the shape until it looked more like a rope. It was tricky to maintain the shape, which was odd if he was being honest. Everything about his quirk came naturally to him, so to actually struggle with it was a bit of a novelty. He brought his hand upwards and watched the rope of energy dangle towards the ground. He tried to stiffen it, but it was too heavy for him to do so. He turned his hand around again and tried again and was kind of successful. It was extremely slow, but without gravity to fight, he was slowly able to transform the rope into a pipe. Something about this was strenuous though, and he soon had to revert it back to a rope before the energy flew out of his control. He then let the rope dissipate as he thought about that. It made sense logically. He was able to make a rope so naturally more solid objects would follow, but it felt like he was forcing it, which he guessed he kind of was. His quirk couldn't be brute-forced, which is why he was so reluctant to try and train it in the first place. Maybe it was the energy type he was using. Or maybe it was because he had the wrong state of mind and was manipulating the energy the wrong way. Perhaps it was all three of those things combined. Hell, maybe he was thinking about it too hard. He reformed the tentacles and this time left the shape as is. With a thought, it swung up and began to wrap around his arm. He sunk into the sadness of the phantom feelings but didn't let it overwhelm him. He just basked in the emotion. There was a certain comfort in being sad, not a lot, but something about it was like coming back to an old friend. The tentacle lazily curled itself around his neck once before wrapping around his other. With a thought, it began to shrink as it grew leaves, and by the time it finished its path, Izuku was wrapped in a beautiful purple vine. He hummed to himself and then very slowly let the energy dissipate in the air. By the time he was finished, his breathing had gotten noticeably heavier. Heavier emotions like sadness or anger were powerful, but they carried a toll in that the emotional fatigue afterwards were tremendous. Especially since he had gone out of his way to eliminate the degree of separation he usually kept when drawing out of his stockpile. Alrighty, then, he muttered to himself. He took a 10-minute break in which he aimlessly scrolled through his phone until he felt better. He was loath to shift colors when he was making a breakthrough on his purple energy, but if he wanted to continue training, it was a must. He started drawing from his stockpile and sent it straight into his emotional pool. It took a while, but at a steady constant rate, the purple was eventually converted to a pure green. He smiled and sat up straighter. This felt good. He laughed out loud and bit his lip to prevent himself from smiling any harder. What in the hell is this? He thought almost deliriously and laughed once more. Instantly his mind sought out the only possible difference. In all of the time that Izuku has had his quirk, he's never directly pulled energy from his stockpile into his emotional pool. Of course, any energy pulled from the stockpile goes through the emotional pool, but he's never directly converted his emotions before. The closest that it's ever happened before was at the quirk apprehension test on the first day of school. He had imbued his body with blue energy and poured yellow until he couldn't stand any more. His emotional pool had been converted to yellow and then literally flushed out of his system after he was finished with the ball toss. When it was all said and done, his energy pool started back up anew with green energy from his success and exhaustion. But right now, purple to green. With his purple vines, he had sunk into the phantom feelings of the stockpile and let his emotions change naturally, but such a direct conversion itself? Izuku could hardly believe that he had done that without thinking twice. The energy buzzes in his skin and he lets it free instantly, eager to use the energy up in any way he can. He limits it to his upper body and what looks like lightning chainmail appears over him. They're just sparks really, probably not even that. Through some type of unconscious control, he's limited the amount of times each arc of electricity can spark off before it dissipates. But immediately Izuku can feel the difference and he pumps more energy into until he can finally think. He can't believe that he's never done this before. And beneath all of the joy, the only thing Izuku can think is that he hates this. There were so many times that this could have happened, but a part of him instinctively avoided it. Like at the USJ attack, he instantly opted to wipe out his emotional pool with his black holes before he even considered a direct conversion via his stockpile. And he sees why, because the loss of his sense of self is kind of rattling. This super-duper happy Izuku is not who he is. It's artificial and he has to focus on making sure he doesn't focus on the feeling too hard before he bugs out. Music. He needs some music. He jumps up and grabs his phone. He opens Spotify and hits the shuffle button on his playlist called Green. Despite the color name, he doesn't really listen to this playlist much. He mainly listens to whatever he's recently been listening to and his few favorite artists. Happiness isn't his default mood. He's most comfortable when he's calm and in control, and his music taste reflects that. That's not to say he listens to boring, flat music, but his Green playlist is half filled with pop songs from the radio and the other half with what he usually listens to and enjoys. The pop songs can kind of take him out of himself when listening to it, but his Green playlist is supposed to represent him at his happiest, and pure pop is pretty much that. 40 Day Dream, YouTube, 40 Day Dream, Spotify, 40 Day Dream, Apple Music. He's still happy when 40 Day Dream by Edward Sharpe and the Magnetic Zeros comes on though. I've been sleepin' for 40 days and I know I'm sleeping 'cause this dream's too amazin'. It's a nice song. Taken all together, it's about this guy who meets this woman so amazing that it feels like he's dreaming. Izuku loves it for the music more instead of the lyrics, but thematically it fits. That type of happiness is foreign to him usually, but right now it works. And not every song can be like Swimming, who seems like it was made for Izuku personally. The joy about music is that he doesn't need to think to enjoy it. It just is. Oh, I've been sleepin' for 60 days and nobody better pinch me. Beach, I swear I'll go crazy. He starts singing and dancing to himself. It's totally unlike how Izuku dances usually, alone in his room with the door closed, but with how good he's feeling right now, embarrassment doesn't even factor. It's not even dancing really, just a series of movements and steps that just feels right for the song. He kind of feels like he's back in the shipwreck zone. His eyes are closed now, but everything is still green. His energy sparkles and shines like glitter, and it's all he can do to not let his quirk flare out naturally. His emotional pool had already extended, but he didn't let it go past his body. This had been one of the scenarios he had been meaning to test out with his green energy. There had to be some way he could replicate what he had done at the shipwreck zone, but on a vastly smaller scale. But now wasn't the time to test it out. He was in the middle of his room. And possibly drunk. Or high. Is this what being high feels like? His heart is pounding fiercely, and he feels like if he gets any happier it'll pound right out of his chest. Almost wishes that instead of his green energy he had used blue or even purple. He knows how to deal with extreme sadness, but this type of overwhelming happiness? It's new to him, and it's blinding in its brilliance. An entire hour later, Izuku feels relatively normal. More prone to a smile or a laugh than usual, but he finally feels like himself. Izuku grabs his Quirk notebook, quickly scribbles a sentence or two to be expanded on later, and promptly falls asleep. 2 weeks later, and Izuku is as prepared as he's going to be for both the speech and the sports festival. He had finished around 2 days ago and the wait had been unbearable, but this was it. He had gone to sleep late last night because of his nervousness, and he had woken up with his emotional pool the same golden yellow color it had been when he finally went to sleep. He was reviewing his speech one more time in the waiting room when Todoroki approached him. Midoriya, in terms of power output, I say we're about even with me having an edge over you. I saw the entire lake light up all the way from the landslide zone, so I have a pretty good estimate of what you're capable of, and I think I can say I'm stronger than you. Izuku stares at him, not really understanding what he was trying to get at. Whoa, hey, Kirishima comes over and grabs Todoroki by the shoulder. Seriously? A challenge right before we start? That's not cool. Todoroki sharply brushes Kirishima's hand off his shoulder. We're not here to make friends, so what does it matter? He looks at Izuku again, and the expression on his face is neutral for how bold his words are. I'm going to defeat you, and that's that. He goes to turn around, and Izuku surprises himself when he breaks out of his daze and barks out a laugh. Todoroki, I'm more worried about this speech than I am about the prospect of fighting you. The words, though entirely true, come out more challenging and derogatory than he had intended, and he can visibly see the rest of their class react. But Todoroki doesn't do anything but scoff at his words and continue walking. You all right, Midoriya? Uraraka asked after everyone calmed down. Izuku nodded. Yeah, actually. I don't like confrontation, but I think I'm kind of excited to fight him. At the very least it helped take my mind off of the speech. He certainly hadn't predicted a challenge from the quiet, aloof boy, and it was just out of the blue enough for his mind to puzzle over it instead of worrying about his speech. He might just be able to do this. He absolutely can't do this. It's so much worse than he had thought it would be. The stadium is absolutely packed to the brim, no empty seats as far as he can tell. For the umpteenth time he curses the fact that he made first place in the entrance exam. This has got to be the worst thing that's happened to him as a result from that. He breathes in and out slowly, trying to calm his racing heart. Present Mike is introducing the rest of the classes and he's already on Class 1F, which means he doesn't have a lot of time until he's due to go on. It's not very successful, but it's enough to let him enact Plan B, which was basically Plan A because there was no way Izuku could get through this without using his quirk. He quickly ferrets through his blue stockpile, plucking a few key strands of emotion before siphoning the rest of the energy he needs into his whirlpool. He sinks into the phantom emotions and lets the determination of a recent study session take over him. Representing the students is Midoriya Izuku from Class 1A. Midnight says. When he walks up to the stage his steps are shaky but firm. He absently draws more power from his stockpile while he readies his lines in mind. It's funny, but in the end he had taken Aizawa-sensei's advice. I pledge to do my best and to hold nothing back because this is you at the best of the best, and everyone here is capable of going beyond their limits if they just put their minds to it. Plus ultra everybody. He brings his hands up and lets the lightning within him snap into the shapes he's been practicing. The words, plus ultra, pop up in blue above his hands. He stays there for a few seconds while the audience cheers and claps before clearing the stage. Izuku is hit with overwhelming relief after he lets the blue strand of energy dissipate. Never again, he says vehemently, and it's completely drowned out by the audience and the students around him. Ready, steady, go, YouTube. Ready, steady, go, Spotify. Ready, steady, go, Apple Music. It's hard to get into a competitive state of mind after finally completing the task he's been worried about for 2 weeks, but after Midnight announces the first section is an obstacle race, he can feel the urge to win spark off in his stomach. I can win this, he thinks as they all walk to the waiting area. To start with, they have to go through this narrow gate which served as a bottleneck to slow down the majority of the competitors. He feels a bit rude, but there's a reason why he gave the speech he did, so he shrouds himself in lightning right after they start. Everyone around him immediately gives him a wide berth and Izuku starts jogging towards the gate before it's jammed with students. He's nearly there when he feels a hand grab his wrist. "Hey," Kaminari says. "You don't mind sharing the spotlight, do you?" he asks. Izuku laughs and shakes his head no. Kaminari was absorbing and neutralizing his electricity from the looks of it. He didn't feel anything strange on his end, but he wondered if Kaminari was feeling the emotion behind the lightning. The two of them are one of the first ones into the gate and they're halfway through it when Izuku hears cries of shock and surprise come from behind them. Preceding those cries is a wave of cold air and Izuku instantly recognizes what happened. "Jump," he tells Kaminari, and the two of them leap over the sheet of ice that forms beneath their feet. They break apart upon landing and Izuku struggles to stay upright as he starts sliding. His forward momentum eventually runs out and Izuku directs his power to his legs so that his next step breaks right through the ice. Once he has some purchase, he directs even more power to his legs and leaps headfirst right through the remaining half of the tunnel. And the first one out is Midoriya Izuku. Present Mike screams into the mic, "Let's see if he can keep his lead" when he reaches the first obstacle of the race, the Robo Inferno. His landing is a bit rough, but it's worth it when he looks back and sees the stretch of ice that he skipped past that most of the other students are struggling with. On his brief look back he sees Todoroki and Bakugo zooming past a flailing Kaminari, both their faces sporting their disdain at Izuku. "I'm no Ida, but I'm pretty fast when I put my mind to it." It's weird using his quirk to this degree without listening to music. Without it to spur his energy along, he has to concentrate on keeping the right state of mind so it flows naturally. He may have been a bit hasty in deciding that he didn't need music for this first round, but it had felt right and his quirk thrived off of him following his gut. He blames it on the speech. It hadn't left much room for Izuku to worry about other things to the point that he had forgotten to steep his muscles with energy before he had started. But this was still a race, and Izuku knew how to fall into the rhythmic beat of his feet pounding the ground, one after another, and his energy soon snapped into place, now being streamlined and directed towards one singular purpose. The Robo Inferno turns out to be the same robots from the entrance exam with several 0-pointers leading a swarm of the 1 to 3-pointers. Izuku is more than a bit gleeful to take out his frustrations out on the robots. They were responsible for his speech in a roundabout way. It takes more time than expected to cut through the 1 to 3-pointers that by the time he gets to the 3 0-pointers in the back, Todoroki and Bakugo have caught up to him and are quickly slaughtering through their share of robots. Izuku digs into his stockpile and forms a purple tentacle around his arm. He brings it back and launches it, letting it extend until it's wrapped around the arm of the middle 0-pointer. He lets it retract, letting himself be pulled quickly through the air. He dissipates it once he passes the 0-pointer and he prepares himself for the landing, it being one of the things he's trained on during the past 2 weeks. He aces the landing, transferring his momentum perfectly, and he clears the first obstacle completely unscathed, bypassing the 0-pointers completely. He hears a sharp crack behind him and he feels the temperature drop suddenly. Oh! Midoriya slips past the first obstacle and Todoroki responds by freezing the rest of the robots blocking his path. Him and Bakugo Katsuki are trying to catch up, but Midoriya is just too fast. He'll be encountering the second obstacle soon. The next obstacle course is called the Fall, and as soon as it comes within sight, Izuku can see why. In front of him was a massive canyon filled with stone pillars, and the only way across was a tightrope. It was too far to jump, even with his super strength. He could traverse it the normal way and hope that his enhanced physical abilities would get him across fast enough, but Bakugo would just fly over and Todoroki would undoubtedly freeze himself a path. He'd lose his lead for sure. Izuku gritted his teeth and plunged his hands into his purple stockpile. He knelt down and just let the energy flow over the rope, trying his best to not think too hard about what he was doing. Once it had spread over the entire rope, Izuku poured more energy to give his construct more shape and then solidified it with a tight squeeze of his hands. He felt the energy set into place and he winced at the amount of energy taken out of his stockpile. It had been more than he expected, but that was alright. Now that he knew how to shape the energy, the next bridge would be more energy efficient. He hurried and crossed the bridge before anyone caught up and could use it for themselves. He had just made it to the next pillar when Bakugo and Todoroki arrived in tow, and he let the bridge dissipate behind him. It goes out with a bang, the solidified lightning suddenly losing its container, and Izuku turns around to see a fried piece of rope barely hanging on, making it effectively unusable. He hadn't meant to do that, but oh well, they had said anything goes as long as they stayed on the course. Deku! Bakugo screams, his voice echoing across the gorge. He says some more stuff that Izuku automatically tunes out as he concentrates on making his next bridge. He uses the blue energy swirling around in his whirlpool and uses the rope as a guide to stretch it across to the next pillar. He solidifies it with a thought, no gesture needed, and before his eyes a thin hollow rectangular cube appears. He thins and widens it a little before siphoning some energy from his purple stockpile to make it stable enough to walk on. He crosses it quickly, happy to note how quick and efficient he had made the bridge. It doesn't even fry the rope when he allows it to go out, and the next bridge is even faster to form as he gets used to the sensation. It's enough to let him keep his lead, but only barely. Todoroki and Bakugo are only a couple of pillars behind him that by the time that Izuku clears the second obstacle that it's less of a lead and more of a three-way tie. The two of them follow the rules to the letter, and in between trying to knock each other off the course, they send some pot shots towards him and he dodges both explosions and ice before retaliating, throwing an errant bolt of lightning behind him without turning around. Soon enough they reach the third part of the obstacle course, accurately dubbed the minefield. It's tempting to immediately start the course before the two behind him are ahead, but something in him is whirring and he stops right before the minefield. Amusingly, this is enough to stop Bakugo and slow down Todoroki. Deku, what the F are you doing? He demands once it's clear that he's not going to move. First of all, don't call me that, he says calmly. And what's it to you, don't you have a race to win? He asks. Just to piss him off, Izuku starts cleaning his nails despite them being free of dirt. It's easy to stay cool and keep his composure with this steady constant blue pouring inside of him. Stop F&G around. It doesn't mean sheet if I don't win it fair and square, so get your scrawny but over here and lose with some dignity. Todoroki, who is slowly inching towards the minefield, looks like he agrees with Bakugo's sentiment, but he keeps looking backwards at the finish line. What's this? I've never seen this before. The top 3 students in the lead have all suddenly stopped. Nope, I think I'm good. Now are you going to sit here and wait for everyone else to catch up, or are you gonna go? F you. Bakugo spits, and Izuku can tell by the look on his face that he's truly set at Izuku. But he goes, and so does Todoroki, after he gives Izuku a hard long look. It's a bit harder to tease out the idea that was running in his mind, but he catches it and carefully runs through the plan. It'd be lame if he didn't pull something good after stopping all dramatically like that, but it'd be even more stupid to hurt himself trying to pull off something he wasn't ready for. Let's see, he would need blue for the posts and definitely purple for the actual slingshot part. He waited until they were a quarter of the way through the minefield until he started working. The posts were easy, his shaping skills being greater because his emotional pool was currently blue. And he had practiced with his purple energy the most these past 2 weeks. It was trivial to anchor the elastic purple energy to his blue posts. He made 2 slingshots, one big one to launch himself across the minefield and one smaller one to jump off of to give his trip more power. The end result looked like 2 sets of hurdles, one significantly larger than the other. He's pretty sure this will work. He knows his quirk, and even if his trajectory isn't perfect when he hits the main slingshot, he can adjust it on the fly so he has the right angle. He just needs enough power to launch himself across the entire minefield. He infuses his limbs with energy, packing his body with all the blue energy it could handle, runs and jumps forwards feet first into the first, smaller slingshot. He nails the angle needed to launch himself into the second slingshot, and he smiles widely when he sees Todoroki and Bakugo in the distance. There's no doubt in his mind that his plan worked out perfectly. In the back of his head, his emotional pool churns with satisfaction and joy and glee, and he can feel the mixture of blue and green energy gather in his hands, just waiting to be. He goes flying through the air, and he can hear Present Mic's voice narrating the action, but he can't make out what he's saying because of the wind rushing past his ears. He quickly passes Todoroki and Bakugo, and he turns around midair to savor the sight of their shocked expressions. With one gesture of his hand, lightning sparks, and the minefield between them blows up, sending him flying even faster through the air. There's no salvaging his landing. He's too disoriented to even attempt to land on his feet, so he enhances his muscles and anchors his hands into the ground the moment he lands. It's reminiscent of his time when he blew up the zero-pointer, only not as scary. He loses his grip the first time he hits the ground, but it bleeds off enough speed that he can successfully grab a hold of it the second time. He still slides about 5 more feet before finally coming to a complete stop. And Midoriya Izuku wins. He clears the last obstacle and retakes first place with one flashy move. Izuku straightens out of the crouch he's in and absently spits the dirt out of his mouth. He's wiping off the dust on his gym uniform when Todoroki and Bakugo come in that order. The expression of Bakugo's face is nothing he hasn't seen before, but the one on Todoroki's is very interesting. He was obviously mad or disappointed because his jaw was clenched hard enough that Izuku could see his jawline from all the way over here, and his mismatched eyes were staring at Izuku like he wanted nothing more than to start a fight right then and there. And instead of feeling wary, all Izuku felt was a mix of determination and anticipation that stoked his competitive spirit. What he had said to Uraraka earlier had been more true than he realized. The thought of fighting Todoroki was now exciting, and it was kind of weird because Izuku had previously never been the type to enjoy the act of fighting. But it was undeniable now, especially so now that he was using his quirk without Radiohead. And maybe it was because Izuku knew that Todoroki wouldn't lose control and try to hurt him beyond what was necessary to win the match, unlike with Bakugo. Overall, he was the better and safer choice to be Izuku's rival. Rival? That seemed apt for all that they barely knew each other. But it wasn't like it was Izuku who had challenged Todoroki in front of everybody. In a way, he's kind of glad that Todoroki thinks he's strong enough to pit himself off against. It was a quiet acknowledgement of his strength despite the confrontational words. He watches as the other competitors make their way past the finish line, happy to see that what looks like his entire class clear the first obstacle. In regards to the second obstacle, Izuku immediately knows who he wants to work with once midnight finishes announcing the rules. Not even his first place 10 million point penalty can deter him for long. "Kaminari, you have to work with me," he pleads. Kaminari looks around at the other competitors. Nervously. "I don't know Midoriya, I was thinking of working with Yaoyorozu or Gyre maybe. Our quirks are super compatible. You proved it yourself just 5 minutes ago. Work with me and I promise you will make it into the third round. Who else can better protect you in case you go over your wattage limit?" Kaminari looks nervous for another second or two before he musters his courage and gives Izuku a confident grin. "All right, Midoriya. Let's do this. Who else are we working with?" "Nobody," he says, ignoring Kaminari's shocked expression. "Now I have a plan, but I have to explain a couple of things about my quirk first." Izuku hadn't allowed himself to be intimidated by the enormous price placed on his head when it was first mentioned, but seeing everyone stare at him and Kaminari right before they start is super nerve-wracking. If he hadn't just given a speech that had been broadcasted to millions of people, he'd probably be freaking the hell out. Kaminari, understandably, is doing just that, and Izuku looks downward in an attempt to make eye contact with him. "Calm down," he says. "The only people we have to really worry about are all of the Class 1B students. I didn't get to see any of their quirks in the last obstacle because I was in the lead the entire time. Everyone else, they pretty much knew what to expect." He was comforted by the fact that Class 1B couldn't all have quirks suited to this activity. If they could just survive the initial onslaught, Izuku knew that they could defend their 10 million points until the time ran out. 3, 2, 1. Start. Izuku activates his shroud. Indiscriminate shock. Izuku pulled his lips into a thin smile as he took note of everyone who got shocked. Everyone who wanted their headband had to approach them, but it wasn't exactly a secret as to what their quirks were. Izuku had gotten first place, and Kaminari had a streak of black in his blonde hair that resembled a lightning bolt. Depending on if they got shocked or not, Izuku could get a rough estimate onto what teams were hot-headed and what teams were being cautious. And of course, what teams that had some type of electrical defense. Of course, one of those two teams was Team Todoroki, which had Yaoyorozu in it. With the insulation blanket draped over their heads, they were heading towards him and Kaminari at a startlingly fast pace. It was to be expected though. Uraraka's weightlessness in conjunction with Ida's boosters meant that Team Todoroki had some crazy acceleration. Which was kind of bad, because their plan depended on them being able to outmaneuver everybody that came after them. But despite that, their trouble came from the other team that was immune to Kaminari's attack. Izuku couldn't even see them because they were completely surrounded by a dome of vines that protected them from the electricity. There was a tiny slit in the dome that enabled them to see where they were going, and they too were charging at them, no faster than Team Todoroki but definitely more unstoppable. "Kaminari," Izuku carefully warned. "Right." He stopped his attack and tried to run towards one of the teams that had been shocked. He tipped over, his feet stuck where they were because the ground beneath them had softened and turned to sludge. If it weren't for Izuku shifting his weight at the last second, they would have both tipped over into the liquid ground. He looked around and saw that the path of sludge originated from the Vine team, who had redoubled their pace now that the two of them were caught. He dug into his stockpile and hurriedly touched Kaminari's shoulder. "Get us out of here," he yelled, and allowed his green energy to flow from his stockpile and into his hand, where it was absorbed by Kaminari. Now that their area of effect attack was over, the other teams that had held back were now approaching them, hoping for a chance to get the 10 million points. He shifted his weight once more to avoid a stream of what looked like glue, and then obliterated a pair of horns flying towards him with a stream of yellow energy. Things were getting complicated, and they weren't even 20 seconds into the match. Izuku had opted out of listening to music for this round as well. With only two of them, he couldn't afford to give up his hearing, but it would have been nice because Radiohead gave him a constant stream of energy to use. He usually used that stream of energy to fuel his shroud and launch AoE attacks, but he found he couldn't do both without listening to music. The shroud was a byproduct and therefore something he didn't need to concentrate on, and since Kaminari had a more effective AoE attack, Izuku had chosen to not use Radiohead despite all the good songs he knew that would be effective in this situation. Kaminari had said he could only pull off possibly 3 indiscriminate shocks before passing his wattage limit, so Izuku was limiting it to 2 uses since he was their horse. One at the beginning and one at the end if everything went right. Everything in between rested on Izuku's energy. Emerald green light flashed around Kaminari's legs, and before Izuku could warn him not to use too much energy, they tore free of the sludge containing them. Izuku stifled a scream as they sailed through the air, the jump being terrifying when it wasn't under his own power. This was the exact reason he wanted to be the horse, but Kaminari had insisted, citing that Izuku was smaller than him even though they were both enhancing their strength. They landed roughly and Izuku balanced them out with a blast of blue energy. Don't use it all at once, he advised. It's not a crutch, just let it enhance what you already have. He looked around and readied his emotional pool as he surveyed for threats. He had his metaphorical left hand plunged into his blue-colored emotional pool, and the right one was poised over his stockpile in case he needed his other energy types. They had jumped pretty far, but they already had teams gunning for them. Team Bakugo being the most prominent due to how loud their leader was. Try not to jump so far too often, he said after he saw this orange-haired girl enlarge her fist. It was easily big enough to fit the 2 of them, and if they were caught by her they could effectively kiss their 10 million points goodbye. If they were in the air for too long, then people would be able to predict their landing spot, and since they had no real means of maneuvering in midair, that pretty much meant game over. He felt Kaminari nod, and the 2 of them were off, their pace speedy but halting as Kaminari got used to enhancing his muscles. You're so much lighter, Kaminari yelled up at him. Not that you weighed that much to begin with, but super strength is amazing. I can't feel a thing. Izuku didn't know if he was feeling the emotions within the lightning he was absorbing. Kaminari already had a boisterous personality, but Izuku had warned him of the effects. So which headband do you want to go after if we have the chance? Kaminari asked, lowering his volume until only Izuku could hear it. I don't know, Izuku answered. I was really hoping we could get some right at the start, but that didn't work out. Maybe Hagakure's team, he wondered. Her team consisted of Koda, Sato, and Jiro, which Izuku figured they could handle. With Sato being part of the horse formation, that meant all they had to worry about was really Jiro and her sound waves. They also had a good amount of points for their moderate threat level. Not enough to qualify for the next round on its own if they lost their headband, but definitely a decent start. Izuku felt a tugging sensation coming from his forehead, and he hurriedly slammed a palm to his head before the headband could fly off. What was that? Telekinesis? He looked around but couldn't find a source. There were too many people after them to determine who it could be. He tugged the headband down until it was resting around his neck. It was a bit more awkward to guard that way, but he couldn't keep his palm up there for forever. This way, whoever it was couldn't lift it straight off his head. They had to go around his chin. They were doing well so far. They had escaped the barrage of attacks in the beginning, and Izuku's shroud was managing to keep the purely melee opponents back as well. His blue shroud wasn't as effective as his green one, the energy needing more mental regulation to maintain, but it still served as an effective barrier. They would have to brave the lightning or overwhelm the 2 of them if they wanted a chance at their headband. Thankfully, people seemed to be realizing that Izuku and Kaminari wouldn't be easy targets and started going after the other teams in the arena. This worked out to their advantage, as all the teams that were really gunning for them had the highest points outside of Izuku and Kaminari. 2 teams of 2, both Class 1B, took this time to launch their attacks, and Izuku increased the output of energy flowing from his stockpile. Avoid the team on the right at all costs, Izuku said. I don't know if that's his quirk making him that fast and strong, but any interaction with them will be costly. The guy was barreling at them on all fours, his body big enough that his teammate was sitting on his back like he was riding a horse. They had too much force and momentum for Izuku to be comfortable with. The other 1B team seemed much tamer in comparison, and he shattered another pair of horns sent by them with a swipe of his left hand as Kaminari started evading in their direction. Which turned out to be a bad decision, because as soon as they were in range, Izuku had to duck under a sharp blade that was protruding from the guy's arm. The guy had green hair and eyes like Izuku's, only way lighter, and Izuku saw him smirk slightly before he brought his arm back around. Panicked, he brought his arms up and caught the blow on his wrist. The force of it nearly succeeded in knocking him over, but Kaminari tightened the hold he had on Izuku's legs and jumped back a couple of spaces. That was dangerous, he muttered beneath his breath. He wasn't sure what would have happened if his emotional pool hadn't been blue in nature. And out of all of the things Izuku had done in the past 2 weeks, testing out his durability hadn't been one of them. I don't know how long we can keep this up, Izuku thought as he dodged Jiro's earphone jacks. They were doing good so far, but the closer they got to the end, the more anxious he got. It didn't matter how well they did if they just lost the headband in the last 10 seconds of the match. They still had an indiscriminate shock for that last-ditch effort, but Izuku knew that wasn't going to be enough. Kaminari was burning through his green energy recklessly, overcompensating a bit too much but doing way better than Izuku had initially expected. He was still making a sizable dent in his green stockpile though. How do you feel about going on the offensive? Izuku asked. I think we can hold this if we need to, but I would feel a lot better with at least 1 or 2 headbands. Midoriya, I thought you would never ask. Izuku grinned, feeling the spark of excitement flash through him for the first time this match. He shoved both hands into his green stockpile and shoved an indeterminate amount of it into Kaminari, who stumbled from the sudden influx of energy. There, that should last you the rest of the match. He surveyed the arena, feeling better now that he didn't have to maintain the stream of energy to Kaminari. Let's go with what I said before. Hagekyure's team first, and then maybe that guy with the glue quirk. Needless to say, they weren't going after Todoroki and Bakugo. They both knew it was only a matter of time before they caught up to him. Already Todoroki's impatience was shining through, and he was freezing opponents left and right in his haste to get to Izuku. He could see Bakugo off in the distance chasing after a team that was decidedly not Izuku and Kaminari, and a quick glance at the scoreboard showed that his team currently had 0 points. He hoped that whatever team that had dared to steal from Bakugo knew what they were getting into. Either way, it seemed like Bakugo was off his back for the time being. Alright, let's do this. Get me in range, he told Kaminari. Once he was close enough, Izuku stretched out his arms and a small purple hand quickly darted out and made its way to Hagekyure's forehead. He wasn't surprised when it was blasted apart by Jiro's sound waves the second it got too close for comfort, but he was surprised that when he was in the middle of reforming the hand, Team Todoroki busted in and took their headband after they had been thoroughly frozen. Midoriya, he said, narrowing his eyes. With one stomp of his feet, a massive wall of ice rose up and separated them from the rest of the competitors. Todoroki, he said evenly, not quite taking his eyes off of him. He wasn't sure how he felt about this situation. Being this enclosed meant that he didn't have to worry about other competitors taking his headband, but it also meant that Todoroki would get multiple chances to steal it. The ice they could deal with, but Yaoyorozu was the definition of a wild card, and there was no way Kaminari could keep up with Ida's Uraraka enhanced speed. Izuku didn't even know if he would be able to keep up with it if he had been the horse. Either way, there was no need to let them know that. And that was ignoring all the strength they had to bear. He tied the headband back around his forehead and smirked at him. You might think you have us trapped over here, but I don't think you realize exactly how much easier this makes it for us. All they had to do was stall for what? 2 more minutes and they had this. And if they did get their headband snatched, the same wall blocking them in would work in their advantage. Not even Todoroki could melt that much ice so quickly. He tapped Kaminari's shoulders. Stay on his left side, he won't be able to freeze us without adjusting first. They were at this for a little while before the other team stopped, no doubt reassessing their strategy. It felt weird standing there doing nothing while they clearly plotted, but time running was a good thing for them as long as they held the 10 million points. Just in case, he upped the power going to the shroud, bringing it to its absolute limit, and blinked through the resulting sea of blue before his eyes. At the edge of his senses, he could feel the energy tip over and spill inwards when it became too much, and right when he was about to press and pursue the sensation, his concentration was broken by the ice wall shattering. Bakugo! Sheet! He yelled. Heads towards the wall. He pointed in the direction he wanted Kaminari to go in and threw a bolt of lightning at the wave of ice that was already on its way to intercept them. There was less than 30 seconds left in the match. For a moment, Izuku thought they were going to make it, their enhanced speed making it so that neither of the two teams could catch up due to how far they were. But both teams had aces up their sleeves, and in a couple of seconds they were both accelerating way faster than Kaminari could manage. Team Bakugo was being propelled by their leader's explosions on a slick layer of acid that let them glide across the ground, and Team Todoroki was floating entirely, their insane forward momentum from Ida being balanced out by a flamethrower, courtesy of Yaoyorozu. Kaminari now. Full power, and as long as you can before you go over your limit, he yelled as Bakugo blasted himself in the air and Ida shifted into another gear. They jerked to a stop and Izuku felt the air around them charge with energy before Kaminari let loose with his quirk. Indiscriminate shock. 1,300,000 volts. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw tape stream through the air and wrap itself around a twitching Bakugo before retracting. With that out of the way, Izuku faced Team Todoroki, predictably huddled in an insulation blanket once more. With 5 seconds left in the match, Kaminari's attack faded away and they were exposed once more. In an instant, Ida was in their faces, Todoroki's hand outstretched to snatch their headband. "No!" he yelled, and faster than he thought he was capable of, he smacked Todoroki's hand out of his face and reached out with his own hand. "Time. The match is over." Izuku froze, his hand hanging in front of Todoroki's face. To his right, Todoroki's other hand was a couple of inches away from his head and on fire. It blazed furiously and the light from it washed upon Todoroki's face and made his confusion perfectly clear. But then he regained control of himself and he looked away in disgust. He clicked his tongue and the fire disappeared, the only evidence it had been there being his tattered and singed sleeve. He brought his arm down and like that, the moment was broken. He slid off Kaminari's shoulders and then hugged him in celebration. "We did it." "Aha," Kaminari responded. He gave Izuku 2 thumbs up though his eyes were entirely unfocused. "Go us." "Now what exactly were we doing?" he asked faintly. Izuku laughed. "Let's go get you settled down somewhere," he said. "Midoriya. That was awesome." Uraraka caught up to him and bumped their shoulders together before matching his pace. "Thanks. You guys almost had us." He turned around and looked at Ida nearby. "Your quirks work really together. It's like the end of the mock battle trials, but this time you two were on the same side." Ida doesn't quite frown, but his smile does become a bit strained at the memory. "Thankfully I've become more used to zero gravity in the time since. But without Yaoyorozu I don't think I would have been able to maneuver us as deftly. My brother Tensei would really benefit with Uraraka's quirk with his engines being in his arms. But never mind about us. You and Kaminari were crazy. Together. I don't think anybody else in the class has better quirk compatibility than you two," Uraraka said. "Let me go put Kaminari where we're sitting and I'll meet you two near the concession stands. I haven't eaten all day because of the speech and I'm really hungry." After leaving Kaminari in the capable hands of Koda, Izuku is stopped by Todoroki on his way back to Uraraka and Ida. "Midoriya," he says while stepping in front of him. "We need to talk. We need to talk." The expression on his face is the same as ever, but there's something distinctly different from when he challenged Izuku in front of everybody. So he nods and follows Todoroki to somewhere more private until they're standing in a very narrow hallway that leads outside the stadium. "I didn't even notice," Todoroki said, staring at his left hand. "I picked a fight with you to show my old man that I didn't even need his power to win, but the moment I was overpowered." He shakes his head in disgust and clenches his fist. "My father isn't as good a man as he is a hero. Endeavor is obsessed with becoming the #1 hero, but the gap between him and All Might was too much for Hellfire to cross." Confused, Izuku listens on. He doesn't know why Todoroki is telling him, of all people, this, but maybe it wasn't about who he was telling it to and more about the act of sharing itself. Todoroki fixes him with a stare. "Have you ever heard of quirk marriages?" Izuku's mouth dries instantly and so does his appetite along with it. He can't help the strangled gasp that comes out and tries his best not to look too hard at Todoroki's hair and eyes. There was no way that Endeavor would do something as archaic as quirk marriages. With his influence and wealth he got a hold of my mother's quirk. He's trying to live vicariously through me by making me a hero strong enough to surpass all might. But I refuse to become a tool for a man like him. Growing up, all I remember is my mom crying and being so afraid all the time. Todoroki brings his hand up and touches the scar over his eye. I never understood why until she said, "Your left side is unsightly," and poured boiling water over my eye. He struggles not to react as his emotional pool is instantly taken over by his shock. I don't need his power to win, and when I beat you with just using my right, even he will see it. In fact, I'll reject him completely by placing first without using it. Silence. It's not until Todoroki turns to leave and it's clear that he has nothing more to say that the shock leaves his system. I haven't told anybody this, not even Uraraka or Ida, but I know what it's like to hate your own quirk. It's a little hard to believe, but I was born quirkless, and for the longest time all I ever dreamed about was my quirk coming in so I could fit in with others. I don't know how much you know about quirkless people, but they aren't treated well by their peers to say the least, and that's doubly true for when they're children. She swallows. And continues on. He has Todoroki's full attention, and it's kind of nerve-wracking in a way that he can't fully explain. My quirk finally came in about a year ago. But it had arrived too late. Instead of being filled with joy that I could finally become a hero, all I felt was a sense of rage and spite. I wanted nothing to do with it, and I don't think I touched it for nearly a month. But it's my quirk, and I have to live with it for the rest of my life. Todoroki, half cold and half hot is your quirk, and it has been ever since the moment you were born. That one quirk is yours, and there's nothing your father can do to change that. Whatever you achieve with it will be your accomplishments, not his. For a moment Izuku thinks that he's gotten through to Todoroki. For a second the light of understanding dawns in his eyes before it hardens and turns into a glare. "I don't know why I thought you'd understand," he says softly, and the words tear into Izuku like a knife. "I'm not going to use my father's power, and that's that." Izuku shrugs and brings his chin up to stare coolly back at the other boy. "As long as you're fine with losing. Because let's face it, you're not going to beat me with that half-baked power. You'll never go beyond if you're holding a part of yourself back." Sometimes Izuku can hardly recognize himself, and this is one of those times. He's standing up for himself and his ideals without crying or even stuttering a little. He guesses that's what being able to dent steel and shoot lightning does to a person. "I promise to hold nothing back. I don't even really want to be a hero anymore, but even I can see that doing anything else would be to spit into the faces of everyone who's trying their best, which is everyone here." He bows slightly to Todoroki. "Thank you for sharing your story with me, but I'm returning your declaration of war. I'm going to defeat you, and I'll do it with all of my power." Izuku turns around and leaves. By the time he makes it back to Uraraka and Ida, the recreational break is almost over. They saved him something to eat, but he only takes a courtesy bite before setting it aside. Had he been too harsh? He couldn't and wouldn't take back his words, but maybe he could have said it nicer? Todoroki's words kept on replaying in his mind, and every time Izuku cringes a little for how he handled it. Maybe Izuku was too hasty labeling him as a rival. If they fought in the tournament, their fight was going to be more serious than a match between friendly rivals. Shoot, if they weren't outright enemies right now, Izuku would be amazed. He doesn't get too long to think about it as the remaining 16 students get called to stage. All that remains are the heroic core students, and Izuku's class has a 4-student majority over Class 1B. He does recognize most of the Class 1B students from the cavalry battle, most notably being the girl with hair for vines. They draw their numbers from the pouch, and once they lift them up, the results are plastered on the Jumbotron. Yaoyorozu Momo vs. Kuwaro Shirhai. Minoma Nito vs. Tsubaraba Koziai. Bakugo Katsuki vs. Uraraka Ochako. Kirishima Ijuru vs. Tetsu 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 Tetsu. Midoriya Izuku vs. Kaminari Denki. Todoroki Shudo vs. Shiro Hanta. Tenya Ida vs. Ishido Mina. Shizuki Ibara vs. Kaibara Sin. Izuku grunts, not totally surprised. He fights Todoroki in the quarterfinals, assuming he beats his first match with Kaminari, who could honestly prove to be more of a challenge than Izuku had originally thought. Just exactly how much of Izuku's energy did he have left in his system? On the bright side, if he did beat Todoroki, then he either fought Ida or Ashido, who weren't nearly as big of a challenge like Todoroki. Them or the Vine Girl, Shizuki Ibara, and whoever Kaibara-san was. And since the universe wasn't totally out to get him, Bakugo was on the other side of the bracket, and the only way Izuku was going to fight him was if they both made it to the finals. And well, Izuku could worry about fighting him again if he got that far. A cold fear gripped his heart when he did look up Bakugo's matches and saw who he fought first. He tore his eyes away from the screen and looked at Uraraka. A sheen of sweat covered her forehead, but she was staring determinedly at the screen. Izuku never got around to asking what she meant when she had said that she wanted to be a hero because of the money. Though it had been funny at the time, Izuku knew that her and Shinso's answer of money and spite had more to it, just like his own answer, sunk cost fallacy, did, despite it being pretty self-explanatory. He had wanted to ask, but he really didn't want to explain the backstory of his own answer, so it had fallen to the wayside, and by unspoken agreement the two of them never spoke of it again. That, or she had forgotten entirely. The fear gradually dissipated. It was going to hurt, watching his first friend fight against Bakugo of all people, but after seeing the look on her face he couldn't do anything but cheer her on. She didn't have the best odds, but all she needed was a touch. Bakugo could maneuver in zero gravity probably better than anyone in their class, but if she rushed him, Izuku didn't think he had the fine control needed to fight her and remain in bounds. The first fight started pretty much immediately afterwards, and Izuku made sure to place himself by her side as they walked back to the stands. He bumped shoulders with her and gave her an encouraging smile when she looked up. "You've got this. And I'm not saying that just to be encouraging, but because I really believe you can do this." Bakugo's no slouch, but everyone knows how sloppy he gets when angry. And nobody knows his quirk better than I do. If there's anything you want to know, all you gotta do is ask. She laughs, and Izuku can slightly detect the nervousness in it. "Thanks, but I think I already have a plan. Like, I'm not 100% sure, but I've got a gut feeling, and sometimes you just gotta throw it all in. And hope for the best." Izuku nods, understanding entirely. "Kick his butt for me, will you?" he says. His tone is lighthearted, but he can see her JRK a bit, as if she knew he wasn't entirely joking. By now he's sure everyone in the class knows that he and Bakugo were childhood friends and now aren't. Izuku has never volunteered any information on the subject, and nobody's ever asked, despite their curiosity-filled glances whenever Bakugo finds another inane reason to hate Izuku's existence. He won't know what hit him, Uraraka promises, and while Izuku doesn't comment on the slightly dark edge to her tone, he's sure his smile says enough. The first match had an electric start, with Yaoyorozu nearly being pulled out of bounds not even 5 seconds into the match. Her opponent, Kurwaro Shiro, took off his shoe at the start of the match, threw it high above Yaoyorozu's head, and disappeared. Quick as lightning, she was being dragged out of bounds, being saved only by her quick reaction time. She created a hammer and pike and drove it into the floor of the arena. The crowd went wild, gasping as she struggled against an unseen force. Izuku didn't know how she figured out Kurwaro's quirk so quickly and under so much pressure, but after she was secure, she held out a hand, and with a pretty pink sparkle, a flashlight slid out. She flipped it on, and her opponent instantly appeared as the area in front of her was washed in a brilliant bright light. "Oh, a shadow quirk?" Izuku theorized. "That's pretty cool." He was in one of the waiting rooms assigned to the finalists, despite his fight not being up anytime soon. He knew that Uraraka and Ida were in one of the other waiting rooms preparing for their own fights, and Izuku had chosen to use one of the rooms as well, not wanting to go up to the stands to the rest of their classmates without them too. He was still a bit conflicted about his talk with Todoroki, and without them too as a buffer he wouldn't be able to process everything in front of everybody. Yaoyorozu stood up quickly but carefully, keeping the light trained on her opponent. The match was over pretty quickly after that. Maybe his quirk was capable of doing more than just slipping into shadows, but they didn't get to find out after she manifested a blow dart and drugged the other student into unconsciousness. He should have approached her the moment he was exposed, Izuku concluded to himself. Yaoyorozu wasn't a slouch in close combat, but he could have got back into her shadow, tried to wrestle the flashlight from her, or even attempt to knock her out and end the match. Next up was a match between two Class 1B students, and then after that was Uraraka's match with Bakugo. That made him worry, and he barely paid attention to the next match, even when the blonde-haired guy appeared to be wielding multiple quirks, including the air quirk of the guy he was fighting. Needless to say, the blonde wiped the floor against his classmate and progressed on to fight Yaoyorozu in the quarter-finals, which meant that barely 10 minutes after they started the third round, Uraraka was scheduled to fight. Even though she had said that she had a plan, the small amount of prep time that she got made him nervous. Yellow energy had started snaking through his body the moment the second match had ended, and when she was called down, his legs started bouncing and didn't let up. He hated everything about this, but he couldn't fight her battles for her, wouldn't even if he could. Being a good friend meant believing in her even if she was fighting against freaking Bakugo. And that wasn't a testament to Bakugo's strength. It was a strike against his character and how he used to ruin everything for Izuku, and Uraraka was his first real friend. If they hadn't met at UA, Izuku would have done everything in his power to make sure the two of them never met, because their significance to Izuku and their view of him was completely anathema to each other. More yellow energy started sluicing through him, and he did nothing to stop or halt its flow. There was no way he was going to be comfortable during this match. The match started, and the fact that Bakugo didn't attack immediately spoke volumes. In fact, he doesn't approach at all, evidently coming to the same conclusion Izuku had. At least he respects her strength and sees her for the threat that she is. The first thing Uraraka did was take a piece of chalk and bisected the arena with a white line. Before Izuku could ruminate on what the purpose of that was, Uraraka threw away the chalk and ran straight at Bakugo. What followed next was brutal to watch, and Izuku is doubly glad that he's not in the stands among his classmates. By the third time Uraraka is literally blown away from trying to approach Bakugo, he's already cracked the table beneath him from how tight his grip on it is. She's staying low to the ground in her approaches, but that doesn't even matter if she can't get within 5 feet of Bakugo. He absently bites his lips as he tries to figure out what plan she has. What would he do if he were in Uraraka's place? He doesn't get further than dropping himself out of the sky and onto Bakugo before his train of thought is shattered with a particularly big explosion. It takes a second for Uraraka to get up, but when she does, she wasted no time in rushing back in. Something in him settled after seeing that. He didn't know what was going through her mind, but nobody could be that determined and not have a plan of some type. He hardened his heart and watched as Uraraka continued to get thrown back time and time again. It got so bad that Izuku could hear the audience booing for a few seconds before it abruptly ceased. It wasn't until Uraraka got blown away and didn't immediately shoot back up did the beginnings of her plan start to show. Quickly, but with her eyes level to Bakugo, she knelt to the ground and began brushing back the dirt to reveal the white chalk line that she drew at the beginning of the. Izuku's heart began beating rapidly again, but this time out of excitement. She stood up, pressed her palms together as if she was praying, and then laid them flat against the arena. A bright pink glow washed over the stadium, and with a horrible groaning sound, Bakugo's side of the stadium, all cratered and full of holes due to the barrage of explosions, was forcefully wrenched from the ground and launched into the air. Izuku jumped out of his chair. "Holy shit!" he yelled, eyes fixed to the screen. His eyes focused on Uraraka's figure, and he watched as she pressed her palms together again. For a second, the concrete and rubble were motionless in the air before gravity returned and brought it all back down. Dust billowed the arena as the entire stadium shook from the impact, and Izuku brought his hands down to the table to steady himself. Once it passed, he took a look at the screen and at all the dust obscuring the outcome, and then ran out of the room after a moment's hesitation. He had to get a better look. A couple of minutes later, he watched in frustration as Bakugo was hailed the winner and Uraraka was carted off into the nurse's office. Bakugo always wins, he thinks bitterly. It doesn't matter that he came out of it bloody and with one arm broken. The dissatisfaction continued to spread through him and was only tempered by the fact that he knew that Uraraka had to be feeling worse than him. She should have won. She deserved to win. In fact, he didn't even know how Bakugo had gotten out of that and still managed to remain conscious and within the arena. He exhales roughly and tries to ignore the burn of his irrational indignation. It's hard, but by the time he makes it to the nurse's office, he has it mostly under control. He has to wait a bit before he could go in, but the next fight is delayed until the arena is fixed, so he has time to spare. He doesn't say anything as he sits down in the chair beside her hospital bed. The look on her face is indecipherable, but he knows how she feels. He's been losing against Bakugo for all of his life up until now, and it had never gotten any easier. If there's ever a next time, you'll get him for sure, Izuku says slowly, but full of confidence. I didn't even see that move coming, and I knew you had something up your sleeve. He wants to go on and say that she had the superior strategy and that Bakugo had only won because of what seemed like sheer luck, but he knows that wouldn't be comforting. The fact that she had gotten so close only made the defeat sting more. He saw her nod. I know, it's just, I wanted to show my parents how well I can do, and I got paired against Bakugo in the first round. And I was so close. Her hands grip the blanket over her tightly before relaxing. You know, she says, swinging her head over to make eye contact with him. Growing up, all I wanted to do was to use my quirk to help my parents. They own a construction company, and a zero-gravity quirk could tremendously help lower costs. She brushed the hair out of her face nervously before continuing. You know, we're not the wealthiest family, and the money they could save with my help would let us live a more comfortable life. But when I told them this, they told me not to worry about them and to pursue my dream to become a rescue hero. She smiled softly. It's SCKS that I lost, but I think I did well enough to show them that they don't have to worry about me. And I don't think that would have happened if it wasn't for you. Me? He asks incredulously. I didn't do anything, that was all you. She shook her head vehemently. Your speech was really inspiring, and the way you fought for first place was admirable. I was going to ask you to team up in the second event, but the way you immediately beelined for Kaminari made me think about where my quirk would be the most useful. And if you hadn't said what you said on the bus ride to the USJ, I never would have pulled that move against Bakugo. So really, thank you, Izuku. Izuku was speechless. You? He shuts his mouth and decides what he wants to say. Thank you, Chaco, he says. I'm so glad we met that day. I don't know if I told you, but you were my first friend. She opens her mouth, but she's cut off by her phone ringing. It's my parents, she says once she looks down. I'll give you some privacy then. Izuku stands up and makes his way towards the door. Good luck with your fight, she yells on his way out. He lifts his hand up in goodbye, before shutting the door behind him. He feels buoyed by their conversation. All in all, their fight had gone way better than he had expected. It had brought him and Uraraka, no Ochako, even closer. By the time he gets back, the stage has been repaired and Kirishima's in the middle of fighting Tetsu. It's a fight of endurance, one that Izuku would love to tune into if his fight with Kaminari wasn't up next. In the meantime, he scrolls through his phone to find a good song to use. He hadn't used Radiohead all day, and his green stockpile was looking a little poor, especially after the cavalry battle. The match ends in a mutual knockout with a tiebreaker to be done once the two of them wake up. Izuku and Kaminari are called to the stage soon after, and Izuku gets his first glimpse of the other boy since he left him with Koda. You ready? He asks. No doubt he's recovered fully by now, and the confident smirk he gives Izuku says as much. No hard feelings when I win, alright? Kaminari flexes his hand and electricity crackles threateningly. I learned a couple of things while observing your quirk. Izuku rolls his eyes. Yeah, don't get ahead of yourself. He nods to Midnight to signal that they're ready, and he puts his earphones in. Last night, YouTube. Last night, Spotify. Last night, Apple Music. The quirk enthusiast in him is very interested in how their quirks will match up competitively. Especially since his electricity isn't exactly the real thing. Electricity is just how his quirk manifests the energy that his emotions give him. He's not even sure if he's lightning-proof without his shroud up. Kaminari, on the other hand, has an innate lightning defense because his quirk is definitely the real thing. Put in the fact that he definitely has some of Izuku's lightning left in his system, and the outcome of this fight is definitely not as sure as it would have been if they hadn't partnered for the cavalry battle. But Izuku's quirk is more than just lightning manipulation and strength enhancement, so he's confident he can win this. Even though it hadn't been that long since he had last listened to music, this morning actually, now that he was thinking it, using Radiohead felt like stepping into the shower after going so long without one. As soon as the few first notes of Last Night by the Killers started playing, a stream of green energy swelled in his chest, and he could feel his entire body relax as the music overtook his body. Quietly in his mind, he acknowledges that Kaminari wasn't going to win this no matter what new tricks he has. It's not arrogance or even confidence, just a fact. The song starts off kind of slow with a shambling guitar riff, and he's in the middle of readying his energy when Kaminari attacks, shooting a massive lightning bolt at Izuku. He didn't bother dodging, even though the attack had surprised him. It was clearly off target, and he was surprised to see Kaminari's attack was almost entirely composed of his own lighting as it streaked past him above his head. In fact, he can't sense or see any of his energy behind the blast. Is that what Kaminari meant when he said that he learned a few things by seeing his quirk? Kaminari's quirk was strictly lighting generation, not manipulation. It's the edge Izuku has over him and what's really keeping him from standing among the likes of him, Bakugo, and Todoroki. Izuku is hesitant to believe it. He knew Kaminari could direct Izuku's energy with no difficulty. They had tested it out before the battle, even if he never got the chance to use it. No, whatever method he was using to level these blasts at Izuku had to involve Izuku's green energy in some type of fashion. The blast petered out and Izuku could see Kaminari with his arms stretched out, fingers shaped like a gun. He says something that Izuku can't quite make out with his lip reading, smirks, PPS the gun, and fires again. If he wasn't looking for it, Izuku doubts he would have seen it as quickly. A thin line of green appears in the air in front of him, and soon afterwards a rush of yellow lightning comes crashing after it. He was laying down just a sliver of Izuku's easily manipulatable energy as a current and then releasing his own energy afterwards. It's near instantaneous. Very clever but kind of bad for Izuku. He dodges, shooting off a bolt of his own just to see what would happen. It's green to avoid giving him any more versatility, but he hardens it like he does with his blue energy. Kaminari, of course, just absorbs it, but he takes note of the way he has to brace himself in order to do so. The onslaught of bolts continues and he dodges them swiftly, all the while closing in on the other boy. He doesn't want to get too close. They both have super strength and Izuku doesn't know how to fight someone with strength equal to his. Add in the fact that Kaminari is still adjusting to super strength and Izuku can easily see himself being punched out of the ring, even with his superior ability in using super speed. He stops once he's made it to the halfway point and meets Kaminari's blast with one of his own. The two attacks zip through the air and crash together in a blinding display of green versus yellow, and Izuku doesn't let up, freely pouring more and more energy into it. At first his attack rips through Kaminari's, but he feels the other put more energy into it until it's rivaling Izuku's. Now, it's a test of endurance that Izuku knows he can win. Kaminari has been using a lot of energy, and unlike Izuku, he doesn't have a stockpile and has to make sure he doesn't go over his wattage limit, which he's done once already today and recently at that. But he has a match with Todoroki coming up and he can't afford to waste energy, so he ends it quickly. It's hard, but all his training over the past 2 weeks allows him to split his concentration and form a purple rope from the side of his wrist. He coils it, packing it with energy before letting it spring towards Kaminari. He abandons his blast, stepping sideways the moment it connects, and pulls before Kaminari can absorb it into nothingness. It draws taut, and with the element of surprise, Kaminari is helpless as his super strength pulls him out of bonds. Midnight raises her tassel. Rya Izuku wins, he hears her declare as he takes out his earphones. So, he says to Kaminari as they enter the stands. No hard feelings, right? He jokes. You have no idea how good you made me look, do you? Because of you I'm going to get a shit ton of internship offers. We're like lightning brothers from now. Besides, Kaminari says beside him a few minutes later. I don't think there's anything I could do about that if I won. Better you than me, bro. Izuku gulps and stares at the massive iceberg that Todoroki had frozen Zero in. In terms of power output, I say we're about even with me having an edge over you. Yeah, Izuku can't argue with that. The Run and Go, YouTube. The Run and Go, Spotify. The Run and Go, Apple. The last few fights of the first round went by pretty quickly. Ida quickly booted Ishido out of the ring, her acid being no match against his super speed. Shizuki Ibara versus Kaibara-san was pretty interesting. Kaibara had the ability to gyrate any part of his body and became a living drill against Shiozaki's swarm of vines but ultimately failed to get anywhere in the end. There was a 5-minute break before the quarter-final matches started. Yaoyorozu, the girl who can create anything versus Minoma Nido, the guy who can copy any quirk. It was a match of extreme versatility and Izuku was excited to see it play out. He was, obviously, biased in who he wanted to win, but Minoma's copy quirk was too much of a force multiplier that he was unsure if she could win. If Izuku was her, he would have done a quick study on all of Class 1 BS quirks, as that was probably where he would copy most of his quirks from. Yaoyorozu was smart, probably smarter than him, so if she thought ahead then that idea probably would have come to her. The match started quietly, both opponents waiting for the other to make a move. A win in Yaoyorozu's favor in his opinion. It meant that he didn't have a long-range quirk copied unless he was saving it for later. After a couple of seconds, Yaoyorozu manifested a sling and began shooting projectiles, her aim absolutely impeccable. Minoma attempted to dodge, but she had unlimited ammunition and eventually one of her shots connected only to hit an invisible barrier. It was the solid air quirk from his last match. Seeing this, Yaoyorozu abandoned her sling and manifested a staff. She approached, the staff letting her attack while keeping her distance. Minoma, for the most part, didn't seem experienced in close combat and awkwardly dodged her attacks until he caught the staff in his hand. His entire arm became a blur and the next thing he knew the staff was being violently wrenched out of her hands. She stumbled back from the force only to suddenly jerk back again as her hands flew back again. Izuku narrowed his eyes. What was that? It was like she had experienced the force twice despite being out of range and having no staff in her hands from the first hit. So far he was using the air quirk and Kaibara-sen's rotation quirk, but the third quirk he was using seemed far more subtle than the other two. Yaoyorozu needed to figure out the details behind that last quirk if she was going to get anywhere. Her best bet seemed to be a victory by immobilization. Between the air quirk and the rotation quirk, her chances of throwing him out of bounds were low. And with her quirk, she quite literally had an endless amount of possibilities she could choose in how to restrain him. The rotation quirk could definitely be used to trap its user if she found the right material it wouldn't just shrug off and tear through. Yaoyorozu backed off for a couple moments to think, but Minoma pressed his advantage, going on the offensive for the first time of the match. Her superiority in close combat more clearly showed in how easily she danced and weaved around his attacks. This went on for a while until Minoma took a deep breath and exhaled, and this time Izuku could see the light reflect off of the solid air that surrounded his classmate. Yaoyorozu held out her hands and felt the barrier she was trapped in, the transparency of it making her look much like a mime. "Yaoyorozu, are you able to move?" Midnight called out. She opened her mouth to speak but closed it when she realized that her voice was too muffled to be heard clearly and simply nodded. Her skin began to sparkle with her signature pink static, and due to the light refraction of the air barrier Izuku couldn't quite make out what she was making, but a few seconds later she burst out of the prison dramatically, the entire barrier simply shattering in pieces behind her. Quick as lightning she ran up to Minoma before he could react and threw dust? Sand? He couldn't tell into his eyes with another quick flash. Blinded, the boy stumbled back and instinctively held up his hands to protect his face. But it couldn't protect him from the devastating roundhouse kick she followed up with. "Oh," the audience groaned out. It had been a particularly nasty hit. Coming from the side, it had sent Minoma stumbling a couple of feet, his face a noticeable bright red. Yaoyorozu pressed her advantage before he could recover, and just like that it was over, the blonde boy quickly falling unconscious from whatever sedative Yaoyorozu had injected inside of him. Izuku jumped to his feet, clapping in unison with the audience. It had been an impressive match to say the least. He was very impressed with how Yaoyorozu handled herself. It had been clear that she was in tune with her quirk, whereas Minoma had struggled to use his 3 quirks in unison. He had the air quirk mainly for defense, the rotation quirk for offense, and the double impact quirk to reinforce his offense. But none of that mattered since he couldn't lay his hands on Yaoyorozu herself. She had probed his defenses expertly, and once he had revealed all the quirks he had copied, it was only a matter of time before she outmaneuvered him with her superiority in close combat. Personally, If Izuku had known that close combat was a weakness of his, he would have copied Shiozaki's vine quirk. It was a defensive and offensive quirk rolled into one. The softening quirk that had trapped Izuku and Kaminari in the beginning of the cavalry battle, and the scaled guy he had caught sight of occasionally just in case she got through the vines. But he didn't know all the intricacies of Monoma's copy quirk, so he had to assume that the 3 quirks he had chosen were best suited for his situation. Perhaps he couldn't control Shiozaki's vines as deftly as she did, or something similar. Honestly, with a quirk like that, there had to be a lot of limits to it that weren't easily seen at a first glance. Izuku tunes out the next match partially because it's Bakugo fighting and he kind of already knows the outcome, but also because his match with Todoroki is right after it and his nervousness is catching up to him. He knows he can win, but he wants to help Todoroki and he doesn't know how, if he even can. And the thought of failing fills him with a deep disappointment, bordering on shame. He lurches out of his seat when an idea comes to him. Ordinarily he would probably never, but perhaps All Might would have a unique insight to all of this. Obviously worded in a way that wouldn't betray Todoroki's trust in him, but he knew All Might wouldn't put 2 and 2 together. Midoriya, are you all right? Ida asks. Yeah. I gotta go prepare for my match. Tell Uraraka I said hi if she comes back, he says and runs off. He doesn't have much time left. Kirishima, who had won the arm wrestling contest between him and Tetsu, had an excellent defense, but he wouldn't last much longer against Bakugo. It was a match they had seen in hero training countlessly, only with more fervor and manliness, as Kirishima would say. It doesn't take long to find All Might. In fact, when he does, he almost jarks to a stop upon finding who he's talking to. It's Endeavor, of all people, and Izuku can't help but narrow his eyes and purse his lips slightly at the sight of him. The two of them look at Izuku when he arrives, and he instinctively kicks a portion of green energy into his system as he smiles to brighten up his expression. Ah, All Might, I was hoping I could talk to you privately? I can come back if it's not a good time though. This is reminiscent of the time he bumped into All Might for the first time in UA. It's entirely awkward, his newfound information from Todoroki making him feel like some type of All Might, eternally earnest, looks at Izuku a bit weirdly, which, yeah, he understands because his tone is almost deceptively brighter for how he usually talks to him, especially when he's in his All Might form. No, Endeavor and I were just finishing up here. I'll see you later, I'm sure, he directs to the other hero. Endeavor scoffs but stalks off anyway, but not before sweeping his piercing azure eyes over at Izuku like he can divine his secrets with just a glance. Can you? He gestures wordlessly to All Might's body once they're in a room. Ah. A plume of smoke and Toshinori Yagi appears before his eyes. You know, it's not often I'm asked to change into this form. Kind of a novelty, if I'm being honest. Izuku shrugs. It's easier to talk to you this way, you're not as intimidating. Intimidating, he frowns. Daunting, he clarifies. It's easier to relate to you. All Might is the symbol of peace and can be hard to talk to, but as Toshinori you're more insightful, humbled, soft-spoken. All these words flash through his mind, but he discards them as they're just first impressions. Eventually he settles on authentic. He nods once the word slips out of his mouth. You're more authentic this way, like the hero I always knew you were. High praise but true. Toshinori-sensei was everything he had imagined All Might to be when he was a kid. The true All Might, the one behind the screens instead of on them. Toshinori smiles gently. Thank you, my boy. Now I don't have much time, so what did you want to talk about? Izuku hesitates, Endeavor's presence still being felt despite his leave. Toshinori liked to see the good in everyone, but he wasn't dense. He'd connect the dots if he wasn't careful. How do you help someone who doesn't want to be helped? He settles on. He waits the couple of seconds it takes All Might to digest his question. You're sure that they need help? He eventually asks. Todoroki, looking down at his left hand like it had betrayed him, flashes through his mind. Yeah. I'm sure. Toshinori is quiet for a long couple of seconds before he speaks, and when he does it's with a distant look in his eyes. Sometimes the only thing you can do is to lay out the facts and hope they see the truth. Toshinori's words ring through his head as he makes his way to the stands. He felt a bit seen because his advice had been perfect, eerily so. But he can't think too long as he has to turn back halfway through. Kirishima and Bakugo had finished and the results were as he predicted. Confidence thrums through him as he finds his resolve. All Izuku had to do was convey what he meant and hope that Todoroki would see his reasoning for just a bit, that he would think it through on his own. But what else could he say that he hadn't said already? It wasn't just a physical battle to be won, but a moral one as well. He had been worrying that he wouldn't be able to win one without sacrificing another, but Toshinori's words had made him realize that they were the same battle. The confidence builds as he makes his way to the stage. It settles deep into his bones, almost making him feel heavy with its weight. By the time the match starts, it's trivial to anchor it into the ground. With a sharp tug upwards, the lightning rips through the earth to meet Todoroki's opening ice attack. He timed it correctly. His attack tore the earth under the ice just as it was building more momentum, leaving no purchase for the giant ice wall that had taken Zero out. It collapses and he spares a half second to be thankful that Zero fought him first, because he didn't know if he could handle a move like that, unprepared and unaware. Undaunted, Todoroki sends wave after wave of ice at him, icing the ground so thoroughly that Izuku has to switch to hardened lightning blasts because it's taking more energy to run his lightning through the frozen ground. It's jarring to be so determined to do something and not being in a 100% fighting state. He wants to turn his mind off and let his instincts take care of the fight, but there are words to be said, so Izuku waits until there's a break in the fight to speak. "I know you can't keep this up forever," he yells. Maybe if he hadn't gone all out and froze Zero and nearly half the audience along with him, they would be stepping to a different tune, but Izuku has been watching Todoroki's quirk ever since the battle trials. That much ice and he was bound to be feeling the effects of it. Todoroki responds by icing his way over to Izuku, taking the fight to close quarters. Ordinarily this would be suicide, as Izuku would respond by immediately blowing the other boy out of the ring with his superior strength and speed, but he has a point to prove, damn it, so he falls back and is forced to give ground against Todoroki's frontal assault. He brings his shroud to life, but only around his legs and feet to defend against the encroaching frost Todoroki is laying down with each step he takes. He's heavily favoring his right side, almost approaching Izuku from the side, his hand out and emitting frost. Admittedly, Izuku doesn't know much about fighting other than reacting to his surroundings, but Todoroki's style just looks weird. It's effective, keeping his ability to freeze anybody with a touch in mind, but the only reason it's pressuring Izuku as much as it is because he's allowing it. Todoroki evidently sees that for himself, and he backs off with an irritated look. "I'm tired of your games, Midoriya. Stop holding back. What happened to defeating me with all of your power?" Izuku scoffs. "I don't want to hear about holding back coming from you, Mr. I won't use the other half of my quirk. What could you possibly understand about my decisions?" Todoroki sneers. "Did you think a little quirklessness was enough to compare what I've been through? Because let me tell you, it's not. Being quirkless would have been a blessing. Clearly it's one you took for granted and continue to do so." Suddenly this just got a lot easier. The rest of his shroud explodes past his skin so forcefully it leaves Izuku a little breathless. It's colored red and blue in an unintentional mirroring of the other boy in front of him. He struggles to temper his anger to something more manageable. Todoroki hadn't said anything worse than Izuku had said, but something about the disrespect, the audacity of that last line made him furious. But Todoroki wasn't Bakugo. He couldn't and wouldn't let his anger run freely. He'd win this fight with his head intact. "You have no idea what being quirkless means, and it shows. Is aggravating your father worth hating and ignoring one half of yourself forever?" "Yes," Todoroki hisses. "If it means denying him his ambition, his dream, then 100 times yes." "Fine," Izuku snaps. "This is something you'll have to figure out on your own. Either way, you get what you asked for. Try to keep up." He lets himself sink into his whirlpool, and the last rational thought he has before the emotion takes over was, now the true fight begins. Todoroki is instantly on the defensive. In this tight enclosed space, Izuku has every advantage. Todoroki should have stayed well out of Izuku's range because he has no intention of letting him go now. Ice erupts between the two of them as Todoroki hastily takes a couple of steps back, but Izuku takes care of it with a sharp wave of his hand, crimson lightning coming to life and shattering the ice. He unflinchingly withstands the barrage of icicles pelting his skin and moves through the frost to try to land a punch to the other boy's face. Todoroki reacts fast enough and brushes it away with his left hand, his right one. Already on its way to Izuku's face, fingers outstretched to accommodate the crystal of ice protruding from it. Izuku can see the attack coming out of the corner of his eye and he jerks his arm in that direction, slapping and breaking the ice out of Todoroki's palm with the back of his hand. His shroud, having turned pure blue over the arm that had blocked the attack, reverts back to oscillating between red and blue as he resumes his assault. His next punch lands and he cuts back on his speed and strength right before it connects. That reduction in speed is enough for Todoroki to complete his dodge, but only barely, and his fist clips off the other boy. Not to be deterred, Izuku flares his shroud to stun him and follows up with an awkward left hook to the face. Izuku was careful. He modulated his energy precisely to make sure the blow wasn't bone-crushing or even bone-cracking, but he still winces at the way Todoroki just takes off and flies a couple of feet. To his credit, Todoroki recovers flawlessly, spinning the rest of the way midair to touch the ground and land on a curved piece of ice. For a moment, Izuku thinks he's gonna get right back up, but Todoroki stays on one knee, breathing heavily. He's trembling and he doesn't understand why until he sees the patches of ice covering his arm. He's nearing his limit of how much ice he can produce. I suppose it's about time to end this. He walks up to Todoroki slowly, who attempts to freeze Izuku one more time. He sidesteps it entirely, the ice not big or fast enough to be a threat. Can I ask you why you wanted to be a hero? Because if spiting your father was truly all you cared about, you would have dropped out of the heroics course or stopped using your quirk entirely. What's really driving you? He asks desperately. Silence. Todoroki is silent long enough for Izuku's heart to sink with the weight of his failure. All he did was poke and prod at a sensitive topic he clearly wasn't ready to talk about. What kin? Midoriya, he hears faintly. Thank you. And then he's blasted away by a wave of warmth and heat as Todoroki's fireside activates. Once he scrambles to his feet, he can hardly make Todoroki out amidst the inferno surrounding him. If Izuku had any doubts that his fireside was weaker than his ice side, those doubts were now being proven thoroughly wrong. The heat suffuses through him, banishing the lingering chill through his body that he hadn't noticed. He can't help but smile in awe and relief as he watches it die down until it settles over Todoroki's arm. The two of them lock eyes and Izuku is reassured by the tiny nod Todoroki gives him. They'll have to talk after this, but for now he's letting him know that it was okay. Thanks for the reminder, Todoroki says. But it's time we ended this. Try to keep up, he says with a small smile and then activates both sides of his quirk. Yeah. His red lightning crumbles and evaporates as it's overtaken by a surge of fresh, verdant green energy. Deep down, Izuku acknowledges that he's not going to win this. Todoroki had him beat in raw power output with just his ice. With both parts of his quirk, there was no way Izuku could compete with that kind of strength in this kind of low-stakes situation without at the very least some type of music to listen to. The very advantage Izuku had earlier is now working in Todoroki's favor. On the Marco level scale Todoroki works on, the boundary of the arena severely limits his options. Instead of serving to discourage him, this information just makes him excited. He wouldn't say he was bored during the first two parts of the sports festival, but with each obstacle he had seen a clear path to victory and all he had to do was follow it. But this? It's all he can do to cobble together a basic strategy and enact it before the first of the ice comes careening towards him. He works on nothing but pure instinct and emotion, and he can feel his glee reverberate through him. Gotta get in close and give him everything I got. He jumps over and onto the pillars of ice coming his way. His mind curiously notes that they aren't connected to the ground like the rest of his ice usually is, sliding down until he's at the right distance. He had been worried that when push came to shove he wouldn't be able to release all of his energy at once, just like on the first day of school during the ball toss. But when it was time to attack, all it took was the slightest thought, just a tiny nudge of willpower before it all came streaming out of him. Cobalt blue and a lush green streak through the air, and he concentrates harder, trying to squeeze every possible amount of energy into this one blast. It barreled through 3 concrete walls to collide against Todoroki's blast of fire. For a moment there's a moment where he's struggling against the force and he thinks he has a chance, but then it completely overwhelms him, and it's all he can do to stop his attack and raise his blue shroud once more for defense before he loses consciousness. How'd you like that, YouTube? How'd you like that, Spotify? How'd you like that, Apple Music? In the end it's Bakugo who ends up winning the whole tournament. Ida lost against Shiozaki, who in turn lost against Todoroki. Yaoyorozu met her match against a furious Bakugo, who had her on the defensive the entire match before finally blowing her and her shield out of the arena a minute and a half later. After beating Ida and Shiozaki with only his ice, Todoroki lost against Bakugo after refusing to use his fire once more. Izuku had felt ambivalent about that, but it truly wasn't his business now. It had hurt to watch, but Izuku could understand what he was going through in an abstract kind of way. You couldn't process something that complex in a matter of seconds. Whatever Izuku's words had triggered, it wasn't a cure-all spell. Izuku still worried over the weekend as they hadn't gotten the chance to talk, but, Midoriya? Thank you, and, thanks for the reminder. Plays in his head and he figures that everything was probably alright. What probably wasn't alright was Ida. News of Stain attacking Ingenium had broken out over the weekend and Ida hadn't answered any of the messages he had sent to him. He had refrained from calling in fear of putting too much pressure upon him, but the extended silence was worrying. But what to say if he did respond? Izuku Asikid at comforting people. He could only go on what he would want if their positions were reserved, and it was space, a whole lot of space. He'd crawl into himself so tightly that the outside world would cease to exist until everything was settled. But he'd be the first to admit his coping methods weren't exactly the healthiest, and he was a special case when it came to things like that. Not everyone was capable of literally forcing a mood change if they wished, not that he did such things. He was a little more relieved to be going back to school despite his worries of not being a good friend. It wasn't a sure thing Ida would be there, school would definitely be the last thing on Izuku's mind, but it was hard to imagine Ida ever missing school with how dutiful he was. But if he wasn't there, he supposed it wouldn't hurt to leave a voicemail of support once he got home. Ingenium's condition was reported to be stable at the moment, but there were no other details beyond that, so the true extent of his injuries were unknown. But if the previous victims of the hero killer were to be taken into account, it couldn't be good. The fact that he was alive was being touted as a sign of good fortune, and even Izuku was aware that wasn't going to make the Ida family feel any better. A voice speaking to him broke his train of thought. Hey, aren't you that kid from the sports festival? Midoriya, right? You were my kid's favorite from the start. The dread and embarrassment that wells up in him shouldn't be as deep as it is for a situation like this, and he has to put in a little more effort than he thought to stop it from showing on his face. Yes, that's me, he says, totally caught off guard. Tell them I said thanks for the support. He's approached no less than 5 more times by the time he gets off his stop, and he resigns himself to the fact that for the time being, he's somewhat famous. It's like I made a wish with a cunning genie. I have everything I ever dreamed of, but I've changed so much in the meantime that it's now unappealing. Certainly he wouldn't have expected to be annoyed that he was being recognized for his performance at the UA Sports Festival a year earlier. To his great surprise, he meets Ida on his way to UA from the train station. Or rather, he sees Ida because he's sprinting the rest of the way to school. Izuku checks the time to make sure he's not late. He still has 5 minutes, but then remembers Ida scolding Kaminari for being late to school one day. UA students should always be 10 minutes early to school. Ida is many things, but a hypocrite wasn't one of them. Izuku smiles as he watches him go. Hopefully this was a sign that the other boy was feeling better. Once he gets there himself, his awkward attempt at giving his condolences is interrupted by Ida. If this is about my brother, then there's no need to worry. I'm sorry for worrying you needlessly, Midoriya. He smiles, and it's as bright as ever, but Izuku has his doubts of the verity behind it. But it wasn't his place to comment, so he smiles back and walks to their classroom together. Aizawa-sensei, your bandages are gone. I'm glad, Tsuyu says once class begins. Yeah, the old lady went overboard. More importantly, today you'll be picking out your hero names for your upcoming internships. The class started cheering while Izuku slightly grimaced. He couldn't even think of a good name for his quirk, let alone his hero name. You guys performed well at the sports festival. I've seen the results of your training over the 2 weeks and the hero agencies did as well. He clicked a button on his remote and a list appeared on the board. The number of offers scales up with how far you made it and how impressive your quirk seems. But this year is special in that All Might is teaching the heroics department. The fact that all of his students made it to the second round is being seen as a good sign, and I suspect the agencies did a little more research than usual. Some agencies are very broad in what type of heroes they take in, and some are very specific, and so with those two things in mind, the results this year were a bit more rounded than usual. He waited for the class to find their names before continuing, but Izuku didn't need the wait as his name was at the very top, with a very flush count of 296 offers. Below him was Todoroki at 278 and then Bakugo at. From there the numbers started averaging out as Uraraka was next with 180 and Yaoyorozu and Kaminari were tied at. He skipped to the bottom and saw Shinso at the very end with 19 offers. Izuku guessed that out of all their quirks his was the subtlest, and Izuku turned around to give his sympathy. It's alright, I already know exactly who I want to intern with. Izuku followed his gaze to Aizawa-sensei and snorted softly. Well, I wish you luck with that. No offense to their teacher, but Izuku got enough of his antics during homeroom to willingly sign up for more time with him. Aizawa passed the class off to Midnight, but not before telling them to be cautious on who they picked. There are third years that still regret the type of internship they choose. Look at not only your strengths and weaknesses but the agency's strengths and weaknesses before you come to any decision. You have 2 days to turn in your application. With that he crawled inside his yellow sleeping bag and zipped it all the way up. Nobody batted an eye at the now familiar sight, having long been used to Yue's uniqueness. Izuku was quiet for the most part, trying to figure out why he was drawing it. Total blank when it came to a hero name. Like with his quirk, his mind refused to produce anything worthy and he had to turn the cogs in his mind every step of the way only to end up with Electroman, which was god-awful. Names were important and Izuku refused to accept a moniker that he didn't feel 100% comfortable with. But DMN if he couldn't think of anything. He needed a name that was everlasting, whose theme would always follow him in life no matter what path he traveled. Something he wouldn't mind hearing for the rest of his life and could always take pride in. His classmates had a lifetime of thought to put into their hero names, but Izuku had been themeless, quirkless, for all of his life, and now he had no clue where to start. An idea entered his mind and he only hesitated for a couple of seconds before writing his given name down. Maybe it wouldn't be allowed, but he had time to figure out whether he wanted a hero name, and in the meantime there was no better name than his own that fit his criteria. I drew a blank, he admitted. But this is the name my mom gave me and it'll do just fine. At the end of class he didn't know what to think when Todoroki and Ida followed suit and wrote down their own names. Izuku was mildly surprised when Todoroki sat down beside him to rest in heroics later that day, but inwardly he was pleased that he didn't have to approach first. Then the other boy turned his head and said, "Your power levels are very inconsistent. How exactly does your quirk work again?" Before he can even attempt to halt the flow of shock at seemingly being called out on one of his secrets, it hits his emotional pool and makes him freeze in a way that's not unnoticeable. He's sure that Todoroki doesn't know he's lying about his quirk, but something about his direct, blunt questions makes all his excuses feel brittle and not worth presenting. He knows he could still lie and get away with it, but this is Todoroki. He of all people deserves the truth after all they had just been through. "You don't have to answer if you do," Todoroki starts, but Izuku interrupts him, his shock curdling into embarrassment. It's fine. You just caught me off guard. You were saying?" Todoroki hesitates but eventually nods and moves on. "I assume you watched our match at the sports festival?" he asks. Izuku groans because he had, as of 20 minutes ago, and while he was beyond grateful there was no audio, it was still a trial to watch because of a multitude of reasons that were hidden by the overwhelming embarrassment of being the focus of a live TV segment. It had been informational though, despite cringing a couple of times. During the fight his eyes had turned blue and red and then blue and green at the very end, a visual sight to the fact that his emotional pool was made up of 2 colors. Thinking back on it, his eyes had probably switched like that all the way back at the USJ when the ability had first manifested. "I was just thinking that." Your quirk was very powerful with it manifesting so recently. And then I realized I don't exactly know how your quirk works. It seems to need music to work, he gestured at Izuku's headphones, but during our match you didn't listen to music. And I know the colors mean something but I haven't figured it out yet, he finished. What have you got so far? He asks casually. He wonders if he's ever heard any of the lies Izuku has told the rest of his class about his quirk or if all of this was just put together from his observations. It was hard to tell but it seemed to be pointing towards the latter. And it didn't help that all it took was a cursory investigation to put together that there was something more behind his quirk. Did his classmates have the same questions but had accepted his lies at face value? It's not like he would have any reason to lie. Hell, what was Bakugo thinking? The guy had a huge blind spot when it came to Izuku that anything was possible. And besides Todoroki, he was the only person to know that Izuku had been 100% quirkless a year prior. Not much, the blue is for defense and you seem to favor the green but I don't know if that's a personal preference or just the green aspect from your genes. The other colors I have my suspicions but nothing concrete. Izuku breathed out and tried to think of a way to nonchalantly explain his quirk. It didn't make sense, he doesn't know why the truth felt like he was exposing himself under a light, not when he had already told Todoroki about his painful past as a quirkless loser but for some reason the truth about his quirk felt more invasive. I don't have a good name for it but my quirk is simple in concept, complex in its execution. My quirk feeds off of my emotions, green for happiness, blue for determination, purple is sadness and red is anger. My quirk is generally more powerful when listening to music but it's not a prerequisite. All of my energy is sent to my stockpile if I don't use it which is why I didn't listen to music during our match. Their eyes connected briefly before Izuku tore his away. And yellow? He asked if he didn't already know the answer. Izuku huffed out a laugh and broke eye contact, closing his eyes. Fear. Anxiety. They were silent for a while as Todoroki digested that. Probably going back on their previous conversations and matching the colors to his mood. I visited my mom this weekend, Todoroki suddenly voiced into the silence. She said it was nice seeing me in person and not getting beat around on TV. Izuku snorts and watches Ishido and two clear their daily obstacle race. The attempt to change the subject was glaringly obvious but he went along with it knowing it was for his sake. I woke up to 10 missed calls from my mom after our match. Afterwards when I got home she told me that she was proud of me but I was going to give her a heart attack one day. Todoroki laughs softly and the two of them lapse into silence only to get up as the rest of their classmates passed and All Might began redirecting them to their next task. Thanks for telling me, Todoroki says. You didn't have to. Izuku waved his hand and tried to pretend it hadn't been as difficult as it had been. Fair's fair. I guess it was only a matter of time before you figured it out. And it's nice to stand on even footing with you. It would be nice though if the next time they spoke wasn't so heavy. Izuku suppressed a sigh and looked over yet another internship offer. There was no doubt that he had made an impressive showing, managing to net more offers than the two finalists despite being eliminated on his second match of the third round. But he was once again running into a roadblock because of his no longer present desire to become a hero. Aizawa-sensei had pressed upon them the importance of choosing an internship that best suited them but Izuku couldn't for the life of him figure out what that was. Scratch that, he knew what it was, he just didn't feel like doing it. He knew that the old Izuku would have taken the most streamlined path possible on his way to become the #1 hero and right now that path was to take an internship that would help develop his poor fighting skills. He eyed the gunhead martial arts offer and sorted it into the maybe pile. He didn't want to take an internship just because it was the most optimized thing to do. He had resolved to develop his quirk as much as possible and he felt that was concession enough for the time being. Did it matter what his path was if the end result was the same? At this point Izuku knew that no matter what he had a future as a hero if he wanted it. The proof was right in front of him. So did it matter whether he learned to fight now or a couple weeks later? He's managed well so far without any formal teachings. The only reason his weakness in the area was pointed out was because he had willingly let Todoroki close in on him. He just wanted a relaxing internship, somewhere he could see how agencies operated for himself but not be in the thick of things. And it's not like he was exactly lacking in firepower or versatility. Out of all the things he needed to work on, his combat skills wasn't one of them. It could wait. With that in mind, he quickly skimmed through the rest of his offers, setting aside the ones that only wanted him for his admittedly impressive firepower. It wasn't until he was going through the agencies that contracted with UA directly, and thus sent out an offer to every first-year student, that he found something that caught his interest. It was a small agency, actually a smaller subdivision of the National Quirk Registry, that worked on specialized cases only. As such, they didn't have their own agency building and instead flew out to wherever they were assigned. A quick look showed that they specialized in Quirk research, and Izuku quickly finished his skimming of the other offers so he could focus on this one. Just as he had thought, it was perfect. Quirk research was basically another term for Quirk analysis. In this case, it was specifically about using physical evidence and witness statements to extrapolate what type of quirk a subject might have. A quick glance showed that currently they were located at. He grimaced. It made sense. The hero killer was obviously high priority for the heroes in Japan. His victims numbered in the 40s, with 17 killed and 23 injured beyond recovery. There was no doubt the Quirk research team had been working overtime on this case. If he signed up with them, it would be anything but relaxing. He sighed as he signed his name on the application. With his quirk, it was hard to lie to himself. He couldn't ignore the small kernel of blue resolve that signaled that he made up his mind, and there was no reason to pretend like this wasn't perfect for him. At least he knew what he was signing up for.